It's happening. It's a happening. I am live. All right. All right. Okay, let's check that out. Let's see what that all looks like. How do I see myself streaming? Am I here? Am I alive? It says it's not able to connect to the chat. Am I live? Am I live? It says I'm live. It says that I'm live. Doesn't seem to be in the place though. There we go. I am live. I have proof. No one's saying anything yet, though. Someone in chat, say hi if you're there. It says I can't connect to the chat. What do you mean by try again later? Enable chat. Well, let's just do it by going to the actual fucking try again later. Okay, yeah, people are there. What's wrong with the pop-out chat? How do I make that work? Okay, now it's working. Just had to do it from the page itself. Cool. Hi, I'm doing a live stream test. I am testing out the mere concept of a live stream on YouTube. I've been failing to figure out how to do this forever. I'm tweeting about it. Okay. Alright, yeah. Let me make sure this chat is visible for posterity, because if this gets recorded, a lot of people do live streams and they post the finished live stream up on their YouTube. You know, they put it live and they're like talking to the chat through the whole live stream, but there's no fucking video of the chat. That's weird and annoying. But you guys seem to be here. Lots of comments coming in. I sound good. I heard myself for a second. I'm gonna tell you guys why I haven't done live streaming before. It seems like an obvious thing, right? Like, what time is it for me? It's 5:30 in the morning. It's not late for me. I've not been up all night. This is just a normal time for me to be awake. I'm not tired or anything. I am on my third beer. Plenty of you are awake, so clearly this is not an inopportune moment to be doing so. Please start doing the mailbox live. I actually was considering that because I have a bunch of mail that needs to be gotten to. I got a bunch of mail during RadCon 2 that I did not open because RadCon 2 was happening, and it's all sitting over there, and I haven't gotten to it because I have so much other shit to do, which may raise the question of why the hell are you live streaming, but it just seemed like a good way to, I was bored, alright? I didn't want to work at the moment, I wanted to live stream. Up for FE Heroes, is that a new Fire Emblem game? Oh man, I might have to put this chat into slow mode if it keeps up like this. Beer in the morning. Well, it's not morning for me. I woke up at like... When did I wake up? 5 p.m. probably? 5:30 p.m. Yeah. So I've been up for 12 hours. It's pretty typical. You know, it's like late afternoon for me. What do you expect to do in these live streams? AMA? Yeah, you guys can ask me whatever you want. I probably won't. The way that live streaming with me has tended to go when I do live stream Q&As is that I take so long to answer each question that much of the chat passes me by while I'm in the middle of answering one. So, by the way, I've got this new fucking arm, this new mic arm, something I by all rights should have had a very long time ago. and just never thought about it. Never thought to buy a fucking arm. Obviously very convenient. Best guy ever got one and was bragging about it on PCP, and I was like, why have I not done that? What's your favorite YouTuber that's not one of your friends? Oh, that's I guess Mr. B-Tongue, but he hasn't made anything in a long time, so it's hard for me to keep saying him, you know, like he's made lots of great videos that are like timeless classics. I'll write his name in the chat just so everybody can spell it. Or someone who knows him, write it in there for me. Mr. B-Tongue. He is a really phenomenal video game analyst guy. Very smart, very funny, and has introduced some concepts that I think about, that I've continued to think about all the time. Especially his video, The Shandification of Fallout, is like wormed its way into my consciousness, and it's just how I think about things now. And I would say that a big part of why I love Log Horizon is that it's a well-shandified narrative, as the way that he describes it. God, okay, I'm putting this in slow mode. There's no fucking way I'll be able to keep up with all this. How do I do that? How do I put it in slow mode? Do I have to go back into the dashboard options? Options, enable slow mode. Limit chat post to 60 seconds per person. Yeah, that seems reasonable. I don't even know if that's going to help. It looks like there's just a lot of you. Are you a liberal pleb? No, I don't have any political affiliation. Can you rank the PCP members in order of gay? I'm the gayest and the deadest. Gay and dead when? I don't know. We've only made one song so far. I mean, if you follow my SoundCloud, I post songs pretty much the instant they're done on my SoundCloud. So whenever there's enough tracks for Gay and Dead, then the album will come out. What do I think of reviewers like Glass Reflection and Black Critic Guy? I don't really watch them. I've never had much of an interest in people just giving like just opinions without much analysis, because I have my own. I don't really need other people's opinions. Do you own the Doom 2016 OST? No, I actually think it's overrated. I think the Doom soundtrack is really overrated because I just think it sounds like generic metal music. It's not anything special. People make it out like it's this amazing soundtrack because, like, yeah, a video game having like a heavy metal soundtrack is cool and all, but like as a heavy metal soundtrack, it's not that amazing. Like, you know, I listen to metal and I don't think a lot of it, well, I mean, I don't listen to a lot of metal, but not anymore, but I think that it's pretty generic as metal goes. Who's your favorite author? By the way, I've scrolled up I love this, that you scroll up slightly in the chat and it doesn't keep scrolling. So apologies to everybody who's going to be, yeah, someone's saying geez the lag. Yeah, it's not lag. I just broke the flow so I could read, because I don't know which to do. Do I just read whoever's asked the latest question, or do I go back and try to get all the questions I've missed, which obviously is impossible. No, I haven't watched A Silent Voice. It hasn't been aired anywhere near me yet. More Shinbo videos when? Well, I'm really moving into Shaft rather than Shinbo. Like, I won't probably do a video about Shinbo himself for quite a long time because I want to do all the other Shaft guys, but the next one's supposed to be about Shin Onuma. Yeah. God, there's just a million fucking questions here. Alright, I had to scroll up just so I can even actually read one of these. Said in the past that you don't like visual novels, but your band seems to be named after Umineko. What's up with that? Well, Umineko had an anime, now didn't it? Umineko no Naku Koroni. And, yeah, Trial of the Golden Witch. My band was named after that because of the fact that my friend Marcus had watched it and really loved it, and he got me and my brother Victor to watch it, and we both liked it. And since the three of us were making a band together, I wanted something that would be an anime reference that all three of us would get, and that would sound really black metal, because originally Trial of the Golden Witch was supposed to be, well, it was supposed to be a gray metal band, which is it's like, this was at a time when like atmospheric American black metal bands were becoming a big thing. I was really big fan of Agaloch and stuff like Wolves in the Throne Room and Woods of Eepers and Krallis and shit like that. And someone had once described Agaloch as a gray metal band, particularly the album The Mantle. I felt like that was a great fit for that, and so I wanted to try to make gray metal music, and that's why the band is called Trial of the Golden Witch. we made almost nothing even remotely in that genre. So now the title is just kind of a weird, ironic thing that, like, none of the music I put out sounds like it should be from a band called Trial of the Golden Witch. I've been watching Girlish Number and loving how much I hate some of the characters. Being an artist, it pains me to see characters only in it for the money and expect success without trying. 10 out of 10. Yeah, that's what's great about it. And, I talked about it in my vlog, and I've got a video. I wrote a whole long video about Girlish Number that's even longer than the vlog. The written one is even longer than the vlog. That'll come out later in the month. But, yeah, it's... yeah, it's a fucking great show, but I love the fact that it's so cynical, because I feel very cynical about the industry I'm in, where even though I do lots of, like, artistic work and shit, I also am willing to just, like, game the system for money and do stuff like that Sword Art Online video, Someone asked, what did you think of The Triflers, which is the book that Mumkey Jones wrote? He sent me a copy. He sent me I got it first. I got it before everybody else. He sent me a copy, and I read it before I finished it, before he came over to my house, and gave him like a really in-depth critique of it. It's pretty good. It's an entertaining book. It's interesting. A lot of it's relatable. It reminded me of the kind of people I hung out with in high school, but a much more extremified version. I have nitpicks about it and stuff that I would want him to change, and really, I approached him like, hey, let me help you workshop this so you can get it published, because I think it's like close to being great. There's issues I have with it that if they were ironed out, there would be nothing else to complain about, and they're not core issues. Like, his writing is fine, his written voice is good. It's just like tweaks and stuff. But I don't want to talk about those for anybody who hasn't read the book yet, because I don't want to affect the way you're going to go into it. No one's really had a chance to read it yet, and I don't want you to be thinking about my complaints the whole time you read it. More Digibros / Victor when? Oh, let me tell you, I've got right here, here's my Let's Play folder. I'll put it over in the visible part of the screen. We've got a Smash Bros. And a 2-hour Smash Bros. Video recorded at RadCon 2 that hasn't been fully edited yet. Then we've got these Mumkey played through the rest of Pokemon Fire Red with us for 5 fucking hours. And then we also played an hour of Pokemon White. So there's a bunch of Digibros Pokemon episodes that I just haven't edited yet. And why did Mumkey come over right after RadCon 2 ended? Because he just happened to be in the area. He was coming down to he didn't join the PCP until 2 weeks before RadCon 2 was happening. And so there was no way for him to make plans to get here on time. But he already had plans to be in North Carolina that the very next week. So he came up here from North Carolina with I don't know if he's supposed to be saying that he was with his girlfriend, because it seems like he won't admit that or something, because he's supposed to be playing the character that he's forever alone. I don't know if that's something he's doing. But yeah, he was here with his girlfriend, and that's why he was in North Carolina. And so we all hung out and played video games. What do you think of Detective Conan and long-running shows in general? I wish I fucking had time for them. When are you uploading The Plebe and the Weeb? The Plebe and the Weeb has to be edited, man. It's gonna be a while. I don't know. Okay, for anyone who doesn't follow Endless Jess very closely, Endless Jess is the one who edits The Plebe and the Weeb. So we recorded all 10 episodes, and Jesse has them all. And I figured we'd probably get episode 1 at either the very end of January or early into February. Jesse flew home, walked into his house, and his room was flooded. A foot of water across his entire room. Half his shit's ruined. Go on his, if you want to see videos of it, go on his Instagram. I assume it's Endless Jess. Or it might be Old School Fool. I think it might be Old School Fool. Either way, you'll if you see his Instagram, and I think he's posted, all his Instagram links go to Twitter. So just go to his Twitter and go to Instagram through that. He came home and there's a fucking flood in his house, and he can't do anything now. He not only did he You don't have to. They had to drain the room, but they also like kicked him out of it because it's like the room itself is ruined. They're gonna have to replace all the walls. He can't be down there. He's been going down there anyways because he needs to get work done in order to make any money. To get to shovel out some Patreon videos before the month was over. And now he's got like a fungal infection from sitting around in the fungus down there. So like, yeah, he's the one editing it, and that's his current life. So, like, it's going to be a bit before we get the actual Plebe and the Weeb episodes just because of those circumstances. I mean, if it comes down to it, if it was like he couldn't do it, I could do it. But all the comedy of the editing is because of him. When we filmed the original Plebe and the Weeb, originally I was going to edit it, and I was not going to do anything to it. I was just going to release it, as is, of just like these recordings of us talking, and he edited it and made it hilarious and added all the songs and shit. So, I assume that he's probably trying to work his way to it, because it seems like he's trying to get work done in spite of everything. But yeah, his life is in fucking shambles. So, by all means, go support him on Patreon to fucking help that guy out, because he's in fucking dire straits. How did you grow your beer? I'm going to start answering the ones with the big orange next to them. That's helpful. How'd you grow your beer? Did it just sprout or did you cultivate it? Yeah, just sprouted out of my face. It was really bad for a long time. It took many, like I started growing facial hair when I was like 16, and it took till I was like 24 before it looked presentable. It's always been a scraggly fucking mess. Now it finally grows in even, because like it used to not grow in certain weird patches and shit, and it was all like people called me Joe Dirt in one of the high schools I went to because it grew in all patchy and shitty. But yeah, it finally grows in full, and I've actually started trimming it since the big shave where I cut all the giant beard off. You wanted to rewatch FMA Brotherhood and maybe make a video about it. Whatever happened to that? Funny story. That video became... which one was it? The Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress video. At the end of that one, I have like a 1-minute segment about FMA Brotherhood that said everything I would have said in my Brotherhood video. Because basically I just wanted to make a video about how Brotherhood is kind of represents the idea of the perfect anime. Like the anime everybody wants and they never get, which is like this big sprawling adventure with all these memorable characters and a tight concrete plot line that has a big epic climax and a great resolution, and it just has everything. Like it has the full brunt of dramatic story in it, and that's basically all I wanted to say about the show. And I said all that in the Cabaneri video as a contrast to that show, and yeah, that was it. What are your thoughts on the Under the Scope Reviews channel? I've watched some of his videos, and he's got some good ones. I think he did that. Was he the one who did the one about deconstructions? Was it him? Yeah, it was him. So I always get him and RC Anime confused, but I like Under the Scope a little more, to be honest. TBH. Upcoming PCP University lectures. Jesse's doing one, right? I cried laughing to read the Deagle Nation one. No, Jesse has not. All the ones from Radcon 2 that will be released have been. I actually did one on Jesse's career, but it was not entertaining. It was recorded at like 6 in the morning, and we've been up all night doing shit. And I just like rambled, and I was shirtless and tired and drunk. And that all sounds like it would be really fun. The problem is that the audio didn't work. The audio was broken and unlistenable, and so like you can't even really hear me. And so I was just like, fuck it, throw it away, dude. It's not worth it. Oh God, sticking to orange stuff hasn't helped. Why don't you making gaming streams on Twitch? Because if I was playing a video game, I would not be able to read the chat. And reading the chat seems like the point of doing a live stream to me. Like the point of it is a communication between me and you. I mean, it'd be one thing if I was doing this while playing a video game, it would just be me commentating on the game, and I would not be responding to people. Especially because I can't play and talk at the same time. That's why I don't do Let's Plays by myself. Thoughts on the final Dark Souls content coming out so soon after AOA? I don't know what AOE is. Ashes of what Ariandel. I haven't played any of the Dark Souls 3 DLC. I'm just waiting for all of it to come out, and then I'll play it all at once. Any more 5-hour long videos coming soon? Probably. I don't know why they always are. Heading to Japan soon. Anything you want from there? Japanese K-on! Manga merch, etc. I have no idea. Like, I don't know what you can get me, like, legally, or like what can be, like, what can you ship, or what do. Japan is an endless sea of riches. Like, everything there I want. So, one day I'm gonna move to Japan in my 30s. My current resolution is learn Japanese by the time I'm 30, move there when I'm 30, and once I live there, I can have all the Japanese crap I want. If you want to send me, like, weird snacks or something. I don't know what you can take on a plane. Which member of the PCP would you marry and spend the rest of your life with? They're all such caustic, insane, manic, depressive bastards. I don't know who I'd want to live with for the rest of my life. I guess Nate, he's easy enough to deal with. We'd get into petty fucking, normal marriage squabbles. Are there any manga-specific channels or blogs you enjoy? I don't even know any. By the way, I've been thinking about starting a manga show on this channel, but I don't know how. I don't know how to do it. I've wanted to talk about manga forever, and just figuring out how to do it is so hard. But I buy a lot of manga. So this is the problem. The problem with talking about manga is that everyone else is caught up and I'm not. Because I just go to the store and I see stuff that looks interesting and I buy it, and then I read it on the toilet, and that's like all the manga I read. And so if I made videos about it, then all the commenters who, anyone who watches the video is going to be somebody who already cares about that manga, and they're going to just be like, well, this is what happens later, or you're way behind, or, so I just feel like I'm always going to be behind. But if I do it, it'll be like a recommendation corner kind of thing. Like, I might not even put the titles of what manga I'm going to be talking about in the title. It'll just be like, here's manga I read this week. And, and that way, you'll be watching it for the show and not for the stuff I talk about. But, it's hard to, like, what am I going to do? Like, open up the book into the camera and be like, and here's how cool the artwork is, Is there any possibility of another large anime recommendations list? Yes, I plan on following that up the original 250 with 50 at a time. Every time I complete another 50, because, that list, the conceit of it is that it's only anime that I've finished. So, so every time I have another 50 that I've finished that I would recommend, I'm going to do another one of those lists. Have you... I think I missed some cool looking. There's a million. There's 1,000 million fucking questions. I don't even remember passing all these. Like, when did I do this? What do you do or watch to unwind? I wish I had time to unwind. Have you heard Clarence Clarity's music? Opinions? Yes. Clarence Clarity's No Now was my favorite album of 2015. If you missed my best albums of 2015 list video, I fucking love that album. I've got it on vinyl. Oh. For those who couldn't support the Kickstarter in time, can we ever expect to pay for the behind-the-scenes content? Possibly. I don't know how to charge for it. That's the weird part. Because, like, the thing about a Kickstarter is that the point of it is to fund the product. So the rewards are kind of like you wouldn't actually pay $20 to watch me and the other guys, like, just watch the shows and commentate on them with shit audio. Like, which is what I advertised. I was like, it's going to be, like, it's going to be bare bones. But the point is, you're helping to fund the show, and you get something extra on the side. So the idea of actually just straight up charging $20 for that is weird. But at the same time, if I charge less than $20, then the people who, funded the show are going to be like, well, how come I had to pay $20 for that, So, I don't know. Maybe there'll be some kind of package when all is said and done. Like, once we've made both seasons and we've made all the Blu-rays, I might put the Blu-rays on sale. And then, like, if you buy the Blu-rays, you'll get the other stuff. And I'll just sell the Blu-rays for the same price as what they costed in the Kickstarter, probably, or something. I don't know. I don't know what's fair to everybody, but I would like to make that stuff available to anyone who just outright missed the Kickstarter. Do you think they'll adapt the last two Monogatari novels this year? Probably. I don't see why they wouldn't. They're that close to the end. Any thoughts on Final Fantasy 15? I haven't played it yet. Are you a fan of Twin Peaks? I watched half of season 1, and I do enjoy it. Just haven't gotten around to the rest. Love the music. Favorite JRPG? Dark Souls, if that counts. But if you're talking about classically styled JRPGs, it's been way too long since I was into those for me to still have a favorite. It would be cool to see you getting a chick or more people featured on your tracks. Do you got any plans on that? Not really. I don't know. I don't know enough like my tier rappers. Like, you know, the people I've brought on so far are just my friends, and half of them, like, I mean, it's just been Nino and Jesse. And with Jesse, like, he will himself take some of my brother Shade's beats and just rap on them, like, without, like, the song Failure. I was not going to use that beat. Like, Shade put that out, and I wasn't sure what to do with it. I raised the camera too high. I wasn't sure what to do with that beat, but Jesse really loved it, so he just, like, made a whole verse for it and sent it to me and was like, hey, either I can do the rest of this song or you can put a verse on there. And I was like, well, shit, now that I've heard yours, I definitely want to do a verse on that, you know? So yeah, and the same for Get Action. Like, I wrote that verse, well, not the same, but I wrote that verse way before the beat was made for it. And I had just recorded myself rapping it and sent it to everybody because I was really proud of it. And then Jesse was like, oh man, I gotta do a verse on that, and sent me one, you know? So, like, it's not even so much that I, like, came to him with songs and said to do something on it, except for with Rotten, in which that was exactly the case. But, and then with Nino, he just, we wanted to do, like, a trade. Like, he does a song for me, I do a song for him. So I will be on his album, Breakfast with Weeaboos, or whatever. I think that's what it's called. That's going to come out sometime. He's been hyping it for fucking years, I feel like. Thinking about doing a video showcasing your comics, manga, and books collection. Possibly. Like, the thing is, okay, I had this series deep in this channel's history. I had this series called Digi's Crib back in, like, 2013. Yeah, early 2013, I think, where I just read off everything in my room. Like, I went through everything, I explained what it was, where I got it, and, like, how I feel about it. And it was fucking eternally long. It was like 7 hours. And a lot of people really liked it for some reason and kept asking me to do more. And I almost made it through my whole room, but I stopped because I stopped just because I never got around to it. But then I completely rearranged the room and I got all this new stuff. And so for years I kept saying, like, well, I'll do it eventually, but I keep getting new stuff and I keep rearranging the room. So I'm never, like, quite in the right mindset for it. And then eventually, and my Patreon backers might know about this. One time I got really drunk and decided to finally do the Digi's Crib sequel, and I recorded like 4.5 hours of it while wasted, and then in the morning had no desire to do it again, because I hadn't even made it halfway through, and I was like, this is going to be the longest fucking video, and it's not even that good. So I just took all that and put it in the Patreon archive. Like, if you pay $3 on Patreon, you get access to an archive of a bunch of, like, unreleased and unfinished videos and stuff. There's not a whole lot in there, and I don't update it that much, so I'm not saying it's, like, super. You should all go be $3 patrons. If you want to be a patron, be a $5 patron. You get lots of stuff at that tier. How do you think? Is there anything to analyze in Nadia? Probably. I don't know. It's been a long time since I watched it. Do you consider yourself a rationalist? If yes, expand on... I don't consider myself in anything. Anything that's just like a word label... you know, I mean, I'll throw around, like, nihilist or this or that, otaku, but only ones that are simple and easily understood. I don't exactly know what a rationalist is. So, thoughts on Ajin? I haven't read or seen it. Do you still enjoy MLP? I haven't watched it since the day that I made my last video. The day that the last Digibrony video came out in the, like, towards the start of 2014. I have not once watched an episode of the show since then. So I have no idea how I'd feel about it now. Do you read comics? Yes, I've recently gotten into comics because of the Panelcast that Endless Jess runs on the Procrastinators podcast channel. If you don't listen to Panelcast, you should. It's definitely one of my favorite podcasts of last year. There's only like 3 or 4 episodes. They're very long, but they're super entertaining. If you ask me what Jesse's specialty is, you guys are going way too fast. One of the best things about Jesse's videos, and this is something I try to do with stuff like Random Drunk Ass Anime History, but Jesse's amazing at doing this, is taking a subject that's really complicated and then like finding the narrative through line in it and explaining it all the way through. Like what was so great about the Drowning in Kayfabe channel, which is now called Kayfabe Commander, is that he'd do these like hour-long videos just like explaining why this week's Royal Rumble was bad, but doing so by explaining the entire history of what led up to this Royal Rumble in a way that gets you engaged and interested, even if like for instance, he had this one that was all about a wrestler named Cesaro, and I still have like never really watched Cesaro fight or anything, but his narrative was so interesting to me because of how Jesse explained it. And so the panel cast is similar, where comics have this unbelievably rich and long history that, and all these complicated reasons why, like, he'll read this week's comic and he's mad about it for 10 years worth of reasons. And so that's why the panel cast is so goddamn entertaining. It gets you caught up. Ditch's Crib is legit one of my favorite things you've done. Yeah, I've heard that from a few people. There's some people who every like weird ass video I do is someone's favorite, and that's why I keep doing them, like, because a lot of people are just like, what the fuck is this? And then one guy is like, this is exactly what I wanted, this is what I wish all of YouTube was. And what makes me sad is that I can't dedicate my time to making more of those, because like everyone wants, like, well, you know, everyone has one they want, right? Like every style of video I've done, there's someone who wishes that was my whole career, but I can't make it my whole career because I can't just make everything for that one guy. So it makes me sad that, like, I wish every single weird video I do, someone then ran with it and, like, had a whole channel of that or something. But then it wouldn't be the same because it wouldn't be me. So I need clones. I really need clones. Wondering if you'll adapt to video a Ghost Lightning blog post. I've thought about that a lot of times, and I did one on After Dark where I just read my favorite Ghost Lightning post, and like, you know, I still talk to him and stuff, and I know he's interested in this whole YouTube field, but you know, he doesn't have an amazing voice for it, and he definitely doesn't have a mic, and he has a terrible internet connection. Like, the reason I've never had him like on a podcast or something is because he's in the Philippines and internet's bad, you know, and trying to do Skype and stuff just comes out really bad. And, you know, trying to understand him through both a thick Filipino accent and a garbled microphone and a bad internet connection is not easy for podcasting. But one of these days I'm going to fly back out to the Philippines and I'm just going to fucking interview him or something. Favorite Dark Souls bosses? I don't know. They're all good. I'm not a big bosses guy in video games. I'm much more of a levels guy than a bosses guy. What's your favorite live action movie? Speed Racer 2008. I've got a whole video about it. Please do more videos about manga. Do them more about the subjects or the techniques than the series themselves. I would like to. I don't read a whole lot of manga, so I feel like I'm gonna be not informed. Like, everyone's gonna, if I fucking, you know, if I talk about manga, people are gonna be like, it doesn't ring true because I don't know enough. And the reason I don't read a lot of manga is because I want to learn Japanese before I really get into it. Because I might have told this story before, but there's this anime blogger called Ogiue Maniacs who's been around for a fucking eternity, and he's a really big manga guy, and he you know, taught himself Japanese like in the late 2000s, and ever since then he's been talking about a lot of stuff that's exclusive to Japan, and he'll write about some manga series and like write a short post about it, because all his posts are really short and they're usually just like, here's why this thing's cool. And he'll write about some manga and I'm like, that sounds like the greatest manga in the fucking world. That sounds like the only one I want to read. Fuck everything everyone else is reading, you know? I go to Baka Updates, I go to fucking Manga Fox and all these, like, all the websites where you read manga or learn about manga, and I look at the top lists and nothing in the top list is something I want to read. And then he writes a post about like, there was one that's just like about some girl who's really passionate about eating food. I was like, that sounds like my kind of manga. No translation, only in Japanese. So Who's the guy in Jesse's Butt Chugger song? That's Cody LaRue. He's one of Jesse's IRL friends. He has a Twitter that's pretty funny and a YouTube channel where he makes like weird sketch comedy kind of stuff. I think I haven't actually watched any of those. Oh God, there's a 1,000 of these. I know I missed like all of these. What do you think the future of the decompression chamber will be? Dead. I don't want to do anymore. I released a sort of sequel podcast on my Reddit board. If you don't follow the Digibro subreddit, I sometimes post stuff there that I don't know where the fuck to post it. Like stuff that I don't really feel fits the tone of any channel, or is just like so obscure a point, or something that I don't want to have like a large conversation about, that I don't want to have to read comments about. I just want to talk about it. So I made a podcast on there that's kind of like a decompression chamber. It might end up on After Dark eventually. It's kind of a good point, but I haven't played Ace Attorney. I don't give a fuck about the Nintendo Switch. I hope it fucking crashes and burns. I hope all video games die. How'd you learn to rap? Did you look into the theory of it all, or just self-taught? I've just been rapping along to songs my whole life. I mean, as long as I've been alive, I've been someone who sings along to everything I listen to. I learn lyrics very easily, and I sing along. So, like, I grew up, Eminem was on the radio. I would sing those songs to myself all the time, and if you do that enough, you pick up on what they're doing. You know, you eventually go, like, he's talking in this certain rhythm, and the rhymes are falling in these places. Like, if you ever hear the song The Way I Am by Eminem, the whole song is like, sometimes I just feel like my father. I hate to be bothered with all of this nonsense. It's constant, and oh, it's this lyrical content. The song Guilty Conscience has gotten such rotten responses. And it's like, it's obvious he's doing something there, you know, and you just kind of pick up on that and figure it out and copy it. If you were staff on an anime production, what would your position be? Producer, probably. Just organizing talent. I think I'd be really good at that because, you know, I've got the fucking data brain. All I do is make connections between things, and I think I'd be pretty good at saying, like, it'd be really interesting if that guy, and that guy work together. Let's make that happen, you know? And I'm also good at talking between people, like making sure everyone's on the same page. What's your favorite best of the worst episode and favorite half in the bag episode, if you keep up with RLM as much as I do? I do watch all of them. I don't have any favorite episodes. They're all kind of like a white noise wash to me. I guess it would probably be the Jack and Jill one because it has a really interesting point to it. What's your favorite producer? I assume you mean beat producer. I don't know. I don't keep track of producers a lot. I should. Do you know more than one language? No. Don't know anything. I've never seen Mad Men. I'm just going to scroll down through some of these. You guys are these. I'm like way in the past now. We're just gonna skip to the future. Fuck it. Objectively, what is the best Death Grip song? Oh, the best Death Grip song. The first 5 tracks on Ex-Military are all god tier. Hacker, Get Got. I mean, like half the songs on The Money Store. You might think he loves you for your money. God. Big Dipper and actually, you know what? Inanimate Sensation. That's the best Death Grip song. Inanimate Sensation. That's the best Death Grip song. What are your thoughts on Biggest Problem ending and the shit show that happened after it? It's the hottest goss in the universe. That's actually going to be my next lecture. I'm planning that when RadCon 3 comes around, I'm going to give a big lecture on everything that happened with the Biggest Problem in the universe, the Dig Show, Maddox's show. I just realized I'm actually wearing an MLP t-shirt, and I was like talking about how I haven't watched the show in 3 years and don't care about it. And I still keep this shirt around because it's really comfortable and looks really good. And it's got the Apple family, who, you know, I can appreciate them regardless of the show. How's your drawing learning curve going? I haven't been drawing. I've got too much other stuff to do. What upcoming show are you looking forward to the most? None. I don't have any. I don't expect anything to be good ever. Nothing will ever be good until proven good. That's a rule. Let me tell you about the last time I had expectations for something. It was the fall of 2014. And I remember putting together this list of like stuff that sounded really exciting coming out in fall 2014. It was like there's a show that Studio Ghibli's working on. That was the Ronja no Musume or whatever, a show that was like a weird CG kids show that I couldn't stomach for more than an episode. Then I was like Madhouse is doing a classic 90s manga, Parasite. Ended up being disappointed with it. Mappa's making a new original show, Shingeki no Bahamut. Great first 4 episodes, the rest of the show, there was a bunch of shows I was excited about. One show that it was like a list of 10 or 12 things that sounded interesting from the fall, none of which turned out to be all that interesting. What did turn out to be interesting from fall 2014, fucking Shirobako. Never heard of it, had no expectations, didn't know anything about it going in, and it was the best show of the fucking season. The hype doesn't mean anything because everyone can make something shit. There's no director I completely trust. There's no studio I trust. There's no one I trust in the whole industry that them being a part of something is gonna make it good, or that even if it's a manga adaptation of a manga I really love, it might be Berserk, the new Berserk anime, which is total dog shit, And then the best show of the season is Girlish Number, that I had no expectations for. Didn't know what it was going to be like at all. So yeah, there's no point in having expectations. How good or shit is your Japanese? Speaking, awful. Understanding, all right. Reading, I can do hiragana and katakana. But yeah. I'm not going to read some of these that are just trying to be offensive. Who's your favorite animator? Yutaka Nakamura, which I guess at this point is considered a generic answer. Back when no one knew any animators, I could say that and be like, yeah, there's an animator I actually care about. And now it's like everyone, he's taken as for granted as the guy. But yeah, Yutaka Nakamura is the guy who, I think I'm saying the name right. I hope I'm not fucking up his name. The guy who animated the ending scene of Sword of the Stranger, which is fucking incredible. I also really love Imamura Ryo, who is the guy who did a lot of the best animation cuts in Bakemonogatari. And I'm pretty sure he's just been working on Kizumonogatari for the past 7 years, and that's all he's been doing, which I haven't watched yet. But my justification of why I think that movie took 7 years is because I expected that Imamura Ryo was just animating the entire thing by himself. That was my prediction. I don't think it's true, but I wanted it to be true. What manga are you currently reading? I'm if you're asking literally the one that I'm that's in my bathroom right now, it's called Neko Gahara, and it's a really weird samurai piece about cats. It's a cat samurai story, and it's drawn by Hiroyuki Takei, who drew Shaman King, which is why I bought it, because I liked Shaman King back in the day and I wanted to see what he was up to, and the idea of a cat samurai story was so fucking weird. And it's got really beautiful artwork until the action scenes start, and they're totally incomprehensible, but it's really fucking weird, and it's kind of neat. When will you stop streaming? When I get bored. Which, who knows? Who knows when that'll happen? I keep seeing Shade's name in here. I'm guessing Shade is in here, but he hasn't... Yeah, there we go. Shade, you're not in the chat. I don't know if he's still in. Have you read Endless Jess? What? Where can I find Boogie Pop? Go buy it. It's a book. Go on Amazon. Why'd you drop Gantz 4 episodes in? Did you at least read some of the first infinitely better manga? I have not read the manga. I know that it's considered better. I watched Gantz. Dropped it because it was fucking horrible. It's the worst show ever. That's why I fucking dropped it. It looked like dog shit. It was fucking gross and horrible, and I hated it. Why'd you give a 6 to Mayo Iga? You have to clarify if you're wanting me to defend that number, or do you think that's too high or too low? Let me know that, and then I'll structure the way I rated it based on that. How long have you been streaming? This particular live stream, half an hour, I think. Let's get the important questions. Who's the best Monogatari girl? Oh, that's a kind of a really tough question for me because I really love fucking Shinobu, but I also really love Kanbaru, and I could not possibly tell you which one I love more because it's in very different ways. Like Shinobu's is the cutest, and she is really fun to watch, especially in the second season. And she's a blonde vampire lolly, which is everything that I value as a human being. Like it's like my doctrine. It's like she's the picture on the cover of my fucking Bible. But Kanbaru, man, she's one of the hottest anime girls of all time, if you ask me. Like, there's nothing better than a fit girl, and she's fucking super fun and cool. I she's the one I would like actually want to be friends with in real life. And she has like the best character arc, or one of the best anyways. So yeah, it's really hard to pick between Kanbaru and Shinobu, but Kanbaru's the hot one for sure. Three weirdest pieces of art you've consumed. I have, if it's that weird, I probably have it blocked out. Like, I've seen weird, you'd have to define art, and, you know. In regards to Mumkey and Tommy, what's your opinion of writers and their novels or whatever? Do you try to self-publish or go try to rub up a publishing company? I mean, I would just say fucking do everything you possibly can. Just fucking shove yourself down everyone's throats. Everyone, if you're worried about, like, how do I market myself, do everything. Every idea you have, do it. Because you just need to fucking get your foot in the door. That's all it takes to get things started, is to get your foot in the door. If there's anything I really wanted to promote, I would use my main channel to do it. There's never been anything that I felt like I wanted to fucking rip that Band-Aid off and like go all out. But if I ever made like like something like a book, like something I really wanted to get out there, I would go all out, post it on every channel, fucking talk about it every day, go on other people's podcasts to fucking advertise it, That's what you got to do. Do you enjoy Ennio Asano's work? I haven't read any of it yet. You've watched Gunsmith Cats, but I'm curious as to what you think of it. I really like it. Big fan. I've also read the first 2 omnibuses of the manga. I've got 3, but I haven't read the 3rd one yet, I don't think. Really cool. Minnie May is a waifu. Favorite 3 anime from 2006? Off the top of my head? I don't know. I'd have to have a list in front of me. I mean, like, I could tell you shows that came out in 2006, but to actually pick the 3 best, I'd have to see them all, lined up together. What were your issues with Mob Psycho 100? You gave it a 7, but it was not on any finish or fail. Only saw your video about Mob as an MC. Really curious. I think the second half's just not as interesting. Like Mob Psycho makes me laugh occasionally, but like the overall style of humor of it, I don't know, it didn't do a lot for me. Like, I don't feel like it's my kind of show. It's just really good. Like, so I enjoyed it because it's really good and has lots of good elements. But like the second half of the show, when it kind of just turns into like they're just going to this base and fighting all these bad guys, I was like, well, this is just like what I could get anywhere. I felt the same way about One Punch Man, where what I accuse that show of is eventually it just becomes Hunter x Hunter, but not as good. Because, like, eventually it's just we introduce a bunch of, villains with weird powers, and you're watching them fight for 3 episodes. And, like, while the meaning of why they're fighting might be a little different, or, like, the ending has, like, a big... the ending of Mob Psycho is great. The very last episode is fantastic, the whole speech that Reagan gives and everything. But, like, when it's just them fighting superpowered bad guys, I'm just like, this isn't that good of a shonen anime. Like, the powers aren't that great, the personalities of the characters don't stand out that much, so, like, watching them fight is not that interesting, and that ends up being a good 3-episode chunk of the show, So, yeah, that's my problem with that. Overall opinion of Rurouni Kenshin. I was way into Kenshin when I was like 13, and I've tried watching it again now, and I don't know, I have a lot of different thoughts about it. I'll probably talk about Kenshin one day. I think I could do that. I just recently bought all 3 of the live-action movies, I saw the first one and really liked it, but that was a while back. Have you read Infinite Jest, not Endless Jest? I apologize. I am like 50 pages into Infinite Jest because Ben Saint has it because he carried it around for 2 years and read it at some point, and I'm 50, maybe 100 pages in. I don't know. I'm like, I think I'm 50 pages in, and I just don't get it at all so far. I'm just like, yep, this is a fucking book. Sure is describing in-depth details about a lot of shit I don't care about. So, I don't know how I'm going to end up feeling about Infinite Jest. You think it's better to go into a show knowing nothing about the show, or is it better to have read the premise first? I don't think reading the premise is helpful. I mean, I watch shows just because they exist. It can be interesting to know, like, who's working on it and stuff. That can tell you something. I think the premise is, like, any write-up of a premise is always woefully inaccurate. Like, it doesn't capture what's interesting about a show at all. So I really think it's not helpful. Like, to me, the best way to appreciate a show, like, to just get into a show is just to fucking start up episode 1. And if it doesn't piss you off immediately, then have you seen La La Land? No, I don't really go to the cinema at all. Is everything you said in your 8 Nights of K&K video still relevant today? I don't remember a lot of what I said in that video. I tell you what, I'll tell you after I get to it in the commentary videos, because for $5 patrons, me and Devu every month do a 3-hour commentary of, like, my old videos, and eventually we're getting relatively we'll probably be like 3 months away from that. So, but when we get to that, then I'll surely let you know. What the fuck is Infinite Jest? It's a book. You have Google. Why do you have to ask me that? Just Google Infinite Jest and you'll know what it is. Have you read Naked Lunch? Funny you asked that, because that's another book that Ben has that I've read like 10 pages of and been like, this sure is a book. It's interesting, but I haven't gotten very far into it. Will you ever make another video on Steven Universe? I don't know. I haven't watched any of it since the last one. I'm way behind. I'm really ashamed of it because I keep hearing it's amazing. Have you tried listening to Weezer and or Asian Kung Fu Generation? Do you think they're a good band? Haven't really listened to Asian Kung Fu Generation. I've heard, I mean, I know the Weezer singles. Haven't really gotten into any of their albums before. What made you decide to try streaming? I've always wanted to do it. It's just, yeah, I was going to talk about that at the beginning. I forgot. What the thing about streaming is that there's a lot of weird shit that goes wrong, and I'm a quality hound. Like, I hate to be putting out something with shitty audio or shit, like, to have it, like, glitching and fucking up and stuff like that, and it always seemed to happen to me. Like, for instance, I have, like, when I try to stream on Twitch with my fucking Elgato game capture, it won't, I'm trying to use this microphone, but these microphones only record through one channel. Like, if you have a fancy microphone, it does not have stereo audio. So, like, it would only record through the left channel, and there was no way to make it mono. So that's, like, a huge part of why I don't do gaming live streams, because I have to do it with shitty microphones, because this one will only come through the left channel, and it's a huge pain in the ass. And then Open Broadcaster, which I use for most stuff, just shits the bed all the time. Like, we did a live stream for the PCP during RadCon 2. It's not up on the channel yet. I'm gonna release it because we filmed a separate video of it. But, like, yeah, we did a live stream and the audio just kept cutting out, like, all the time. It was just for no reason. The audio kept cutting out. We kept, like, changing microphones and nothing was helping. And it was a huge pain, but I just downloaded the new version of Open Broadcaster because I was a couple versions behind, and that's why we're doing this now, is to see if it works, and it seems to be working. Also, YouTube live streaming is really fucking confusing, because if you I didn't know this, that if you just enter your stream code into Open Broadcaster and then you just hit start recording, it just goes live. Because if you go through YouTube and try to start a live stream, they want you to, like, schedule it ahead of time, and they do all this, like, weird shit that's like, you have to have it pre-planned, and I'm like, what? Why? I just want to fucking start streaming. So I didn't know you could just plug and play with Open Broadcaster until we did that live stream for PCP. So now, basically, the reason I'm doing it is because I finally figured out how is the answer to that. How far are you into Gintama? I heard it gets really good, like Hunter x Hunter good. It is absolutely the best anime ever made. I'm 160 episodes into season 1, and I've watched like 3 episodes of season 3 for some reason, but it's I mean, it's fucking Gintama. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened. Is Munchie a part of the PCP now? Yes, he has been since basically since the Pokemon race, because when we were organizing the Pokemon race, like half the PCP was in it, as well as Munchie and Mumkey. And so we'd made a separate chat for the Pokemon race, but then it was like, we were, you know, we'd be talking and stuff in that chat, and then also back in the main PCP chat, and it was like, this is just a confusing mess. Why don't we just add those two to this one, because they're obviously gonna end up being PCP members in the long run, so let's just fucking get them in here. And so that's why that happened. Oh, is there... I'm noticing shit... I'm just looking at, like, Blind Skywatcher said Mono. Who fucking taught you how to speak? I'm not sure what I said that I pronounced Mono. Or Mono. And then Shade said, he taught himself to speak, and it's weird that me and Victor don't use the same words. Yeah, I don't know. I'm broken. I say iron, and I don't know why. I didn't know that it wasn't normal until recently, until everyone fucking... You talked about calling into the Dick Show. Were you calling in for a rage or what? I've called in a few times, either for rages or like random stuff. Last night I called in and gave a 4-minute. I was like a little tipsy and I was watching the show. And then I called in and gave a 4-minute rant about car, like all the fucking alarms in my car, like all the shit that pisses me off about my car, essentially. Like the low tire fucking light that comes on. I ranted forever about it. I don't think he'll play me on the show though. it was just, I don't know. Maybe it will. Maybe I was finally angry enough to get on the show. What are some really good OPs to analyze? You have to ask Mother's Basement about that, buddy. I don't know shit. Every video that Jeff has ever done of what's in an OP has been legitimately mind blowing for me. Like. I always go into it thinking, what can you possibly have to say about this? And then I'm like, yeah, I guess that is in there, and I didn't think about it, you know, like, because I don't think about OPs. they just fucking go by. I don't care. So that's why it's by far my favorite thing on Oh, because I said mono as mono. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, well, you know, it's spelled that way. So why wouldn't it be pronounced that way? The English language. Yeah, anyway, that's what's in an OP has always been my favorite thing that Jeff does, because it's the one that I actually... Should I give my Crunchyroll money to... just says or Jeff. Obviously you should give it to me. Jeff deserves it less and makes more. He makes $8. I don't even understand how that's possible. Like, my link makes $5 and his makes $8, and that's more than the fucking cost of a monthly subscription. Like, it only costs $7 a month to use Crunchyroll. So like, how much fucking money are they sinking into his affiliate link? And I don't know how he got a better deal. I assume it's because he also does like actual endorsement videos with them. Like, they pay him to make a video about a show like once a season. But, yeah, I don't know how he got a better deal than me. What a fucking asshole. What a fucking asshole. And ooh, Jesus. I don't even know how you get a deal like that. Everyone who makes deals and, like, gets endorsements, I have no idea how they do that. It's probably in all the emails I don't read. You know, like, most of the emails I get that are for, like, any kind of advertising, I just completely ignore. The only reason I took my email address off of my Digibro page, because it used to be in my About page, and people ask me about it all the time, like, how do I find you by email? And the reason I took it off is because I get constant fucking spam from, like, networks that are trying to get me onto their network, and I fucking hate it. So I eventually just took it off. And they stopped. Someone says, remember the song A Meeting, Place, and Time? Yes, I think about it all the time. Every time I think about the movie 5 centimeters per second, I think about the song A Meeting, Place, and Time, because I made an AMV of those together. That's not on the internet anywhere, unfortunately. Have you met the anime of Misty Chronexia? No, I have not. I have not met the anime of it, nor have I watched it. Have you ever read Oyasumi Poon Poon? Nope. Why are you shit-faced drunk in so many videos on here? More often than not, you're drinking something during a video. I'm not usually shit-faced. I'm not shit-faced right now. I'm on beer number 3, and and but I drink slow. I'm not even really all that buzzed, just enough to keep me concentrated. I do better work drunk, and I like drinking. It's fun. Oh god, see, it's weird. Like, I scroll down and there's this weird jumping point where, like, right here I'm still like 3 pages up, but then I hit scroll down and it skips all the way to the bottom. So I can never get like exactly where I want to be on this fucking chat thing. I don't know if anybody knows what I'm fucking talking about. You haven't joined the last 2 Weebcasts to talk about every new show of the season. Your absence hurts the quality and makes them less enjoyable. Any specific reason why? Why does my absence make the quality less enjoyable? Because I'm better at talking than everyone else who's on the show, and it's an unstructured nightmare without me. That would be why. I gave the show to Jeff because I didn't want to do it anymore, because I don't like watching all the new anime. It's stressful and not worth it. Because you have to watch, for those, okay, the way I was running the Weebcast, the idea of it is that it has to come out like within 2 weeks of the season start, or like as soon as the last show comes out. Because if you're just giving first impressions, then your impressions become immediately worthless as soon as more episodes come out. Like if we're talking about episode 1 and we're talking about all these predictions and stuff we're expecting to happen, but there's already 3 episodes out, then everyone else already knows what's actually going to happen and what's going to be wrong about our predictions. So it has to come out at a time when we've seen every episode of each show that we're talking about that's currently available. So in order to get that done, you have to watch the first episodes of 48 shows within 2 weeks. And those are not videos that I felt I could patron mark, because I only patron mark stuff that's like serious analytical content. I don't know why. I'm insane. I don't even think my patrons would care that much. But I mean, it's also a collab video in that case, so I also am not going to patron it, because then, you know, it'd be weird, except those guys aren't making any money off of it. So they're all just, I've always just done run ads on them. Should have been running mid-roll ads on these 5-hour videos. That would have been a good idea all this time, but I never did, never thought about it. So I'm making like $100 to do a ridiculous amount of work, you know, and it's just not worth it. It's not worth the effort to do that, and I don't even really like keeping up with current shows in the first place. So the whole practice to me was just like, yeah, this is obviously something that should not keep going. So I gave it to Jeff because he was still really excited about the idea, and he turned it into a whole, like, you know, like, because the Weebcast was going to be a podcast with more topics and more things to do in it, but the problem is, like, organizing it. Like, we were gonna do Weebcasts where we'd like just watch a show and all of us would discuss it, but it was like finding a show all of us wanted to watch and could do in a certain amount of time, and like, it's just a pain. So I gave it to him, and he's done a lot more with it. I don't know how long he's going to keep doing it, because those videos don't seem like they're very successful compared to the other stuff on his channel. So, you know, but that's why I gave up. Are you going to watch the SAO movie and shit all over it? Possibly. I got to finish season 2 first. What was the sample for the girl in Almost Nothing? It's from, read the comments on the video. Someone pointed it out. You know, comments are a good resource. Ever thought about a project on Junichi Sato? It would be way too hard. Junichi Sato's made, not only has Junichi Sato made like 50 shows, but they're all 50 episodes long. Anyone who's never heard of him, he's like the magical girl guy. He was the original director of Sailor Moon. Just recently did a Manchu. He's done a lot of Iyashikei. He's like the godfather of both Iyashikei and magical girl shows, and he's done 1,000 of them. You know, and I'm also not even that big a fan of a lot of his work, because it's all like he goes real slow, and I it's a little slower than I can handle. Favorite Seiyu, probably Hanakana, which, not unlike the Yutaka Nakamura thing I said earlier, like it's like the obvious answer. Everyone loves Hanazawa Kana. She's in everything. I mean, I'm fucking sick of her. She's in way too many shows, but God, she's so fucking adorable, and she plays Akane, which is like my favorite character ever. So it's hard not to pick Hanakana. I was a really huge Miyuki Sawashiro fan back in the day, but I'm like way sick of her. Like, she is in too many fucking shows, and yeah, she's she's too ubiquitous, and like she's a very technical performer, and like with her, I feel like I'm often not getting like a really emotive performance. She's just kind of doing like exactly what is necessary for the role, as opposed to like getting really into it. I don't know. That's just my opinion, but yeah, I've gotten sick of hearing her. So Hanakana probably, and the girl who plays, like if I had to pick a newer voice actress, the girl who plays Sharo from Is the Order a Rabbit, as well as Hajime from Gatchaman Crowds. I don't remember her name, but she's really good. She's adorable. Anything about Hiroyuki Sawano? He's pretty good. He made the Kill la Kill soundtrack, which is pretty fantastic. And has a bunch of great songs on it. Favorite studio? Gainax, no question. I mean, Gainax is dead now, so Trigger, no question. Like, not even comparable to any other studio. The amount of, like, because, I mean, my favorite director of all time is Hiroyuki Imaishi, and my second favorite is probably Hideaki Anno. And not too far behind them is Kazuya Tsurumaki, you know, so like all the major directors for Gainax are my heroes. And are you still sleeping to Death Consciousness? Occasionally, but it's I ruined it by saying that it always gets me to sleep, and then it immediately didn't. Platinum Disco or Renai Circulation? Gotta be Platinum Disco, dude. Like, Platinum Disco is fucking phenomenal. It's such a good song. Like, Renai Circulation's really fun, and it's a great meme, but Platinum Disco is really fantastic. Thoughts on punching Nazis? Punch everybody. Everyone should be punching all the time. We should all be dead. None of us deserve life. What's your most nostalgic memory? Skipping rocks on a pond with the drummer from Green Day. I don't even know if that's nostalgic. It's my earliest memory. And I doubt it's even real. Like, I mean, I know it really happened, but I doubt that the way I remember it is how it happened. But when I was like 3, I skipped rocks with the drummer from Green Day. You said you haven't really had any expectations since fall 2014, but have you had low expectations for a show and found yourself enjoying it? Yeah. I mean, I go into everything with low expectations, so most of the shows I enjoy. I mean, there's some shows I obviously am like hoping are gonna be good, like because like, oh, it's a new Madhouse show, maybe it'll be cool, you know. But I just the other day I fucking watched Vivid Strike, and like I had pretty low expectations for that, and I ended up really loving it. So why don't you like the rebuilds of Ava? I don't dislike the first two. I mean, I haven't watched them in forever, but the third one was fucking just dog shit. It made no sense. It was completely out of nowhere. Felt like a totally different show. It felt like it had nothing to do with Ava or the first two movies or anything in the world. Barely competent screenwriting, annoying, obnoxious movie. Everything of it ugly to boot. Don't like the aesthetic of it. Just bad. Do Holden Reviews and Giga hate you? From what I can tell, you don't like them and they don't like you. I don't know. I have no idea what they think of me. I've only talked to them like twice in Nino live streams, but I don't know. They probably don't like me. I know I've talked shit about about Giga publicly, just like offhanded, but people make a big deal out of it. Thoughts on Tomokazu Sugita? Absolutely love him. He's one of my favorite actors, particularly for playing Gintoki. What time is it for you? It's 3 a.m. for me. It's 6:30 a.m. for me. Do you watch many live action shows? Favorites? I don't watch any live action shows at all. I think there was a moment I had of realization that I had finished exactly 0 live action shows. Like, I don't think, even among the ones I like, you know, I liked Game of Thrones, but after season 4, I just lost interest. Love Community, but I only saw the first 4 seasons, never saw the last one. Yeah, I don't think there's a single live action show that I've ever finished in my life. Incredibly. But if anyone thinks I'm wrong, be sure to let me know. Like if there's one you think I've probably said or like talked about before that I've finished. Favorite PCP University lecture? They're all fucking fantastic. I mean, Munchies really is gonna go down in history as the god one. I mean, it's like watching it back. It's really entertaining, and I love it. But like the experience of witnessing it for the first time was just like the way that Munchie acts is just like so out there that I was just like, really, like, what am I watching? Like, this is total madness. It was hilarious, and like there's parts where you can't tell how much of it was planned and how much of it is just like him making up stuff on the spot, or like, you know, like how much of it is just him being nervous and how much is perfect comedic timing. It's incredible. It's a true masterpiece. What 2016 anime girl you just wanna fuck? Just wanna fuck would be Akko from that fucking whatever that show is called. The one where the stupid one about the guy fucking playing online games and he falls in love with the girl in the game and it turns out that the girl is really like in his school. I don't remember what it was called. The girl had real huge cans and she was fucking hot. So yeah, I just want to fuck her. I have no other interest in her whatsoever. Thoughts on possible second renaissance of anime? What I mean is fans begin to make their own anime series, which forces the anime studios to make better and more varied content. I mean, that it's already happened. I mean, that's what Gainax was back in the day. A bunch of anime fans who started making anime and just like popped into the industry, you know, without having come from anywhere else. God, I can't even fucking keep track of all this shit. Devu posted a video about being punched and it disappeared. Do you know why he removed it? I think just because we were all like, why did you post this on that channel? It was bizarre. Do you feel that there isn't an entry point into anime anymore since the late 90s Toonami boom, since they don't seem to air on the mainstream anymore? I mean, Toonami's still around. It's still, I mean, it's on Saturday nights now, but anime is still on TV and it's on Netflix now, so it's even more mainstream than ever before. You know, that's why fucking Attack on Titan is so like monumentally huge, and SAO, because they're both on Netflix and have been for fucking forever. So yeah, I think anime is way more mainstream than ever before. Have you listened to Burzum? I have. Philosophem's a pretty okay album. Best Yuri ship of all time. Like inaccurate, like one that's not actually canon. Konata and Kagami from Lucky Star, even though I don't know how I feel about it anymore, but I was really into that ship for a really long time, and I definitely don't consider it official. I mean, it's heavily fucking hinted at, but it's not in a serious way by the show. Do you read visual novels? No, they're boring. Thoughts on the new Pokemon Sun and Moon anime? I definitely intend to check it out. I haven't watched it yet. Expectations for the live-action Fullmetal Alchemist film? It's gonna be terrible. Why would you try to make a live-action film of Fullmetal Alchemist? Like a gigantic, sprawling fucking story. Ever plan on making a video on composers you like personally? I know Canepa has some, but I'd love to hear about yours. Yeah, I want to, especially after Canepa's, because he didn't talk about any composers I liked or in a way that I found interesting, because he seemed to... His video was odd, because like he talked about Hiroyuki Sawano, for instance, and deliberately focused on the aspects of his career that he's not known for, because I guess he figured everyone already knows Hiroyuki Sawano if you care about anime composers, which is an odd way to look at it, because if I was, like, I would expect most of my audience to have no idea who he is. Like, even if he is the most popular anime composer, that's still a pretty unknown guy, you know, like, in the grand scheme of things. So I thought it was odd that he, like, deliberately focused on, like, the fact that he played solo piano and stuff. So, yeah, I would like to do some on some of my favorite composers. I had one written about Kaoru Wada, but it was like only 2 minutes long, and I wasn't sure how to structure it because of the fact that I don't know how to make music work on YouTube. But I figured that out. Just keep the clips 10 seconds or less, like you do with the animation, and you can get music onto YouTube. So maybe I'll do it. Do you enjoy the works of Run the Jewels, especially their new album? I haven't gotten into the Run the Jewels 3. I like the first two. Like I really like half the songs on each of the first two albums. But I do really like the songs. Describe the aesthetic of your perfect album's perfect album cover. I mean, the ultimate aesthetic to me is like, there's this one, I gotta like rediscover this Tumblr or something. Like, I was never someone who, like, back when I used Tumblr, which was years ago, I never followed a lot of the, like, just image dump ones, but I should have, because there's a lot of Tumblrs that are just dedicated to certain aesthetics, and sometimes I would see other people reblog stuff where it's like night sky, or like cityscapes at night, but everything's like pink and purple, and like with spots of yellow. That's like the coolest aesthetic in the world to me. Actually, a show that was someone at my door. Shade, being joined by Shade. I guess he got sick of just being in the chat and wanted to join me.
Oh man, you got a freaking arm?
Yeah, I got an arm, dude.
Yeah, I was asked to come and wave. Here you go.
There's Shade's wave. Whoever asked for it, you got it.
Also, I asked Davu why he took down the punching video, and he said, like, because he got criticism, he thought about it in some weird way that he tried to explain to me, but I got lost. And then...
That sounds like a conversation with the Davu.
And then he was like, yeah, so I took it down. And I was like, all right.
Yeah. Anyway, what I was about to say, there's an anime OVA called like Lika-chan, like Fushigi no Lika-chan, something like that. Like there's a few of them, but there's one that I watched that was from 1991, and it had like the coolest aesthetic I've ever seen, and like that color aesthetic would be the perfect one for the perfect album. Skip down. I'm sorry, I can't find Boogie Pop. I've looked on Amazon. Please help. I'm genuinely interested. It's not on Boogie Pop, or it's not on Amazon, huh? Let me see if I can find Boogie Pop. Boogie Pop and others.
So are you able to like move that and it just stays?
I've got it on Amazon immediately. They're not. Yeah, you can buy it used from 19 different sellers and 18 new for like $5. So yeah, it's I don't know what country you live in, but I just type Boogie Pop and others into Amazon. What do you ask?
Can you just like move that and it just stays in one spot? Whoa.
What's weird about it is that if you take the microphone off of it, it just goes like thunk and stays up, and like it cannot bend. But then if you put the mic on, it just achieves perfect weight and is completely manipulatable.
How much was that?
$100.
That's pretty sick.
Yep, it is pretty fucking sick.
I was just watching Maid Dragon, and the little girl like learns the word wicked, and is like taught that it's just a magic word that you can say whenever. So she was like, wicked. There's got to be like a comeback for that word now.
But it's like, what was it in Japanese? What was she actually saying?
I don't remember.
Oh.
That wasn't listened to well enough.
Like, wicked is an odd word to have as a translation for a Japanese word. It's oddly like colloquial.
Anime is a Japanese colloquialism.
All right. How is it living with Ben and Davu, and when will they drive you insane? They already did. I'm already way past the point of insanity. Any animes that you'll have a Digibro discuss with Shade? No, because Shade is extremely quiet and not well spoken. You may have seen the videos that we do explaining our albums where he says nearly nothing, and that's Shade's constant state of being. He once said that I don't like to have opinions about things, so yeah, he's not good for that. Did you watch or read Air Gear? I've seen like the first episode like 10 years ago. Favorite Tsutomu Mizushima anime that's not Shirobako? Prison School, I guess? I don't know. I don't think I've seen all this stuff. Ugh, my fucking arm's getting tired from holding the damn mouse. Most sexually attractive seiyuu. I mean, they're all unbelievably gorgeous. So, any of them. I mean, Hana Kana is my favorite voice actress, and she's stunningly beautiful. So, her, why not? What are your thoughts on Ninja Slayer? I've only seen the first episode so far. What do you think of Zetsuen no Tempest? It was okay. I gave it like a 7 out of 10. Why are all the PCP members so hot? Like, what are the chances of so many attractive people meeting? I know, right? I've remarked on that many times myself. It's stunning. I don't know. I think what it is, the reason we all like kind of look and act similar is just that like, you know, to get to end up with two people who are similar to one another in many ways, they would have to have like a lot of their life be similar, you know. So you know, if any of us was like radically different looking from everyone else, that would probably affect our general mindset and probably mean that we weren't so like in lockstep like the way that we are. So in other words, we're like a weird fucking faceless cult. Like we're like a bunch of strange clones or something. We're disgusting. When are you yourself going to brace the public with your PCP University lecture? Again, I did one on Jesse that's going to get thrown away for reasons I talked about earlier. So probably at the next RadCon. Status update on the Shinbo Shaft retrospect, and I'm itching to see it in the next installment. Yeah, I know. The next one's going to be on Shin Onuma, and I have approximately 1,000 shows to watch for it. Let me find my notebook real quick that has the list of all the anime I'm supposed to watch this month. Just a minute. Where the fuck did I put it? I don't know where I put it. Is this it? I've got so many. Oh no! I dropped the PlayStation. Oh, sushi trays and stuff's flying around over here, man. It's getting real messy, dog. Where the fuck did I put this notebook? Yeah. Whatever. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Okay. Blacken this page. This is a list of every show that I have to watch in February. It's a lot. It's all the 2016 shows that I have left because I want to do a top 20 and I want it to come out before this fucking month's over. And then for the Shin Onuma video, which will probably be 2 parts by itself, I have to watch 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, at least parts of 21 shows. Some of these are like 1 episode of that show. But yeah, it's a fucking lot. So whenever I watch all that, which I have not started on, some of those are 26 episodes long. So it'll be a while. How did you feel about the Jesse's Digibro meme and the jokes that followed with all the other PCP members? I didn't get it at all. All of it was done while I was asleep. So I have no idea why, what the mindset was, how that happened. Even including the snow, the winter whatever thing that they did. I had no idea that was happening. It all happened while I was asleep. I didn't know about it till the video came out. Did you notice the hints of Tsumugi being lesbian in K-On? I think you did mention it in your K-On video. I don't know if Tsumugi is lesbian or if she just likes watching lesbians. Because I've heard I don't remember whose quote it was, but someone involved in like some stage of production or maybe the manga had said something like that she just likes to watch cute girls be close rather than that she is necessarily gay herself. I'd like to believe that she's gay, though. I know in the college years, I think she has an actually gay friend or something. I've heard something like that. I'm not entirely sure, though. Haven't read K-On! College Years. Because I don't think the K-On! Manga is very good. How do you feel about JoJo and Would You Strike a Pose? JoJo's pretty alright. Is this a pose? Kind of hurt my wrist doing that. Big question time. Favorite lolly? Okay. My favorite lolly, and this is a completely and totally non-sexual answer, so no worries about that, is Sana Kurata from Kodocha. She is a really fantastic character from a show that I've really not watched that much of, but from what I've seen of it, I really love her character, and she's just a blast to watch and really cool. And I think she's like 10, so she qualifies as a lolly probably. Probably not what most people think of when they think lolly, though. Video you most regret making? I don't know. I don't regret anything in life. Oh, all the caught up, and it's all about the JoJo pose. I was like, hey, it's not a sea of orange for once. Whose idea was it to make make 9/11 a wrestler? I think it was probably Hippo, because we had a green screen man in the original Royal Rumble, and the idea was we would green screen something onto him, but I just completely forgot to do it, so he was just a green screen man. And so this time we specifically wanted it to be a certain, just to be 9/11, so I would definitely remember. Um, what crossover would you like to see happen, and how would you go about writing it? I have no idea. Don't think about that kind of stuff. Thoughts on Little Witch Academia? I haven't watched the new show yet. I also never watched episode 2. When are you getting swole? I hope someday. Do you deliberately look out for things to analyze while watching a show for the first time? Yeah, I can't turn that off. I don't go like, oh, I usually don't like go in search of like, I'm going to watch this and I'm going to find something to analyze. That's not often the case. I did kind of do that with a Manchu though, when I made the Flying Witch and a Manchu video. Like I just started up the show, and then like the very first thing that caught my attention, I just decided to like super focus on that and analyze it. Because what else are you going to do while watching the show? It's fucking boring. What's your opinion of that loaf of bread on your couch? It's a nice fine butter bread, very very soft and sweet. The crust is a little on it, but I've eaten like 3 peanut butter jelly sandwiches with it in the last couple of days, so it's good looking out. How many more hour-long plus videos from Radcon 2 can we expect? If you're a Kickstarter backer, then you just got like 20 fucking hours of us watching all the shows. Is it really 20 hours? It's probably like 20 hours, yeah. Yeah, gotta be. Then there's the vlogumentary that will come out eventually for those people. There's at least 8 blue glows. Like 8 games worth of blue glows. So there's like all of Tony Hawk 2, all of Tony Hawk 3, most of Tony Hawk 4, 3 hours of Skull Monkeys, which is the entire game, 30 minutes of Air Guys and Hello Kitty, Hello Kitty's Cube Frenzy, I mean, and like 3 hours of, maybe 3 hours of a game called Jumping Flash 2 for the PS2, 30 minutes of Skeleton Warriors, think that might be all the blue glows that have completely not been released yet. I know he plans to do something with the Ape Escape footage as well, but that's already all out there. And then there's the Super Smash Bros. Let's Play I still haven't edited yet. But I have all the footage. There's the live stream that we did that's like 2 hours long, and I'm gonna release it because we had Victor film the whole thing on his camera, so I'm gonna release that version rather than the shitty fucking one that was actually recorded for the stream. And there's Hippocrit's got a GRPJ with Ben on Lisa. That's not out yet. He said he had something else he also hadn't finished, but I don't know what it is. So that's all the ones I can think of for now. So a lot of shit from Radcon 2 has not come out yet. And I have no idea how long it'll take for all those fucking blue glows to come out, because, again, Jesse's life is completely in shambles right now, so send help his way if you want to get all that stuff out there. Remember when Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd made a cameo in Zettai Karen Children? How would you react if you found out you appeared in an anime? Dude, I would flip shit if it was like a fucking, oh my god, if I showed up in the background of Little Witch Academia or something, I would absolutely lose my fucking mind. Any thoughts on Konosuba? Dude, I've got a video about it. Go to my channel. Favorite Yuasa show, and are you hyped for his new movie coming out this spring? That's actually a good question. I still haven't seen Kemonozume. Oh, Ping Pong. Ping Pong's definitely my favorite. I would go Ping Pong, then Tatami Galaxy, then Kaiba. For like the main 3 that everybody cares about. And yeah, I'm sure his movie will be cool. Another question about Konosuba. I made a video about it. It's a really, really popular video. It had like 300,000 views, so I'm surprised anyone hasn't seen it. Can you just do Royal Rumbles weekly? Well, I mean, the thing is, it takes a long time to make those because we had to make all those fucking wrestlers from scratch. We spent way more time on the Royal Rumble at both Radcons than we did on anything else. It was unbelievable how much time and effort we put into the Royal Rumble. But Munchie was talking about possibly making like a whole, because in some of the games you can make an entire career mode, like you can make a whole story and have like your characters go through it, and he was talking about possibly making one of those and then just filming it and having all of us react to it through through watching it. But that, don't expect that anytime soon, but it is a very cool idea. What was your favorite OP last week? I don't fucking know. Thoughts on Kuzuno Honkai? Haven't watched it. Haven't watched any of the new shows yet. Ken Akamatsu and the whole Negima thing. I only ever read the first volume of Negima. I don't really know much about whatever happened to it. Say that your music career as a musician actually took off. What would you do with YouTube? I mean, it would have to take off pretty fucking hard for me to like take that as my major career. I make pretty good money through YouTube, and the thing about music is that I don't think there's like a middle ground area where you like make what I do on YouTube. Like you either make a little or you make a lot, and I don't know if there's anybody who's just like in a mid-range of like kind of successful. Maybe there are, but I mean I make nothing off the music, literally nothing, because I give all the proceeds to Shade. So but even that, it's not a lot. So it would have to take off in a pretty big way, and if it somehow overtook the YouTube channel, then maybe I'd stop doing the main channel and just do After Dark or something. I don't know. Like, I doubt I'd ever stop doing, anime analysis videos, because I've been doing it for 10 years, but... Yeah, I did see that Dick liked the failure video. That was cool. Any manga you'd like to see turned into anime that probably never would? A remake of the Nazca manga into like a full OVA series, but I don't want it to happen now because it would be fucking CG, and I know that would be the case. I'm looking at my manga shelf. What do I want to be an anime? A better and complete King of Bandits Jing adaptation. King of Bandits Jing is an anime that's like very unfortunate because the manga is like, the style of it would work even better in color, and a lot of people have said they think the anime is better because it's like way more comprehensible and the color really brings it to life. But the anime is just kind of shoddily made, and like the manga looks gorgeous and the anime kind of looks like shit. So like, even though the art design is so good, the animation is really bad. So if they made like a full effort version of it, that's a problem. Like, any manga that's really, really great, anime can't afford to do it justice. Like, the reason that manga adaptations are typically like, a weekly shonen thing, because of, and even then, I mean, One Piece looks infinitely better as manga than it does as an anime, but like, if you try to adapt a really beautiful manga, you're not going to do it justice in animation. That's how you're going to end up with fucking Berserk in CG, which is utterly god-awful and such a bad idea. Have you tried out the Nier Automata demo? I've not yet. The other guys were doing it at Radcon 2, but I didn't try it myself yet. But it's on my PS4. Have you ever felt that your analysis have missed the mark, i.e. read too much into a show that was only intending a surface reading? Not in that way. I don't think I've ever missed the mark in that way. Not in like any big way. I do think I've made analysis that missed the mark critically. Like, I just said things that I, went on to not think necessarily, or just thought I presented my point badly. Thoughts on more recent season Monogatari or the Kizu movies? I haven't seen him. I request a sandwich making video. I think I'll make that. Hold on. Everybody, you're on hold. Actually, I'll show you a video. I'll play you guys a video I just made because I'm not even sure if I'm going to post this anywhere. I'm undecided about it, so I'll just play it here. But I got to figure out how to do that. Okay, first, kill myself. Then kill my mic audio and play the video, right? That should be enough. Ugh, look, I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna post this. I have no idea. I don't care. I'm just making shit for no fucking reason, just to say words that come out of my goddamn face. And I can't find my fucking sunglasses anywhere. Whatever. I want to talk. You know what? I just want everybody, I just want y'all to all say some real shit. I want everybody to speak on real shit. Shit you know is real, which is to say your opinions, thoughts, your artistic creations. Talk about yourself. Because I'm sick of hearing about everything else. And here's why. Because everyone seems to agree. There seems to be a big agreement on everyone on every side of every issue that there's a lot of false information out there, that everyone else is misinformed, that there's so much misinformation going around on social media, on Twitter, on Facebook. Everyone's posting shit about shit, and yet no one seems to think it's them. No one seems to think they're the ones spreading the misinformation. No one seems to be checking the sources of the stuff that they are looking at. You know, everyone's going around saying there's so much misinformation out there, and then the second that there's something that feeds into their own narrative of how the world is, they re-fucking blog that shit. And so all I am is sitting here on Twitter, and every fucking Twitter account I follow, all these anime YouTubers and bloggers, all these people who, you know, I'm following because I want to hear them talk about themselves and their opinions and their thoughts on these media things, the reasons I fucking follow them. All of them are posting all this political shit, and I don't trust any of it because it's on fucking Twitter. You're not a credible source. Whatever you're reposting from Twitter, it's not a credible source. I don't believe in it. I don't believe anything anyone's saying on here is fucking true. If I wanted to know true shit, I would go do fucking research and find out real facts for myself. Because I know that you guys aren't checking this shit. I know you don't know if that quote is out of context. You don't know if, you know, that like what those people really stand for. You think you know, but if it's coming from fucking Twitter, you don't know. You think you know just because that's the one that agrees with you, whereas the other thing you see seems fake? I don't trust either one of you. I don't trust anyone in this fucking, on any side of anything. You know, if you're posting political shit, I'm just seeing it and getting annoyed. Because I can look at it and I can go, yeah, that sounds real bad, but then the next guy is going to retweet something that says the exact opposite thing, and both of them are saying the other person is fucking lying. Well, gee, one of you's got to be fucking lying, you know? And I guess it's because I follow people on, you know, each side of the political spectrum. I follow people all over the place, so I'll be getting all these fucking, you know, all these liberals talking, like, reacting to one thing, and then all these conservatives reacting in the exact opposite way, because each one just expects that their audience is all on the same page as them. You know, it doesn't even occur to them that, like, that there's a lot of people following them who are looking at it and going, I have totally different information. You know, like, you need to take a step back, because, I mean, I don't even know what you know. You know, if you're a fucking anime YouTuber or you're some blogger or something, I don't know what you know about politics. Why the fuck should I trust the shit you're posting? Why would I just believe that you're on the right side of the narrative? You know, just because you're so convinced. No. You're not probably right. Nobody probably is. If I wanted to read people being correct about politics, social media is not where I do it. I come to social media because I want to see people talk about the things that interest me. It's why I followed you. I followed you. If you write about anime, I followed you to hear about anime. I didn't follow you to hear you spread all this information that you probably don't really understand, haven't checked out. You just saw it on your Twitter, thought it sounded bad, and retweeted it, and now it's hitting me. And I just have to sift through all this shit all fucking day. That's most of what it is now. There's like, and if I just unfollowed everyone who posted political shit, there'd be no one left. I'd have nothing. There's nothing to follow. I can't go on Facebook without seeing politics, Twitter without seeing politics. All different perspectives, all wrong. No one checking any information. everyone just going on what flows into the narrative they've already built up over their whole lives, because everyone's just concerned about how each new piece of information they learned slots in with their current worldview. No one views each piece of information in a void. They don't look at it and say like, well, yeah, I guess that does say that guy can do something right every once in a while, or that dude, maybe isn't or is exactly as evil as the other side said he was. Like, it's just fucking throwing it all out there, And I'm sitting here with no perspective into what with no idea what agenda you're trying to push by resharing this stuff. I'm just like, can I hear about anime? Do I need all this extra shit? Can't I, if I want to talk politics, go to someone who knows about politics, who's known for talking about politics, and hear about it there? Maybe, an actual fucking source who does this for a living. There's people out there who write about politics for a living, or who study it for a living. There's people who actually know things. I'm sure there's people who know things. I'm sure there is real information out there and people who know it, but you'd never be able to fucking tell them apart from everybody else at this point. Because no one, reads an article and then looks at who wrote it and then goes to that guy's, history and makes sure that everything he's written, is consistent, that person is someone who regularly does their due diligence. People just fucking share an article based on the title or they read it and they go, oh, that sounds really bad, but it could just be complete bullshit. You don't even know. No one fucking knows. Half of all the information on the internet's fucking false, and the other half is being reshared by people who wouldn't even know that it was false or true, I'm fucking sick of it. If you don't actually know about politics, as in from somewhere other than Twitter and Facebook and the articles that people reshare on there, if you actually are someone who goes out and finds information as opposed to reading it on some article, then you can talk about politics. But if you're just someone who's reading it off of Twitter like everybody else, I don't see why you'd think I would believe anything you're saying. Just fucking talk about the shit that you're good for. You're good. You make videos. That's why we're following you. You make content. You make interesting tweets. I can't, there's no artist I can follow anymore and just get the because what I do in my day is I sit around and just consume stuff on the internet all day. I want Twitter to just be a nonstop feed of cool, interesting information that I know is real because it's your information. When you talk about your thoughts on a show, that's real. That's, I don't have to fucking vet that. I know that you have these thoughts about this show. That's what I want. Real information. People talking about real shit, not bullshit. Okay. I hope you all enjoyed that violent tone shift from a laid back... These glasses look awful on me. Shade just let me borrow his glasses, but they look fucking minuscule on my face. Oh, God. I hope you enjoyed that violent tone shift into political ranting in the middle of this. I am a mansplainer. That's basically my career. Alright, let's make a sandwich. So I went all the way downstairs to get peanut butter and jelly, only to realize they were already on my desk. But then I just decided, fuck it, we're going all out. We're going to make a real sandwich. Not a mere peanut butter and jelly one. Starting with mayonnaise, obviously. And you gotta fucking... Yeah, see, I just made a video about this, What's the deal with live screen tone shifts? It's what life is, dude, This is what my life is like. It's just constantly jumping between making a fucking sandwich and reading a bunch of bullshit on Twitter. By the way, I saw a bunch of people saying, who is this about? It was about everyone. It's about literally everyone. There is not a single fucking Twitter I follow that isn't posting politics. Even if they're doing it ironically, I don't want to see it. Anyway, yeah, you put the fucking mayo on both sides of the bread, because you gotta fucking double up on that shit. Next, we've got some choice cut ham, fresh sliced, daily. I'm not even a huge ham guy, but you know, I couldn't resist. Smokehouse Tavern ham. I think I bought it because it said tavern on it. Ooh, and I like references to alcohol. Oh my god, this ham is massive. Okay, let's fucking slap some goddamn... Oh my god, it's so huge. It's way too big for the bread. Boom. And the other one will fold over the other way. Yeah, so there's basically 4 slices made out of 2. So, follow my Twitter. I promise to never post anything. Well, that's not helpful. Is this considered cooking? Is making a sandwich cooking? Someone's screaming fucking white people. Oh, what do you expect, man? It's white bread, white mayo, and that fucking mustard, dude. Classic, just regular fucking... Actually, do I want to... Because the problem is, this is some real strats for you, all right? If you put the mustard between the ham and the cheese... That's all it's going to be on. This is ham and cheese. It's not advanced. It's just going to be ham and cheese, but if you put the mustard between them, then that means that there's slippery stuff on both sides. Like, you know, on both sides of the ham and both sides of the cheese. So when I bite into it, there's a chance that my teeth will just drag the cheese right out of the sandwich. So instead, I need the friction of the ham and the cheese meeting, because that friction will keep it from fucking sliding off my goddamn sandwich. So I've got some fucking daily sliced cheese here. Some fucking fancy ass cheese. Can't tell what kind it is. Provolone. Don't know if provolone and ham are supposed to go together. I don't really know what cheeses are meant to go on what sandwiches. This stuff is fucking huge. But yeah, you need the ham and the fucking cheese to be together so that they don't slide apart. I accidentally grabbed a piece of American cheese, but we don't need that shit. Now we'll get that fucking mustard on there. Just do it in a little circle, like a swirly Q. You know, mustard's a very overpowering taste. You don't need a whole lot of it, unlike mayonnaise, which you need an endless amount of. I am licking it off the knife. And piece de la resistance. I think that's a word or sentence, phrase in French. And now we've got a sandwich. Unfortunately, now I have to eat the sandwich. I didn't think about that part. The far less entertaining part of the stream. Part where I have to talk while eating a sandwich. Tastes alright, I guess. Who did I vote for? I did not vote. I am not registered to vote. I don't trust anybody who's running. Oh my god, there's 1,000 questions now. People saw that I looked at the screen again and they were ready. Oh god, now it's being real slow. I can't tell what's new and what's old now. Why is the chat being weird? When was the last time you fucked? Like 3 fucking years ago, almost to the day. Actually, 2 weeks from now it'll be to the day. I gotta figure out what's wrong with this. I can't like scroll. Okay, grabbing the bar works. We'll start from where I finish the sandwich. Not even grilled bread. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a fucking toaster in here, do I? Or a grill. Would you do a how I create video like AVGN did? I've actually done a few of those. Look up boring ass editing vlog on this channel. Though it is blocked in Germany if you happen to live there. What crossover would you like to see happen? How would you go about it? I answered that earlier. I have no idea. I don't think about that kind of stuff. Full season of Digibro sandwich making tutorials fucking win. Dude, I for a very long time wanted to do a series called like sandwich analysis or something like that. And the idea of it would be video of me making a sandwich and I'd be narrating it but like with this weird kind of existential slant to it. Um, and it was like I came up with it because it was at a time. It was before I was doing vlogs all the time, and I was trying to think of like weird videos that would make for good patron rewards, like patron exclusive videos. But like I couldn't think of anything people would actually want. And like whenever I come up with a brand new idea, the idea of making it exclusive is bad because like the people on Patreon, I know they want the main channel Digibro content. I don't know if they want the weird other shit. Whereas there's people out there who do want the weird other shit who might not be patrons. So like so I really struggled with that for a long time before I started just like cranking out weird videos all the time every day. Um so yeah, that's a thing that almost happened. I really have to eat this sandwich. I don't want to just leave it sitting here. I am hungry. Mm. Would you like to talk about sound design in anime? I'm not super well versed in that. I can't eat this sandwich on stream. This is a bad idea. Making the sandwich was hilarious. Eating it is not funny. It's just fucking weird. Any chance of bringing back I Will Review Everything I Eat? I can't believe you've heard of that. Or did I mention it recently? I think I might have mentioned it on a recent podcast. No, because it's an ancient project. It's like 6 years old, so I'm not resurrecting that. I'd love to do something similar, but not exactly that. That was supposed to be literally everything I ate. Like the idea of the practice was that I would have something to write about every single fucking like 3 times a day because I would review everything I ate. That didn't last long. Any questions you wanted to ask us and have us answer in real time? Oh. No. I don't have anything. What do you think of JonTron's supposed red pilling? It's fucking hilarious. I think JonTron might be black pilled. I think he might be going the Cernovich route. JonTron's been expressing a lot of fairly out there political opinions that I don't think he knows a lot of what he's talking about. He's also making garbage videos these days, so as far as I'm concerned, he's completely lost his mind. Looking at what the, would you be participating in Treat Yourself Day? Is there like a holiday version of that now? I mean, I do have plenty of Treat Myself days, just about every day. I want to see Digi join the PCP fan Discord like Nino. I don't want to, man. I don't want to get involved in that because it's weird to be a part of a group that's about you, but you haven't been in it. Because the thing is, every group has its own personality. You know, any group of people inherently will develop a sort of culture within itself, and just jumping into one of those is weird, especially when part of it surrounds you anyways, but not in a way that I know or understand. So it'd be weird. Your subversion video is still on my mind. Most shonen is not subversive, most of Hunter x Hunter is not subversive, but doesn't the Commander Ant arc subvert the big bad trope in anime? I don't know. You'd have to make the case for me to really know what you mean. Anime OST you have listened to the most? Probably the Dot Hack Sign one. I think that's my outright favorite. I spent a lot of time listening to like the songs with Emily Bindiger, all the vocal tracks. Like, in the land of twilight, under the moon, we dance for the idiots. Great stuff. Highly recommended. God damn it, I can never just scroll down one point. It always sends me to the bottom. Have you ever experimented with drugs aside from alcohol? I have smoked the weed twice in my life. This past Christmas and the one before. With my mom, and both times I transcended time and space, and it was horrifying. It was really bad. No need to starve for your fans. I'm not starving. It's like I don't think I was that hungry. I should have made the peanut butter and jelly sandwich because that would have been easy to just like tear through. This sandwich is like weighty and it takes real chewing to get through. Um, I'd love to be a patron. Unfortunately, I live in China and I've already done enough illegal shit just to get on YouTube to see you. I'm glad you've done all this stuff, man. And don't worry about it. Don't worry about giving me money. I make enough money. Just be careful. Don't get busted by the fucking government. What is the longest you've ever stayed up for and why? Probably only like 30 hours, if that. Like when I was a kid, I was always trying to like stay up for 24 hours or 36 hours or 48 hours, and like my goal was 48, and I don't think I ever reached it. I think I made it to 40 once. Like one time I was really trying to reach 48 hours and I made it to 40, but I'm not good at staying awake for super long times. Like I sleep too much. Should I pick up the bathroom reviews where you left off? Yeah, go ahead. I never actually wrote any bathroom reviews. I meant to for a long time. I had this extensive bathroom rating scale. I mean, I can still grade any bathroom I walk into on that scale, but yeah, I used to have a really extensive bathroom rating scale, and I long considered doing bathroom reviews, but the problem is that you'd have to take a camera in there. Like, you can't just do it with no visual aid. I mean, you could write like a really descriptive one, but I don't know. Who would even care about such a thing? Who would want to read? Because actually, the reason I never did bathroom reviews is because the problem is that you can only really review a bathroom, both like specifically the one you're in and on that day. And the problem is that, like, who does it appeal to? Like, who wants to read about a bunch of bathrooms they've never been to? It'd be one thing if I was reviewing like a bathroom near you, but you'll never experience these bathrooms. So, why would you want to hear about them? Would you ever consider doing another commentary like your Ponyo commentary? Yes, I really want to do more. I've always wanted to. I mean, I said not too long after that, I had that video about Lucky Star, why context matters, and I said, like, let me know if you want me to do a Lucky Star commentary, and I just never did it. And the reason I never did it is that, like, I want to do it with another person, but the only people I had on hand were people who hadn't seen Lucky Star already. And, like, I feel like it would be a bad way to watch the show for the first time to have me constantly talking over it, But, yeah, I'd love to do more commentaries. The Ponyo one was fun to do. I already explained how Mumkey ended up at my place, so you'll have to watch the upload of this later. But basically, he was at his girlfriend's house in North Carolina, and he came by. Any questions you want to poll us about? Like or dislike bar can be used for this. I don't know. I have no idea. Why would I? That's a weird way to do polling. Why wouldn't I just make a straw poll and let you all do that? Or a Twitter poll? Fuck me, Digi. I don't know you. What in your opinion is the worst anime YouTuber aside from that anime snob? I mean, you can't get either. Nothing compares to. I don't know. I don't watch bad ones. Like, I've seen some really bad YouTube videos, but I don't know how indicative they are of the person. Like the worst video I've ever seen was Draconis March's video about Kata no Kyokai being pretentious, which is 16 straight minutes of him talking about how Kata no Kyokai is pretentious while giving no examples whatsoever. It is the most infuriating video I've ever seen in my fucking life. I only saw it because Goat Jesus made me watch it as a way to torture me. What's the hottest couple in anime, and are you excited about Steins Gate Zero? I'm not, even though I'm not particularly attracted to them myself, but if I had to say, like, who is the ultimate anime power couples, it would be Kamina and Yoko and Nia and Simon. Like, you don't get more beautiful than that. That's the fucking Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie of the anime world. What does black pilled mean? That's a long story. Just know it's not something you want to be. It basically means being a conspiracy theorist who's woke, to everything. Except I don't want to pervert the word woke because I love the word woke by saying that. But my opinion on Childish Gambino / Donald Glover. He takes a very similar stance towards being an individual and arts. I really like his comedy, and I like him as an actor, and I like his show. What's it called? Atlanta. Actually, I have seen every episode of Atlanta. I mean, the show's still going, so I can't say I've completed it, but I watched the whole first season. It was really good. But I don't like his music. Haven't liked any of his music yet. Um, Even the new album, which is like better, but it's still not really my kind of thing. Would you treat the reception to this live as the possibility of more? I'm sure I'll do more. Like now that I realize it's easy, I can do these, whenever the hell I want, and maybe some of them will have like an actual topic in the future as opposed to merely a Q&A. Not that there's anything wrong with doing a Q&A. Oh, I guess Munchie's in here somewhere. Sorry, Munchie, I started streaming at the same time you were doing it. Here's the thing. The reason I never do streams is because, like, aside from the fact that they're really complicated to set up, most of the times I get inspired to do a stream because I see someone else doing a stream, but then I feel like, well, if I start streaming, I'm just going to, we're going to have our audiences are going to be in contest. And this time it was Munchie who was streaming, and he was streaming on Twitch, and I was like, I want to do a stream. But he was playing Civilization, and he was, like, actually playing the game, and I was like, well, I don't feel bad about interrupting that. Fuck, Mary, Kill, Colt, Corona, Brunswick, and Hippo, the mascot. I have no idea. You and the TP Procrastinators got me to appreciate art. I've been a Philistine for 24 years. Well, I'm glad we saved you. Do you plan on getting For Honor? Don't know what that is. Give me the salt. What is the worst JonTron video since he's lost his mind? They're all equally... I don't remember any of them. I remember no detail of any of the ones I watched. I mean, I unsubbed him like a year ago at this point, so... I haven't seen any since I made my, like, how JonTron S3 misses the point of YouTube video. But they were all fucking dog shit. He's not made a good video in a while. I plan to do a full vid about Girlish Number. Yeah, I wrote Devu is currently editing, I think, a 25-minute video about it, so... Why are lollies so great? I recently fell in love with Shinobu, and I'm really struggling with this question. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is about them, but they're definitely the best. They're adorable. Since watching Yuri on Ice, have you considered doing a Sayo Yamamoto director spotlight? I have not considered that, though it wouldn't be hard. She's only got 3 shows. She's got a bunch of, episode directing and stuff like that, but, I don't know. I'd have to watch all her shows and decide how I feel, because I've never seen Woman Called Fujiko Mine. I only saw the first episode. And I watched, like, 8 episodes of Michikoto Hachin, and my mind, like, corroded watching that show. Like, it's totally baffling. So, like, if I watched the Fujiko Mine show and decided I really liked it and really wanted to talk about Sayo Yamamoto, then maybe. So I guess I'm just not a big enough fan to feel like I should do it. I feel like there's other people who could do it better, like people who could write anime blogs about her and probably care a bit more. What are the demographics of your fans? The obvious ones. Men aged 16 to 30 is by far the biggest demographic. Have you gone on any dates or talked to any girls in the past 3 years? No, I have not. I've never gone on a date before. The only girl I mean, I guess you could say we went on a date, but we were already, I don't know. It's a weird thought. For some reason, I always thought of dates as leading up to you officially being a couple. And then once you're a couple, you just, just do things together. And then, like, sometimes you go on something that's specifically considered a date. So, yeah, I guess I've been on dates with my ex-girlfriend, but... No, have not done any dating. I haven't talked to anybody. I don't leave my house. I don't speak to humans. No one, How the hell did you get Yoshitoshi Abe to follow you on Twitter? He follows everybody. Yoshitoshi Abe follows like 90,000 Twitters. That's why. And he followed me like 10 years ago, so I doubt it was for any reason. Maybe I like mentioned him once offhand or something. I have no idea. Thoughts on the new Cardcaptor Sakura Clear Card manga arc? I don't know. I haven't read it yet, and hopefully it's cool. Have your thoughts on Snob changed at all from your 40-minute roast? No. Why would they? He hasn't changed, as far as I know. I don't think he's been talking shit about me lately, because at least nobody's been linking it to me, if he has been. Opinion on Suzumiya. I was really into it back in the day. Haven't seen it in a long time, though. Haven't rewatched it, I mean. I'm just going to skip ahead, I guess. Why do you like little girls kissing each other, and how do you deal with the guilt? My guilt died a long, long time ago. I have no guilt about anything. I've got no pride, no shame, and no scruples. Have you seen Your Lie in April? No. Yuri or Lolly, which is better? Lolly? I mean, if they're in combination, that's the ultimate. I don't know. Well, like, because I like him for different reasons. With lollies, I like them because they're adorable. With Yuri, I like it because it's hot. But at the same time, with both of them, I like them because I want to be them. So a lolly Yuri is the ultimate answer because it's everything wrapped up in one, you know? It's the perfect state of being is a lolly Yuri. Is there any mainstream shonen movie that you did enjoy particularly? Yeah, One Piece movie 6 is fantastic. I mean, there's a lot of the One Piece movies are good. They're all pretty enjoyable, but the 6th one especially is really good. The Mamoru Hosoda one. What would restore your faith in the light novel market? Side note, are you getting to read Monogatari now that it's coming out in English, or just going to catch up with the anime? I've bought both Bakemonogatari Book 1 and Kizu Monogatari. I have not read either one yet. I should get around to that. What would restore my faith? If they stopped making so much fucking bullshit. I mean, the thing is that light novels are just a different animal than they were back then. Like, back in the early 2000s, light novels were, like, kind of a genre more so. Like, it wasn't so much a medium yet. Most of them were kind of similar. They were all like these like kind of off-kilter weird stories. Like, you know, it's young adult fiction, but it's all very like odd. It's like unrealistic essentially. It's like supernatural and stuff like that. And you know, it's not like that anymore. It became just sort of a medium and one that just bled in all the like harem bullshit and crap from like manga and anime, and there's really no going back from that. Like, there's still good light novel adaptations coming out, but there's the light novel market's just flooded, and there's 1,000 light novel adaptations. So, you know, that's the way it is. Someone says Jess is here. I don't see him though. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for the wrong avatar. Do you know the manga artist for Shiki also did the art for Legend of Galactic Heroes manga? I did not know that. Have you read any Bada hentai? I have not. I don't know why I would. You have a Kodomo no Jikan poster. You like lollies. The obvious question here for the weirdly infamous lolly anime. What were your thoughts? I haven't actually seen much of it. Like, I have a poster for it just because I have a lot of 2007 anime posters. And okay, fun story about Kodomo no Jikan. Like, back in 2007, for whatever reason, I don't know why they even, like, attempted or thought they were going to do this, but the manga publisher 7 Seas was going to release the manga of it in the United States as Nymphette. And at the time, there wasn't a whole ton of lolly stuff out there, and I thought it looked, like, adorable and cool, and I was really looking forward to it. And then they eventually canceled it for the obvious fucking reason that they would never get away with publishing that in the United States. And that was right around the time that the anime got made. And then the first episode of the anime came out, and it was unbelievably censored. And not for any good reason, because the show is not actually that risque, but anything that was even slightly suggestionable. Because they had like the letter no, and they had it just floating over the screen. It would like block out like 75% of the screen at times for no fucking reason. So it was just so fucking heavily censored that it was like impossible to watch, and I just never got around to trying any more of it. So I haven't actually seen much of it, but I love the ending theme. It's a classic. Oh, god damn it, it keeps fucking doing that. Best hentai. I don't know if I have a clear choice. The answer I always give is the lesbian sex scene from Pop Chaser, episode 4 of Cream Lemon, which is famous for all of its great sakuga, but it's really the sex scene that steals the show for me. Best hentai I've ever read? My favorite... Oh, I can't remember the name of it. Shit. It's this one about a giant penis monster and this ridiculously hot glasses girl. Chinpoko-sama. It's kind of dark, and it's about a giant dick with a bunch of smaller dicks that like that high school girls like summon um to have sex with or whatever. And it's just that the like I don't even really like, I mean the premise is hilarious and absurd, but the girl is just so unbelievably hot. She's like the hottest character ever. um Unfortunately, she dies. Do you ever drop a show for completely trivial reasons, even though the show might be worth watching? You can be the judge of that. You've all watched my finish or fail videos. I'm sure you have your own opinions about how frivolous my drops can be. Your name popped up in an Osu video, and I wondered when you started playing it and if you're still playing it every now and then. I think I know what video you're talking about, and it was kind of an odd video because it was a guy quoting me from another live stream saying that, like, I guess as an example of someone who just plays like beat maps of songs that they like, and I was saying that my favorite beat map was "The World God Only Knows" OP because it's a legendary song, but it's also a really legendary beat map. Like, that's what makes it so gratifying, is that they captured the song perfectly. Anyways, I can't actually play it at all. I'm garbage at the game, but my brother Shade used to be really into Osu, and I would just sit in his room and watch him play it all day. So, yeah, I never really got into it myself. Ever plan on doing analysis of Mamoru Hosoda films? Maybe. It's possible. I'm not the biggest Hosoda fan, so I'm sure other people could do a better job. Are you a fan of Boris? Favorite album? I've heard the entirety of Flood live, and it was amazing. I also have. Boris is awesome. Flood is awesome. I saw them live. It was my favorite live show I've ever been to. Yeah, Boris is super cool. Everyone should listen to Boris, especially Flood. Favorite hentai artist? I don't have a particular one. I should figure one out. I don't pay a lot of attention to like the artists and stuff when it comes to hentai. Do a Lucky Star commentary with me? I don't know who you are, so no. I'd rather do it live. If I'm gonna do a commentary with someone, I want to have them next to me. Favorite whiskey? I don't drink whiskey. I can't handle it. How would you rate Rick and Morty in comparison to your top anime? Number one. It would either be tied with K-On! Or above it. Rick and Morty is my favorite fucking thing ever. Will you ever get King Critic to debate with you on the PCP? No, because King Critic's too far gone, man. That guy, he already got blown out by Dick. I mean, what do I need to add to that? It was beautiful. Why is it that Endless Jest has that weird yellow tinge? Oh god, get the fuck out of here! I should ban you for that. Can I ban people from the chat? Have you seen Man of Tai Chi, and if so, thoughts? Never heard of it. What was your first Yuri ship? What show made you discover the beautiful thing that Yuri is? I don't think a show made me discover Yuri. I think I discovered it via hentai art. It's like when I was like 14 or 15 maybe, I went through a phase of like when I grew up, it took me a long time to like discover pornography on the internet. Like, I didn't know where it was. I associated it with viruses. We're talking like 2004. So it's not like, it's not like it was so easy to come by as it is now. I would just like search Google for the word hentai and then look at whatever images came up. So I think at some point I just started seeing like Yuri art, and I was like, yes, because it had no men in it. And for a long time I didn't want to see any men in any of the art that I looked at. So I was like exclusively into Yuri. And then when I found out about different anime shows that had Yuri in it, I sought them out. I would actively search for Yuri shows and watch them. Favorite lolly show? I don't know if there's such thing as a lolly show besides like stuff like Kodomo no Jikan. I don't know if there's like a good, like, if it's just a show with a lolly that I like, then that would be, a million shows. But Cardcaptor Sakura. What's the tale with F, A Tale of Melodies? How does one drop the sequel to a show that used to be your favorite? It feels wrong to leave it unfinished. I just really hated it. I watched like 5 or 6 episodes and thought it was totally shit, so I didn't finish it. Are you going to finish the first season of Shogen no Kurakugo Shinju before the second season is fine? I already finished the first season. I talked about it in a Finish or Fail video. Did you see the Royal Rumble? No, I missed it. I'm kind of upset that I missed it, but because the last 2 years I watched it with Jesse, and like some of the other PCP guys. The only wrestling I've ever watched was the 2 Royal Rumbles, and I wanted it to be kind of a yearly tradition, but I think Jesse just was not in the mindset to watch it, considering that his house was destroyed and he probably didn't even have a way to watch it. So I don't think he watched it, and if he did, he didn't tell me. So yeah, I missed it. What is it about Yuri that excites you so much? I don't know. I'm not even that into Yuri anymore. Like, I was way more into it when I was a teenager. I was like really into it. Now I just think it's cool. I just like the idea of girls with girls. It's cute. Just so you know, I'm sad that you're no longer doing Decompression Chamber. It gave me a lot of insight into you as a person, sort of, but was really relatable. Yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna do stuff like it. It's not like it's not like I'm not gonna keep talking about myself and doing it right now. I need to start just using this. I think I can use this bar and it won't keep doing the thing that it keeps doing to me when I scroll down. Really trivial, but are you a cat or dog person? And what's your cat's name? My cat's name is Kilala, and I hate all animals. Are you hyped for the new Mastodon album? It'd be nice if it's good. I feel like I've got enough Mastodon in existence at this point. Like, they have enough albums. I don't know how much I need more. Because they released a single from it, and it just sounded like, Mastodon du jour. Do you think Despera will ever be made? God, I'd love it if it was, but I don't think it will be. I feel like I don't know, like, it's weird to me that Yoshitoshi Abe hasn't done anything else. Like, that he hasn't tried to make another show. Like, I don't know if it's just because of Despera's failure that he hasn't done it, or if he's still trying to get it off the ground, but where the hell is he? What's he doing? What the hell is Yoshitoshi Abe doing? Someone answer that. Maybe someone knows. What is worse, Isekai or Magic High School? Yeah, Magic High School, probably. Isekai doesn't bother me that much. Most of the shows suck, but the concept itself doesn't bother me. Have you read Boys on the Run? No, never heard of it. In your anime recommendation video, you said that Fate Zero is the only good Fate. Do you mean it in the anime-only context or in general? In general, because visual novels are fucking boring, and I refuse to read them. Real talk, why are we all so obsessed with Japanese cartoons? I wish I fucking knew. I mean, I made a video about it, so just try that. Yes, Mold and Mildew. There's Jesse. My fucking bro. What's the best Ava episode and why is it 24? I don't know. I don't have a favorite episode. Thoughts on Actually, my favorite episode might be 8 or 9. Those are probably the best. Thoughts on Katanagatari? I have not watched it yet. How often do you masturbate? Constantly. At virtually all times. If I'm not on camera, it's safe to assume. Do you like Fooly Cooly? Of course. It's one of my old favorites. I haven't watched it in a long time, but the first like in-depth anime analysis I ever did that I was really proud of was of FLCL. It's on my blog. My sword is unbelievably dull.wordpress.com. Done back in 2009. And I went through each episode and like basically it was me trying to explain the show because so many people claimed that they didn't get it or that it was confusing. And so having watched it 10 times and watched the commentary, like, felt I got it, so I wrote about it. I'd probably expand on it more. I've thought about doing an analysis of it, like a video one, for a long time, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Oh, I guess using the scroll bar doesn't help that fucking problem. Why can't I accept the fact that anime style is the greatest pro wrestler in the universe? You know, Snob would make a good pro wrestler, but the problem is that with wrestling, they're all in on the joke. They're all in it together. Like, wrestlers are shit-talking each other, but they're all part of the same company, and there's like an understanding between them of what they're doing. That anime snob is like a wrestler trying to be a wrestler in real life where no one else is on board with what he's doing. You know, like if me and him were friends and we were doing these characters back and forth, that would be funny, but we're not. You know, he's just like a weird guy who says things about me that are wrong all the time. Which decade had the best anime girl aesthetic? Oh, that's a tough question, because the fucking early 90s and late 80s are pretty fucking great. I have not seen a video where he pretends that me and him swapped bodies, but I can imagine what that would be. Favorite Hidamari sketch girl? Probably, her name's Miyako, right? The blonde girl? I'm fucking blanking if that's the case. I think it's Miyako. Her. She's just a delight. I don't know. They're all great. I was a huge fan of Yuno for a very very long time, but I think I'd have to give it to Mia-chan now. Thoughts on the Bakuman anime? I'm not into it. I only watched the first episode, but it felt like a real downgrade from the manga. Thoughts on Ruby? It's fucking garbage. Favorite Yutaka Nakamura fight scene? That would be the Sword of the Stranger finale, man. That fight is fucking legendary. It's unbelievable. It's like, it doesn't even feel real. It feels like it's from another world. Alright, I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom and start doing stuff from down here. Are you still into bagels? Not really. I mean, I will eat them every now and then. I watched FLCL because your video on it, and with it, I saw some of what you talked about. There was just so many more things of what you talked about. I didn't do a video on FLCL. Don't think I did a video on FLCL. I'm trying to think. Did you maybe confuse me with Captain Christian? Because he did a video on FLCL. I don't remember doing one. You had a chance to listen to the new Thundercat album? No, I have not. Favorite indie game? Super Meat Boy. Why is Char Aznable the best character, or at least villain ever? That deserves a whole fucking video, buddy. That will eventually happen. Miyano. And yes, that's the correct answer. No, Miyako. It's definitely not Miyano. That's a boy name. I'm gonna crash the screen on calling you on Discord. Answer boy, don't let me die alone. That's from Jesse. I didn't even see that. He did in fact try to call me. I have notifications turned off on Discord. But if I call him, I had to put headphones. Jesse?
Yo!
Jesse, I think I have to put on headphones to talk to you. Or say, are you there? You alive?
Yeah.
Chat, let me know how he sounds. Is he coming through my mic? Is it echoey? Audio isn't bad? No, it sounds like you're okay. It sounds like you're apparently...
Yeah.
It's because of the mic arm, dude. The microphone arm makes this all possible. The mic is far enough away from the speakers that it's not a problem. I can't stop talking like Dick Masterson. I've been doing it the whole fucking live stream.
I can't stop thinking like Dick Masterson. It's the only way I perceive the world anymore. He's just an older, wiser version of me. So I feel like I'm seeing something smart that I would have figured out eventually every time he opens his mouth.
Yeah.
But just preemptively.
He's everything I hope I can eventually be. Like, I really... the reason I'm drinking right now is that, like, when I watch The Dick Show, I actually feel bad that I don't drink more. Is that weird?
No, dude, like, his thing about the 3 beers, about, like, that was, like, one of those things... It clicked for me as, like, something that I've always known was true, but didn't know that I knew until someone articulated it.
It was
and I'm
just...
like, of course, 3 beers.
The weird thing about it is that, like, I've been saying for years, like, yeah, it's easier to edit if you get a little buzzed. But it was the magic of the number 3 beers. Yeah. That it was like... It was like, yes, exactly! 3! Exactly 3! Like, it's a fucking code. It's a formula. It works. 3 beers is the key to the universe.
It's, so I was thinking about 3 beers. I'm like, man, I need to start training myself to drink 3 beers. Because I can barely drink 1 beer because I hate beer so much. So I'm just like, man, if I can train myself to get over that 3 beer hump, then I can be a real person and a real boy. And I could be myself for once, because I never feel like myself. I haven't felt like myself in 6 years because the internet job totally destroyed me, and in my place it created a fucking doppelganger, a golem without a soul, which I now inhabit. This vessel is not my own. But so I realized, I just need to figure out to train myself to have 3 beers. But then another miracle happened recently, 2 weeks ago, or maybe 1 week ago, I don't know. But my secretary, my loyal secretary, got me the hookup and got me a couple Adderall pills, which I've never had before. Which, I don't know what's in them, but, like, you described them as, like, legal cocaine.
Yeah.
And I remember talking to you a little bit on one of them, but, like,
Is,
that was like
is
it
the
unlocked something. It
is
was the
the
magic.
is the
Like one
effect of them?
Adderall is like 3 beers. It's like this is the power of 3 beers without me actually having to drink 3 disgusting beers. Like I took one and like at first I wasn't feeling anything. I'm like, what's going on? Nothing's happening. But like once it started kicking in, I'm like, oh my god, I'm me again. This is what I used to be before the internet ruined me. I'm a human being again. I fucking can feel my own brain. And I was like, it was a miracle, and now I just want to fucking eat Adderall like cereal out of a bowl every fucking morning. I want to like just get like I want them like in my coat pocket, like where like people keep like a flask. I just want a flask of Adderall pills, and I want to ground them up and into a drink like Kool-Aid, like mix it and put it in a flask and just sip from my little Adderall flask because I finally found something that makes me feel like the man I'm supposed to be.
Someone in the chat said, "There goes the Q&A." I haven't seen any questions I wanted to answer actually, so I'm just enjoying listening to you. So you just said like I remember talking to you on it. Like, does it have such an effect that you lose memories afterwards?
No, I don't remember exactly what I said.
Is
But I remember.
you
Oh yeah, I
definitely
think I told you that was when I said that I want Shade to make me an outer nihilistic grimecore fuck beat.
yes. Yes, I don't know if he's working on it yet, but
Oh
I
no,
relayed the
we
message.
were talking in the chat earlier when you were doing your Q&A, and I was describing more of my vision to him, and he said he was working on it now.
Um excellent. You also, because I had said like something to the effect of like be careful with those, it's basically cocaine, and don't die, and you were like, well, like, I hope I do die. like, like why would I
Yes,
not want that
yes,
that result?
that's exactly how I felt, but I felt it in a good way. Like it sounds like it would be a sad thing to say.
And then you came in, and you came into the chat, the PCP chat, and you said, I can type faster than anyone, I'm amazing.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I became the world's fastest typer. For a brief moment in time, I was the most capable fucking typist of all
the
time.
the funniest thing about it was that I knew why, because you'd already told me that you were on Adderall, so I knew that's
Yeah,
why you were
it
saying
started
that.
like a whole debate of everyone trying to out-type each other, and
Yeah,
no one knew why I was saying it. Nobody understood that I was just high. I wasn't
Devu,
really making...
Devu immediately posted a type test speed score in the chat, like, let's see about that. And I'm like, he's not being serious. Like, surely you don't think Jesse really thinks he's the fastest typist in normal circumstances, right?
Well, to be clear, in that moment, I was actually Wally West, the Flash, and I was running through time at a speed that the human eye could not perceive. I was like my molecules were vibrating, like I could pass through a wall if I had wanted to in that moment.
Oh, Yakov Smirnov is asking, how did Jesse's life go to hell? What happened to his house? I thought I explained this earlier, but Jesse, do you want to explain what the hell happened when you fucking came back from Radcon 2?
Oh yeah, I came back and my whole basement was flooded and everything was destroyed, and it's still bad. There's like no walls now. They had to take the walls out. And then like because I wasn't supposed to be down here, because like obviously the flood like riled something in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Like all the dormant mold and mildew was like riled by the poopy sewagey flood water. So it like got into the atmosphere, all these like fungal Last of Us molecules that like turn you into a fucking plant face. And so like I was so for a while, the whole place, there was no furniture in here because they took it all out. I had to get all my stuff out of the room. It's still like everything I have now is packed up, and like I don't even want to unpack it because I just, I might as well just move out now. I might as well just keep everything packed. Fuck it, my life's meaningless. So everything's out of my room, and it's just like this like extra grimy. Like people, when I say that I live in a basement, people assume grimy, but
Yeah.
I've never, it's not usually grimy. I mean, I've had girls over here and none of them died. But, fucking, so it's just been like it's just been like an empty with like a computer desk in the middle because like the computer was miraculously the only thing that survived. So just like a computer desk in the middle of an empty, grimy, dusty, fucking moldy, mildewy room of hell. And I wasn't supposed to be down here because clearly, like you could smell it, you could tell being down here, you could feel something going into your lungs that is clearly killing you. So I wasn't supposed to be down here, clearly, for the whole time it was like that. But I came down here anyways because what the fuck else am I going to do? I don't have any fucking friends anymore. All of my friends are fucking politicized, radicalized Facebook warriors because of Donald Trump. Nobody fucking, has any patience for anyone who is not super anti-Trump. If you don't hate Trump enough, if you don't hate Trump in exactly the right way, then you don't have any friends anymore. That's what I have found out. Everyone fucking hides you on Facebook. If you don't make the minimum of like 10 anti-Trump posts a day and 10 pro-women posts a day, or like in favor of this fucking march and this, if you don't make, you have like a quota of like politicized Facebook posts you have to make. And if you don't meet it, then nothing else you say matters. People just hide you. That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
I feel like Facebook has like become the anti-social media where all of your friends have you hidden and only your weird family members won't leave you the fuck alone, and there's just no reason to be on anymore. So I feel like I have no friends anymore because all anyone cares about is goddamn fucking Donald Trump. So, I have nothing to live for anymore, except, so I came down here, and basically, long story short, I am a Last of Us monster now because of the mold and the fungus in my lungs.
Which
I'm
one
a
are
fucking
you?
clicker.
Yeah, are you the clicker?
I just fucking skulk around this empty basement, making like sonar sounds with my clicky throat, lurking for prey that I can fucking latch onto someone and suck their face juice out of them for nourishment to heal my fucking infection.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to suck the vitamin C out of people's pores and their fucking skin.
Yeah, I had a rant about overly politicized fucking shit earlier, just because I'm so fucking sick of, like, social media is like, there's no appeal to it anymore. Like, it's all, everyone's posting politics. Like, I can't just follow. So, like, it used to be there'd be some people who post politics like all the time, and then you go, all right, I'm kind of sick of it, and you unfollow that guy because you've got 100 other people you're following who just post cute anime gifs. But then those people now are also posting politics, and they're all doing it. And you can't unfollow enough people to escape it. It's impossible. There's no fucking regular content on the internet anymore. Every fucking video that comes out from anybody has a preamble about how shitty 2016 is and how shitty 2017 is.
It's legitimately sad and depressing. Like, I want to like rage against it, but like I don't have any rage because it's just depressing. Like, I'm legitimately sad about it because I feel like all of my friends, everyone that I know and love, has changed slowly over the last year, and it like came to a head on election and then inauguration day, where like it fucking finally it exploded, and everyone just digivolved at once into a fucking politicized monster. But like you can see it building throughout the previous year. I blame Bernie Sanders. I think Bernie Sanders is the root cause of all of it, because he came in and he's such a fucking ideologue. And, everybody was buying what he was selling. So that's what got people into the political game. But then when he fucking lost the political game, it was too late. Everybody was already into it. So they had to fucking latch onto another person. And so they had to so they're still in it. They got into everybody allowed themselves to get politicized. Yeah, because they liked Bernie Sanders. So they allowed themselves to get politicized. But then when he lost, they were still politicized. So they had to fucking latch onto the other shit, and now they're just fucking gone. And everyone has changed over the last year and turned into a fucking radicalized monster. And everyone's insane, and everyone hates each other, and all fucking compassion and empathy has been fucking dissolved from the human race. It's gone. It's all gone. And it's all Bernie Sanders' fault. That old fucking dinosaur, Bernie the dinosaur. I can't wait till he fucking coughs up his last lung and dies. That fucking cocksucker. It's all his fault.
Yeah,
I hate him.
It's sad because I don't dislike Bernie, but I do think it's you're probably right that that's what because like my mom's always been liberal, and she's always like, she has political opinions, but she's never been politically active, But when Bernie came around, she got in on the campaign. We had fucking Bernie Sanders meetings at my house. Like, she was actually part of the campaign, like running the shit.
Yeah, I remember when it fucking started, like last year, like first seeing like the first slow trickle of political posts from people, first seeing my friends start to wear the Bernie pins, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird that they're wearing like political pins, but I guess whatever, they like Bernie Sanders, whatever. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time, whatever. I should have known. I should have nipped this in the bud. I should have throttled all my friends by the throat so they couldn't see what they would become in a fucking year's time because of this. It starts with a fucking Bernie Sanders pin. It all just starts with a pin on your fucking hoodie, and that's when it slowly begins to spiral into madness. That's what is slowly Oh man, that boy, that Bernie Sanders, he did it. He was a fucking sleeper agent for the Illuminati designed to destroy the fabric of American society.
Yeah, it's like my mom on Facebook, like she's always expressed like political opinions here and there, and she gets all these. And I mean, I'll say I'm glad that she's finally snapping, because there was all these fucking people who, like, every time she said anything, it would be totally innocuous. She'd be like, "Here's my thoughts on this thing," and then people would storm it and be like, "Oh, you lib cucks," and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, "Oh my god!" Like I always wanted to throw hands with these people because they're talking to my fucking mom. Like
Yeah.
when I see that stuff, all the politics goes out the window. I just see, whoa, why are you talking like this to my fucking mom on Facebook? I would always get really mad and like get ready to type like "fuck you, go die," and then I don't want to get my mom in trouble with her friends or
Yeah, it
whatever.
was like,
But now she's doing like the women's march, and she's doing all these. She like posted a list of marches and like said on Facebook like she was like starting to get like biting towards the opposition, and I was like, this is what it's doing, man. It's just turning.
yeah,
That's where
I saw my friend. I saw a good friend of mine, like one of my best friends, got into it on Facebook with some like family member, I guess. She was posting like anti-Trump shit, like all this, insane anti-Trump shit that like isn't really factual. It's just, everyone's having a good old time circle jerking about how they hate Trump. So she's and some fucking family member of hers who's obviously pro-Trump was just like needling her for on a bunch of status, and she finally like blows up at him and it's like, "You son of a bitch, you keep fucking with me on my statuses." And it's like I wish that I could fucking say to her like, "Yeah, but you see what happens when you care? This is what caring has led you to. Now you're angry because you fucking care about this
The
shit."
most unfortunate part is that now we're talking about it.
Well, that's the thing. Like nobody hates politics more than me in the world, but it's like now it's like a self-perpetuating problem because now it's all I want to talk about because it's all that I've been fucking spoon-fed for the last couple of weeks. It's all that's on my mind. All that I can think of is how fucking everyone in the world is insane but me. I'm clearly the only sane man left adrift in a world without reason. Everyone's fucking wrong about everything, and I'm the only one who can set the world right. And so now I fucking got like, because I've had no fucking power to edit or do anything for the last couple of weeks because of my room. All I've been able to do is write, so I've got like fucking 12 new scripts written, and I'm looking at them, and it's all just political videos. So if I make these fucking videos, then my channel is just going to become the enemy. I'm just going to become what I hate because all I can fucking think about now is how wrong everybody is and how evil and politicized everyone has become, and it's turning me into a fucking political guy too, because now my whole fucking channel is going to be political videos, and it's all I can fucking do now. It's just self-perpetuating.
This guy
It's
commented,
a disease.
This guy commented, "Politics is the new MLP."
It is! That's it! He hit the nail on the fucking head. That's gonna be the new fucking fad. It's gonna be the new Brody fandom for the next like fucking 3 or 4 years. The next 4 years! Exactly how long the original Brody fandom lasted. 4 years! That's Trump's presidency. And then everyone's gonna forget about it when the next fucking old geezer gets in. When in 4 years when they finally elect a woman and then realize, oh shit, putting a vagina in the White House doesn't automatically solve every goddamn problem, and they're gonna try to quietly sweep the whole thing under the rug like they weren't fucking saying that it would solve every problem for the last 4 fucking years.
All right, let's drop this conversation. Chat,
I'll never drop it. This is me now. This is
go
who
ahead
I
and
am.
ask us some questions and shit.
You know what I wanted to do?
All I want is my Twitter back. All I want is to be able to fucking look at normal.
I just want my loved ones back. I just want my life back.
Unfortunately, I have no loved ones, so.
I'm fucking sitting here. I'm sitting here in like a flooded room. I'm fucking ill with like a death thing. My life is falling apart, and nobody who would usually care. Nobody cares. Nobody's like messaging me like, "Hey buddy, how you doing? How's it going?" All my friends who I usually depend on, they're busy talking about fucking Trump. That's what fucking gets my goat about all this the most. Nobody cares anymore about their friends. Nobody cares about their fellow man.
It's like the reason that you were friends is because you had, mutual interests, and now, I mean, it's just Trump is doing to you what fucking Street Fighter did to me. Like, it's the same thing. I used to have a group of friends who was at my house every day. All my friends came over, and we all hung out, and they would just sit around in the room. We'd, shoot the shit and play video games, whatever. And then eventually, everyone got really obsessed with Street Fighter 5, and they just played it all the time. And I didn't want to play it. I wasn't interested. Don't care about Street Fighter. And like, I legitimately think that like that was the because for years now I work too much. Same as you work too much, that's why you don't see your friends, right? You're always busy doing YouTube shit, sitting around in the basement, fucking stewing in your hatred for all things, and you sometimes you want to hang out, but it's hard to make it out there, but it was working out for a while. You get to every once in a while you see your friends, it's nice, you hang out. Yeah. And then they all got so into Street Fighter that like I legitimately lost all ability to talk to them. Like, it's all they talked about was Street Fighter. That's it.
Well, like, you reach a tipping point where it's like, you think it's okay. Like, you tell yourself, well, I'm isolated all the time. I never see any of my friends. But when I do see them, they're still my friends. And I know they still love me and all that. But what you don't realize is that because you're becoming so isolated and so detached, it gets to a fucking point where any minor fucking disagreement that normally would just be a minor forget about it kind of thing, now you fucking have to dwell on it for 3 months because you haven't fucking seen or talked to anybody. So now the fucking friendships, because you haven't been there in the friendships become more fragile.
I mean, with my friends, it's like, they all just kind of, like, there came a point where they realized, like, well, there's no reason to hang out with you anymore because we don't have anything in common anymore. You work and talk to YouTube people, and we play Street Fighter. And, like, they all eventually just stopped coming over. My friend Donson, one of my closest friends, haven't even seen him in, like, since RadCon, since the first RadCon. Like, he has not been to my house once. I haven't seen him in person at all because, like, and like, I feel bad about it, but what am I going to ask him to do? Like, I don't have any plans. There's nothing I think, like, oh, I need Donson for this. It's like, yeah, I guess we don't have anything in common, Like, if I wanted to have a Street Fighter tournament, I could get all those guys around. I don't even know if they're as into Street Fighter now as they were then, but, like, yeah, like, imagine trying to invite your friends to do anything other than talk about Trump at this point.
All they want to do is fucking talk. It's like, there was a wrestler called Raven, and his thing was that, like, he would come in the ring and he would sit in the corner of the ring and he would just sulk. And his catchphrase was like, everybody's talking about Diamond Dallas Page and the WCW championship, but what about me? What about Raven? Like, that was like everything to him was like, the world is fucked up because no one cares about me. What about Raven? That's what I want to be posting on Facebook every day. I want to fucking post a picture of me sitting in the corner of a wrestling ring, sulking in like grunge era clothes, in like cut off like jean shorts and like a plaid shirt, just going, everyone's talking about Donald Trump, but what about me? What about endless jizz?
Oh, man. Yeah, it's a sad state.
I had an idea for a new channel that I wanted to implement because of all this political shit. I just wanted to make a channel called Sad Loser Politics. And make a character called like the Sad Political Loser, and like just do videos on everything political, but like a parody of like a Sargon, just like a guy who seems passionate about politics, but you can tell that he's just a lonely, sad fucking wretch of a man. And like, I just want to like,
this really is going to be the MLP saga all over again.
Yeah,
like,
I just want to
you're like a weird
video,
caricature version of a real.
And I want to do like a what's his name, like Synecdoche, New York guy, like his voice for the character.
Oh yeah.
Like I want to open the videos
Seymour
like
Hoffman.
Yeah, welcome to Sad Loser Politics. I'm your host, a sad political loser. Today we're going to be talking about the first week of the Trump administration and why he's a bad guy. I have no friends and there's an empty pit where my heart should be. But enough about that. Let's talk about how the nation is being led into fascism, and also I hate myself. And I just want to like drone on for that. I want the videos to be unwatchable, like an hour long. I want nobody to get through them, just to drive the point home of how dumb it is. And I'm gonna do it.
There is a bizarre amount of people liking Sargon of Akkad in the chat right now.
I don't know what to tell you. He's not funny, so he's worthless to me as a human being.
Nor smart. Um. All right, chat. Ask us questions again. Uh,
Yes, I apologize for that fucking 30-minute derailment into the politicized nightmare of my reality.
I mean, I aired a. I recorded a like 7-minute video ranting somewhat about the same topic, and I played it on the stream earlier when I was making a sandwich, or gathering the materials to make a sandwich. Um. Anyway, oh, we gotta wait for. I hate that I have to wait. Like, the chat's like a whole minute behind us, so I have to wait for them to ask questions after I ask for them. How close is Jesse to becoming a mushroom man? Very close.
I am a mushroom man. This is how I talk.
Why'd you stop working out? I didn't. Me and Ben have been trying to get back into the swing of things. It's just that Ben keeps leaving. Like, the reason we stopped working out is because he went home for Thanksgiving. And so we stopped then, and then he went home for Christmas, and now he's down in fucking Georgia, visiting some girl who he likes, I guess. So yeah, that's why we have. But we've been trying to get back on schedule for lifting. Future music plans aside from rap, or completely satisfied with what you currently do? Any genres you want to involve yourself with creatively? I would fucking love to be a vocalist for like any band. Any band. I love singing, especially like my dreams would be a nu metal band, even a nu metal cover band, a post-hardcore or screamo band. Any of those. Like anything that allows me to sing and scream as obnoxiously as possible would be perfect. But I just have to, I have to find the band. There's no bands around here in search of a vocalist. What about you, Jesse? You trying to do any music other than raps these days?
I'm so fucking annoyed and just like envious that you're already got like 3 new albums in the pipe. It's just it's like it's starting to seriously weigh on my fucking brain because I've been working on like the because you've seen like my list of albums that I've had in the pipe for like years. I've got like 7 albums planned. I have like a whole fucking thematic saga planned out, and I'm still adding to it. I'm still filling in blank spaces with more pieces to it. But I don't know how you find the time to do it. I mean, I think like your biggest privilege in life that people don't realize about you is just the fact that you have Shade and Victor. Like,
it's true. They're
nobody like people think of privilege as like monetary or like comfort level.
Yeah.
But that's nothing. Nobody has Shade and Victor. Yeah. Only you have that in the world. It's your greatest superpower, is that your brothers are also creative in just the right ways that complement what you do.
Yeah, it's pretty helpful. I mean, Victor's helpful in sort of a different way, because I mean, Victor's someone who understands where I'm at all the time, and like we don't work on any like major. I guess me and Shay. I don't know if you'd consider my rapping major, but none of us works on super major projects together. But it's definitely really helpful to have them around. And the only reason I'm doing so much rap is because Shade, like a lot of it was just to encourage Shade, like because I've never taken rapping very seriously or like making music seriously. But as soon as Shade produced a beat that I thought was like, wow, this is legit, I just wanted to promote his career. Like, I was like, I'm going to become a rapper so that I can get Shade's name out there, because Shade doesn't really know what he's trying to do with his life. You know, he was originally planning to be a game developer, and he kind of like gave up on that, and then he starts doing music out of nowhere, and it was good, and I was like, I really want to encourage him to do more of this, but he'll obviously never find an audience just doing beats on the internet, because everyone's doing that, but if I rap on it, then people pay attention. So, yeah, it was kind of born out of a desire to promote Shade's beats, and then, like, because of how well fucking Rotten came out, then it was like, this has to be a whole album, So just, like, most of the time, I just write the raps because Shade puts out the beat. Like, a beat comes out, and I go, I'm gonna rap on that beat, and then I come up with a rap in, like, 3 hours and rap it, and do, like, 8 takes, and then I'm done.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to... Like, I really wanted 2017 to be, like, the year that I made music again and, like, got, like, less YouTube video kind of videos and more music video, you know, like less, hey everybody, here's a fucking opinion piece, and more just making cool rap songs and stuff. And like
Yeah.
because I have all these like thematic ties and plans to like for like a series of albums, that now as I'm like coming up with new ideas, like I'm like working on an album right now, kind of like I threw together a rap yesterday for it, and that's what I wanted Shade to make me a beat for. But now it's like, now I realize that like I'm making albums out of order from how I perceived them. So by the time they're all done, I'm gonna have to have like a fucking timeline, like a Zelda chronology, to explain to people what these fucking albums are supposed to be saying. Because like the main album that I was gonna write was gonna be called Space is the Place.
Yeah.
And like and that was supposed to be a double album, and the other part was supposed to come out later. But like the main part of it was supposed to be like where I was, like
3 years ago.
well, like yeah, like between the end of Horseshoe Finale and like, you know, like that whole year.
Yeah.
But like I'm already 5 albums ahead of myself in my head. I mean, that's been the problem with my work for my whole career, is that in like mentally always in a place like 5 steps ahead of what I'm currently putting
I mean,
out.
I've got a lot of stuff. I think people would be shocked by how much stuff I throw away. Like, there's a lot of like content that I have ideas for that like just it outlives. Like it takes too long to make, and then I am not in the mindset for it anymore. Like for me, I don't know if you have as much of a problem with this as I do, but like I have a really difficult time putting myself into the mindset of who I was 6 months ago. Like, you know, I look at something I wrote before, and I think like, what was I thinking when I wrote this? You know, like I don't connect to it, or I can't. It's even a problem when, if I take too long to do the reading of a script. Like if I write something and then I don't like actually perform it for like 5 or 6 months, then it comes out really stilted and awkward. And you can see that in certain videos, like the Shinbo videos that I did. The first like half of the first video was written like almost a year before it was produced, and it just sounds really weird because I was just like, what was I thinking when I wrote this? I don't know who I was at that time. So there's a lot of stuff I throw away just because it goes unfinished for too long, and then yeah, I just think, well, this isn't me anymore. There's a question for you, question for Jesse. What would you say is the best way to get into wrestling? I'm a chick and have never really found an easy entry point.
With me, baby.
It pretty much. I would recommend.
That's literally every girlfriend I've ever had has come away from the relationship as a wrestling fan. So legitimately, the best way to get into wrestling
I think
is to just like have sex with me, and when we're done, I will put on wrestling, and I'll explain what's happening to you as we're cuddling naked.
Well, that's
like
the key is the explanation, because I would say that
well,
as well. All of you, I mean, it's not just your girlfriends. All your friends have gotten into wrestling because of you too.
Yeah. Okay.
Just be around
So,
Jesse. He'll
yeah.
go watch the
I
Kayfabe
mean,
Commander channel.
I mean, honestly, aside from that answer, which is the one true answer, have sex with me is the answer to every conundrum that any woman could ever have. That's always going to be the answer. It's more legitimate than you might think, ladies. I have a magic dick. But the best way to get into wrestling, I mean, right now, without question, it's Broken Matt.
Yeah, Broken Matt's incredible.
Because Broken Matt is like I feel like all my life trying to describe to people the magic of wrestling and not having something to point to that shows all of it.
Yeah.
I finally have something to point to that like shows everything that's great about wrestling, and it's the Broken Matt saga. All the wackiness, all the just the weird continuity, and it's great. It's great. Broken Matt, and also my other go-to favorite that I always used to like that I always throw at my girlfriends like post sex to make them to train them to be a better person that I can vibe with. My go-to is usually the 1992 Royal Rumble, which is basically like the Broken Matt saga in the form of one match, because it's just like it's the best Royal Rumble by far that they've ever done to this day. It's got all the best guys: Ric Flair, Randy Savage, Hulk Hogan, all the old timers, the old classics. And the great thing about the '92 Rumble is that they booked it in such a way where like there was like 100 little tiny different storylines going on inside the match, inside the main thing. It's great. I should show everybody it.
The
That's
thing
my
is,
goal.
the problem though is that like I don't think you can ever just like link someone a wrestling match. There always has to be some explanation because like even with Broken Matt, if you don't understand that like Matt and Jeff are brothers who've been wrestlers for a long time, like that detail alone, like at the very beginning would be very confusing, you know? Like if you're just like, who are these guys? What's their relationship? Why are they doing this? You know? Um and like the inciting video is really bad, but after that they get really great. So like it's even with that I feel like you need a little explanation, but thankfully we've got the Plebe and the Weeb. One of the episodes is about Broken Wet, and someone was asking how soon do you think you'll be able to work on the Plebe and the Weeb? I mean, your life's kind of falling apart right now, so I imagine
I definitely want to have at least the first episode out this month. I mean, yeah.
I mean, the original plan that we kind of had was that I wanted there to be, because we're gonna have to do a second season of it. Like the Kickstarter was to fund 2 seasons, and we filmed the first one, and I knew it was gonna take. Not only was it gonna take a long time to edit, but that I mean you were losing your mind at the end of editing 3 episodes of the pilot, so. I was like, I don't know how the fuck you're gonna edit 10, so let's set it like at least 6 months, 8 months in the future before we do season 2, you know? So like we probably won't record season 2 until however long it takes to finish season 1, and maybe you'll end up passing a video or 2 off to me, or a certain episode off to Nate, who I'm sure would love to edit it, but you know, we'll see what happens. Jesse's fucking... Your life's falling apart, man. I don't know how to put it. Like I want everyone to know because I want them to go to your Patreon and support you because you're fucking literally dying.
I feel like my life's always been falling apart, but lately it's like extra falling apart.
The fact that you are literally
this is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah,
lately.
it's the worst I've seen it, and I've seen some shit. You know, as a friend
like,
of yours for almost 4 years, I've seen some shit, and this is pretty fucked.
Like I almost feel like I'm sort of like ruining my past actions because I feel like I've been crying wolf about like my bad life and depression for like years, and now no one's taking it seriously when I'm like crying for help. No, I'm really fucking depressed this time.
I don't think
somebody please pay attention to me.
I mean, I know the other PCP guys feel this way. I don't know if about anyone else, but we've all legitimately thought that your life was terrible for years. Like one of the biggest concerns of everyone in the PCP has always been, how the fuck are we gonna get Jesse out of there? Like, how are we gonna, like, there's been many a conversation I've had where, like, me and Ben are just sitting there smoking, looking real austere and French, like, out on the back porch, and he's just like, how the fuck are we gonna get Jesse out of that house? Jesse needs to be out of that house.
Well, it's funny, because I feel like all of my friends feel that way.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I remember talking to my IRL friends, whatever, like, years ago, and having them say similar things, like, we gotta get you out of that basement, we gotta get you, like, I feel like all my friends, like, I guess I don't notice it because I'm always in the shit of it. But like I've always felt like I had the best life in the world because I would rather be me than anyone.
Right.
Like because I have like the best friends in the world. Like I've never been like a depressive person in real life or like a sad person because I always feel like I feel confident in myself and that I have great friends. But then fucking I don't know, lately fucking this Donald Trump thing, and then I lost all my friends. Like I feel like I don't want to go into like personal stuff, but something happened and like my world fell out from under me. And even when I was at RadCon, I was already fucking depressed and like half alive. And so even then, like I just wanted to get home and decompress, and I didn't get a chance to because as soon as I got home, more of my life fell apart.
Yeah.
So it was weird. It's still weird. Like, I'm still depressed about the original thing that I was depressed about months ago. And I don't even have time to get over it because I've got more stuff. It's like that AVG episode where he's like, bunker yourself behind the couch. Bunker yourself from all these shitty games flying at us. It's like I gotta bunker myself from all these depressing fucking things happening to me. And then like, I need a fucking couch.
I recorded a 20-minute short random podcast that I posted on my Reddit board last night, but I was talking about this, how how Dick Masterson is always saying, like, no one needs to worry about me. Like, I can handle this stuff. You know, like, I know other people can't handle this, but I'm a crazy person and I can handle this. And I feel like you and I both kind of do the same thing, where we're just like, you know, like, even though there's all this stuff that's obviously bad happening to us, we're like, yeah, but it's me. You know I can take this. I know I can take this. But then when you stop back and think about it, it's like, wait a minute, can I really take this? Should I be taking this? You know, like, is this... Should I maybe admit that this is kind of fucked, you know? And like, I feel like that's the position you're in right now, where you're not used to the idea that maybe you are actually really fucked this time.
Yeah, it's a really weird feeling for me to feel like, you know, I could really I really wish I could talk to someone now. I really wish, you know, like seeing my friends on Facebook and going, you know, I should talk to her. I should fucking say something. But like, I have no experience in asking for help legitimately, so I can't figure out how to say, like, please talk to me because I'm sad. Like, I don't have it in me. It's too much pride, I'm too cool. Of course I can say this on a live stream for fucking 700 strangers. Of course, because that comes naturally for me.
I haven't actually checked the viewer count of this at all the whole time. Oh, by the way, Hippo's offering that he'd be willing to edit a plebe weeb if you wanted to. I'd actually really like to see a Hippo edited plebe weeb. He's as funny as you as an editor, yeah, I think.
That's true, yeah.
Like, I'm afraid I don't want to do it myself because I'm not funny.
Like, the one that I would give Hippo would be the Kaon one because he's in it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I had an idea for the Kaon one that I don't want to let go of.
You can give him whatever you want. Give him fucking... Yes, yeah. Give him some... Give him the one you don't want to do. You know?
That's true.
I'm sure you don't want to do the Excel World or Roku no Yusha ones because you barely participated in those. So just
I don't even know what those are that you just said. I've never heard those anime
the first two we recorded that you had...
The first two Plebe and the Weebs we did for this season were animes that, like, I was in the room, but I was, like, mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally not watching. No. I was not checked in at all. So, like, the first two episodes are, like, we have a guest, and I'm just sitting there, like, sucking my own dick the whole episode. A few times we were watching anime for this, I literally just got up to I like, found a spot in your room that became, like, my give-up spot. Where, like, I would go, like, behind your computer and just lay on the floor and fall asleep until the anime was over.
I'm wondering how people will take... Because I just, right before this live stream started, I released the videos of us watching all the shows. Like, it took me forever because the only reason it took so long for me to release those is because the Mad Bull one, the recordings were on Victor's computer and I was just being lazy about editing it all together. But yeah, I finally put out all the videos of us watching the shows and reacting to them. And I was really wondering, like, you know, the people watching these don't know what the final product's gonna be, so they're just gonna see you literally not watching the shows, and they're gonna be like, what the fuck is the Plebe and the Weeb gonna be? But hopefully it's not disconcerting. I'm really satisfied with how the Plebe and the Weeb came out. Like, they're...
that's the genius of the format, because it's the Plebe and the Weeb. I mean, there's no rule that says we have to know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, one of us is the Plebe, so one of us can just not watch the show. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, there was a point shortly before RadCon 2 happened that I completely changed my approach to it. Because originally, you know, we made the 3-episode pilot, and the idea was kind of like, this is a show we're going to try to, like, make popular. Like, this is gonna be our half in the bag. It's gonna be like an easy fun, like, and if we actually lived in the same place, that would be reasonable. Like, a show we do all the time, and it's like a regular thing. But then when it became seasons, and it's like, these are like 2 particularly funded seasons, it's like, well, we already made all the money for this. You know, like, we made the money. We've got the thing. Like, we just wanted to do it. And so originally my plan was like, yeah, we'll cover all, like, really cutting edge, current, relevant anime. Like, I was going to have us watch, like, full seasons of all these shows that were, like, just ended and were really popular. And that was my plan. And then I thought about it and I was like, this is unnecessary because Plebe and the Weeb it's definitely not going past season 2. Like, there's no way that this idea won't be totally exhausted and dead by then, you know? Like, me and you are not the type of people to make a regular bi-weekly show that goes on for years and years. We make, you know, we exhaust an idea and we move on. And I was like, Plebe and the Weeb doesn't need to be more than 2 seasons. It doesn't need to be a super popular show. It's already making the money. You know, you're gonna patron every episode, I'm sure, and you know, it already made a Kickstarter. So why would it need to be all these relevant anime? Why would we watch? Because, like, the plan I had in mind, we would never have been able to execute. Like, with the amount of time we had and energy we had, there's no fucking way we could have watched 10, 13 episode seasons of shows. So I just completely cut all that and made it all movies and was like, we're just gonna watch movies. And then even then I canceled half of those and we did like video games and stuff. I was like, why does it matter? It's the fucking Plebe and the Weeb. It's not and no one's gonna take this seriously as an anime review show.
Not only are the hosts a plebe or a weeb, but now the show itself is a plebe or a weeb show. Like, it might not even be anime. Like, half the episodes we did like with like movies and video games and shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say like what our choices were for things we watched because I still want it to be a surprise. But there were some goofy ass fucking selections that we did,
the Kickstarter,
and I'm proud of them.
But there's only 2 we did that are outright not anime, like not anime related at all. So it's mostly still anime. But yeah. Oh man, I can't wait for the for all the blue glows to start coming out too. Like, that's the funny thing. Like, obviously I need, you know, Plebe and the Weeb has to come out, and like that's, you know, a priority, but I also am just like, man, I can't wait for all the Let's Plays. I don't know when you're gonna find time to release those either.
Yeah. Well, like the releasing schedule of videos gets weird for me.
Yeah.
Because of Patreon, because it starts high and gets lower. I like to have like the first uploads in a month be good videos.
Yeah.
Like I save the Let's Plays and the podcasts. I try to save them for like the tail end of the month because then it feels like I'm not ripping anybody off because less people are pledging anyways. So like it gets weird. Like I don't know what the fuck to do about Panelcast because like I put editing into it like a real thing that I should patron. Yeah. But you know, who wants to fucking patron it? But like I almost want to just like I want to get Boozy up here full time, and I want her to have her own Patreon, and then like maybe just give her the panel cast, and I can just be on it, and then so that people can be pledging just for that if they like it, you know.
Interesting. Do you think she'd do it even if you like weren't always on? Because I feel like she'd do it consistently. Like it would actually be out every week.
Yeah, she knows just as much about comics as me, and people seem to like. I've been like shocked at the positive reception to Boozy.
She's pretty funny, man. I mean, she is. I don't know if she can carry a show by herself, but she is. She's a good counterpart, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit. What was I gonna say? I forgot. I really gotta pee. If you want to fucking, just yell at the chat for a while or something.
Well, this guy says, "Why do every procrastinator look like he is from Game of Thrones, except for Jesse? He looks like Jesse Pinkman crossed with Big Boss." I agree with that. That's a good. I see it. I do. Someone actually drew me a fan art of me as Big Boss, and I'm just a handsome boy. Sometimes I'm fucking hideous, but I guess that's everyone. You know, we're all. You know, we've all got that like Seinfeld, that Two-Face kind of. You know, in a certain light we're beautiful, and in a certain light we're hideous fucking mutants. And the most that you can hope for in life is just that you figure out your lighting. You figure out the circumstances in which you can be good looking, and you try to always be there. You try to be in that spot or that lighting. That's the most you can hope for. Nobody can be pretty all the time, except for like 1% of the population. And that's why we say down with the 1%. It's not about wealth disparity. It's about beauty disparity.
You know, it's funny you say that because I'm sitting right next to this window and, like, it looks like shit on this shitty-ass webcam that I'm using. But anytime I film a vlog in front of that window, like using the daylight to light myself, everyone's like, "Oh my god, Digi, you're beautiful. What happened?" Like, man, they always say man, this new camera is really great. And it's like, no, it's just the daylight.
Yeah.
It's just, you're used to seeing me like in a fucking dimly lit dungeon, with like most of my face in shadow and my eyes sunken in because I haven't slept in 90 hours and I'm wearing big sunglasses. It's like, when you see me just, I have sparkling, beautiful blue eyes that don't come through unless there's a lot of light on my face. So that's most of the problem, really. Yeah, whenever someone sees me in daylight, it's like I consider every time I think maybe I should record all my stuff like this. God, I can't stop doing dick mannerisms. It's freaking me out. I'm not trying to do that. I don't know if you're picking up on it at all. Like the way I just smacked my lips and said that is exactly how Dick would say it.
I definitely do it. Like I know what you're talking about. Like I like osmosis like people's voices into me all the time.
I do too.
Like I'll think of like comedy bits in my head or like stand-up bits, and I'll be saying to myself, and I'll be like walking around like, dude, I just want to say like, and then I'll stop myself like, that's Bill Burr. I'm doing Bill Burr. Why is Bill Burr?
Yeah. Well, it happens to me if I watch someone for too long. Like, for instance, when I watched fucking series 1 of Doctor Who, I was thinking in a British accent for like weeks. Like it just happened. Or if I watch a whole lot of fucking Kitchen Nightmares or something, that'll happen. And with Dick, though, it's even worse because I actually watch the Dick show. I patron it, so I watch all the videos. And like, Dick has such a specific set of mannerisms. Like every kind of inflection he has for his voice, he uses the exact same pose every time he uses that inflection. So now I've like memorized all the ways that he looks and sounds, and I'm just lapsing into them because I've been watching. I had to fucking catch up on like 7 episodes of the Dick show because of fucking RadCon and everything. So in the last week, I've just been watching it nonstop, and now I can't stop talking like him, man. You know, when you get that Dick show in your blood, man, you just can't help it. You just can't help but talk exactly like him. That's how he talks, I think. I can't tell if you're silent because I've done such a bad job that you're just cringing in the distance.
No, I'm deciding whether to also attempt an impression of Dick Masterson. Not wanting to embarrass myself by doing it wrong, so like I'm like weighing the the risk and reward of doing an impression of somebody.
Someone's asking, Jesse, are you the main girl of Digi's harem or the big boob girl? I think you're obviously the big boob girl.
The big boob girl.
Yeah. If you were a girl, would you not have giant tits? I think you'd have giant tits.
I don't know. I hope not. I'm not into giant tits, really.
Well, it's not about what you're into. It's about what you want to be. Like,
Yeah, but like giant tits, even as a man, they seem cumbersome to me. Like, I can't imagine being a woman with giant tits.
But your life is cumbersome, is it not? Like, I'm not asking you what do you want to be as a woman. I'm asking what would you be as a woman? Like, if you
I don't know. I hope that I'm a pretty girl.
I think about this a lot. Like, I really think about if I like. Okay, here's a question that drives me crazy. Because I'm a big Yuri fan. I love lesbians, right? And I imagine if I was to be a lesbian, if I was a woman, would I want to be the taller or the shorter one? And would I want to have the bigger or the smaller tits? And I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. And it drives me. I've sat up at night thinking about it for, like all night. Like, would I want to be the taller or the shorter girl with the bigger or the smaller tits? Would I want to be the taller girl with the smaller tits or the shorter girl with the small? I don't know. I don't know. Are you resonating with this conflict at all? Do you understand?
I would definitely want to be like the flat-chested, sporty one in the group who's like always wearing like the tight like the track shorts. Who's always that's my girl, me. that's my girl, Sona.
The girl with no legs from
Yeah.
Which one is she? Erin?
Emmy.
Yeah, I knew it was an E name. I knew you'd played that fucking game. I get where you're coming from, and everyone's offering that like what they would want to be in the chat. See, that's the thing. It's because like I don't know. I don't know how I want. I want to know what dynamic do I have with her? Like what's hotter to me? Like, do I want her to be way into my tits, or do I want to be way into her tits? You know, like which one's better? Because like as a guy, I want to be way into her tits. You know, but then I'm thinking, well, if I'm a girl, then it's I'm a hot girl. Am I more? Is it even more interesting if like this chick thinks I'm super hot, or is it more interesting if I think she's super? I don't know. I don't know which one I'd choose. I've thought. I've spent way too much time thinking about this. Someone said spats and mildew. You like the spats and you hate the mildew. I don't know why you're conflating those two things. Digi is the lolly. Oh, if only.
This guy says, I made an analysis for Horseshoe Finale for a class I take. Is it all right for me to send it to Jess before I send it in? That's terrifying. I mean, you can send it to me, but I'm hesitant to suggest sending something like that into a class. That seems like a terrible idea.
People have written a lot about me for schools, like a shocking amount.
I don't know how my mythos would gel with an academic world.
It's funny. Whenever it's for high school, I'm like, yeah, go for it. Like, I wrote about a bunch of dumb shit I liked in high school. But then I've said some people who are like, yeah, I cited you as a source in my college paper. And I'm like, I don't know if I count as a source. Like, because I'm a gonzo journalist. All my research is, like, not well vetted. Like, you should be citing the source that I'm citing, which is not a source because I'm not citing anything because I'm not an academic. I should not be taken as a academic source. You should be citing smarter people than me, really.
This guy wants to know about my Halloween fight story. I think I banned this guy once for being a fucking stupid idiot, but I'll answer the question.
Well, he's asked it a lot of times, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to bring it up because it would get us back into the politics discussion.
Well, it's not that much of a story. I mean, we've all decided now as a culture that it's okay to hit Nazis, and we've also decided that a Nazi means whatever we say it is. So because I was wearing a Trump hat, someone decided that I was a Nazi, and so it was okay to hit me. But I said no.
It's a Trump hat to a Halloween party as a joke. May we clarify?
Yeah. So I hit back, and then I got into a big whole thing. There was a riot. I was fighting off like 12 guys. Some guy was wearing a boot on his head. I uppercutted it off like fucking Mortal Kombat 2. I heard the fucking Ed Boon toasty. He fucking died. Everyone was fucking dead. I knocked his fucking boot off his face. Yeah. It was another one of those legendary IRL jest moments that dwarf the internet legend.
Yeah.
Like people like that's like one of my favorite lines in the Horseshoe Finale 1 year later video was when I said, you people think that I'm playing like an exaggerated character, but I'm playing a subdued character.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm talking about. Like the IRL stories of Jess that my friends could tell you completely dwarf anything that you've seen on the internet.
It's
true. I'm a horrifying man.
I'm
a demon. I am a demon. I am a good boy and a demon and the devil all at the same time.
Didn't you say, and this is relevant to a recent episode of the Dick Show that we keep referencing, that the guy tried to shake your hand afterwards?
Yeah, Dick brought it up. He was because after the fight, the guy I knocked the boot off of his head because I fucking toasted him across the fucking driveway. He comes up after the fight. He's like, hey man, I just want to say, I'm sorry that got out of your hand. He tried to shake my hand, and my friend was standing there next to me, who, so I'm just like, get the fuck away from me before I hit you again, cunt. And like, because what's he gonna do? Because now I'm standing next to a girl. You're not gonna fucking start shit.
Right. Well, that's why he was attacking you, right? Because he was trying to defend a woman or something who was attacking you, assaulting you.
Yeah.
Okay. Hypocrite asks, if all the PCP were girls, who would be who? I don't understand the question actually. Now that I've read it. Who would be who, as in, like, what would we look like, or which girls? Are you asking which K-On! We would be? Because you already know the answer to that. I guess I would be I don't know. Like I said, I'm still debating that with myself. I mean, if all the PCP were girls, we'd all be fucking, right? Like, it would just be an orgy. Like, we would not be able to resist one another because we'd all be girls. I don't know. It's weird when I think about it that way. Like,
I don't know.
on the one hand, I would fuck
I'm not
any
in,
girl,
I'm
but on
not
the
into
other hand,
lesbians. I'm morally opposed to lesbians. I think that they're an abomination of nature that should not exist. I think they're a perversion that was created by like the ills of society. I think society took a wrong turn somewhere and created lesbians. Like every time that like I see people like oh man lesbians yeah oh yeah it just like activates like this puritanical thing deep in my brain and I'm like nope this is against God's way I don't like it get it out of here I don't
I like it.
oh,
This guy keeps
hell is
asking...
for lesbians and no one else. Hell is for lesbians and no one else. This is my new gospel. This is my new meme for 2017. Hell is for lesbians and no one else.
This guy keeps asking me which is the best trigger girl, Mako from Kill La Kill or Nico from Kisniver. Obviously Mako. I don't know why he keeps asking. It's not even a fucking contest. Mako's amazing.
This girl says, wrestle me between the sheets, Jesse.
Yeah,
Lol, JK,
yeah.
JK. I don't think that those JKs are sincere. I think
Yeah.
I think she's masking her sincerity in a veil of ironicity.
Ironicity.
I mean irony. I was trying to think of like what's the like this tense for irony?
Yeah.
But it is just irony.
This tense.
What is speaking
Well,
good?
someone says that Hippo Chris was asking if the PCP were anime girls, who would be who. I don't think he said that, but this guy seems to have perhaps understood what he was trying to say through the typo. Oh, what anime girl would you be, Jesse? Is there any anime girl you've ever felt like that would be you?
Yeah, I mean I always used to say Asuka. Like I grew up
Oh yeah, of
like
course.
when I was a teenager, like everyone says that they watched that show as a teenager and like related to Shinji. Like I watched it as a teenager and I related so much to Asuka. Like I felt like she was me, and I still feel like she's very much me. Even though like now I'm a lot older and I feel a lot more like a Misato, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean that's just getting older. Maybe someday I'll be a Gendo.
I
when I'm
really
fucking
think
40.
like I think that's part of the magic of Ava is that like depending on how old you are,
Yeah.
you connect to different characters. Like if you're young, you connect to Shinji, and if you watch it as an adult, like Misato just
Yeah,
makes so much more sense
Like
than she did
watching
when I
that
was a
show
kid.
now, like all the Misato stuff hits so much closer
Yeah.
to home in a way that it didn't when I was younger.
Because when, like, I mean, I was literally 14 when I first watched Ava, you know, Shinji's age, and, like, all I saw was Shinji, and, like, I thought Asuka was, I mean, I watched it dubbed, and this, I mean, I know you prefer the dub, and maybe this is just because I was young, but I had watched it, and I thought Asuka was a total bitch, and I didn't get her at all.
Well, she is.
And it wasn't until I watched it subbed that I recognized that she was anything other than a bitch, you know? But that could just be because I was young and didn't understand the fuck I was watching. I mean, I watched 3.33. I thought her voice acting was fine in the dub, unlike everyone else in that fucking movie. But yeah, she's, you know, I thought she was a total bitch, and like Rei, I just didn't understand. I was like, what is she? She's nothing. Misato, I was like, she's just, she's the adult. I think I didn't pay attention to adults as a kid, like in shows, like adult characters. I just assumed I didn't understand, so I just didn't pay attention to them. And then, yeah, watching it more recently, it's just like Misato is this whole show. Like she is like Shinji. I remember being like Shinji. Yeah, that certainly does look like my 14-year-old self. Don't feel that way at all anymore. But Misato, exactly how I feel now, because I'm 25 and. What is she? 26, 27, something like that? How old is she?
She is 29.
29. Jesus. She looks much younger. And yeah, maybe we will be Gendos. I fear that day. I hope I'm never a Gendo. Maybe I can be a Fuyutsuki. Yeah. He seems nice.
You know, you either die a Misato or you live long enough to see yourself become a Gendo.
Yeah.
As my hero Batman once said.
Hippo says what he was actually asking for is for us to consider what type of anime girl the rest of us procrastinators would be, like who would be the lolly, etc. Hippo would obviously be the lolly. Like that's not even a question, right? I have okay. Every time I do an association of like the PCP members with a show, because like I used to do it with MLP and I've always done it with Kaon, and like I pick, you know, a character for each of us to be, and the easiest is always Nate, because Nate is going to be the sporty one, like no question, it's gonna be him. Like he's Ritsu in Kaon, because she's like energetic and, you know, like talkative and lively and stuff, and that's just Nate. He's Rainbow Dash in MLP. Like, obviously, no one else is going to be Rainbow Dash. It's got to be Nate. So, yeah, like, that's absolutely... Any group of girls you fucking connect us to, Nate, you zero in on the sporty one. That's him. Everyone else is a little bit more nuanced and harder to pick out. I think with MLP, I had you as Rarity. It was always my pick. And then I had you as Yui and Kaon, but mostly for your relationship to Hippo as Azusa.
That's adorable.
But yeah, like it's too circumstantial. Like I don't know, because real people aren't fucking templates. You know, real people have.
Yeah.
Like I can think of reasons that you'd be this or that. Like the only reason Nate is so easy to pick is because of the fact that he goes out of his way to present himself as that kind of character. Like that is his persona, is that he's this sporty, spunky guy. You know, and it just happens that a lot of the times in stories, those characters, like if they want to give those characters depth, they give them depth by giving them exactly the depth that Nate gives his character. Like the way that Rainbow Dash is exactly like the whole character Nate's trying to portray, which is this like super spunky athletic dude who has this secret nerdy side that he's ashamed of, you know, and like that's the whole arc of Best Guy Ever. So you know, he's kind of made himself into an archetype in this strange way, but I don't think everybody else is as easy to pigeonhole as that.
Well, this person wants to know what's Jesse's Patreon. It's patreon.com/Jesse Wood. It's my real name. I wish it wasn't. I want to change it, but if I change it, I have to fucking manually change it on every video ever, so I'm stuck with it. It's patreon.com/Jesse Wood. Everybody give me money. I definitely could use it more than you all.
Yeah, I think like that's the funny thing. Like when I ask for money on Patreon, it's like, you know, I need it for things, but I don't know that I need it more than you do. That's the hardest, like not you specifically, but like the audience. Like when I ask people, hey, please donate, it's like if your life's not great and money is part of the reason, keep that money. You know, if giving me money makes you feel better, like if it's something that, you know, you have spare change, you really value my content, I give you a lot as a person, then like, yeah, by all means, throw some money at me, you know, show the appreciation. But if like you're on hard times and you could use that money for something, don't give it to me. I don't need it. But Jesse does need it. Jesse's on hard times. He's on the so-called hard times that we're speaking of, and you should send him money if your life is even remotely on track at the moment, because his is not even remotely. Have I caught up on Gintama yet? No, I have not. Wait.
This guy says, we need Jontron, Dr. Layman, I don't even know who that is, and Sargon to red pill Jesse. I hate to break it to you, I don't think there's ever been a man more red-pilled than me in the history of mankind. I think that I'm at a level of red pill that totally fucking dwarfs whatever Sargon's on.
Are you by chance black-pilled, Jesse?
I may in fact be black-pilled. Like, you know, people talk about red pill like it's just like a... Like, I know what Sargon's worldview is. Like, I've seen a bunch of his videos. Like, I know, like, where he's at. And, like, I don't disagree with any of it, but he's at a place that I was at years ago,
yeah.
And I do feel like that there's a level of woke that is a little bit beyond red
pill.
Be.
I think you and I both are. We've taken the iron pill, dude. We're iron pilled.
Nothing that Sargon says is wrong. It's just he's wrong for giving so much of a shit about it.
He said some stuff that's wrong. I've seen
maybe,
some.
I don't know.
I've seen some shit about. He seems like a real retard, man. Like I've seen some stuff that he said that I'm just like, dude,
he does.
What is wrong with you, man?
He does seem like a real gumpy fucking. He seems like he's like he's just. You don't want him at a party.
No.
He seems like that kind of guy.
Yeah. There's this great webcomic that I love called Take the Iron Pill, and it's like a simultaneous parody of all of the pill construct and culture, and yet also like the most pilled thing there is.
Yeah.
It's really funny, and it bounces like each chapter of it is just like this really shittily drawn comic where like you know the iron pill will show up somewhere and like there'll be some like straw man cuck persona thing talking to him, and then he'll lay down his reasoning for why they're wrong, and then they will suddenly turn into like a magical monster, and then he'll summon all these ancient Aryan gods to fight alongside him and smite them, and like the art becomes completely different and like totally epic and awesome. It's really fucking funny the way it happens. It's like it's incredibly like racist and wrong, but it's also great and hilarious. I like it. So if I had to pick a pill that it'd be the iron pill. The iron pill. I know I can't say iron like you all do. Why is it? I don't understand why it's pronounced that way. Like, why is everyone looking at me like I'm weird for saying iron, which sounds awesome. It sounds like powerful and strong, like iron, you know? And everyone's like, no, it's iron. Like, it doesn't even... How do you spell that? How the fuck... Like, why is it IRON? How do you get iron out of that? That makes no fucking sense to me. Iron-blooded orphans. Full Metal... Well, Full Metal is... I don't know why I used that. There's another... Iron Alchemist. That's the translation of Buso Renkin, I think. Something like that. I gotta pee again. God damn it.
Oh boy, I'm trying to find out where we're even at in the fucking chat.
I don't know. They're all talking about my fucking pronunciations.
What? Whatever. Okay, I'm back. We both left, but now, fuck. Ugh. Oh man, there's so much fucking chat to get caught up on. This is the most interesting topic of the night. Can you share more of these? Well, I don't even remember what the topic was. That was so long ago in the chat. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh man, there's so much.
This guy says Jesse is the protagonist of humanity. I agree with that. That's the best. That's the best description of me I've ever heard. Someone finally gets it.
That's amazing.
Someone finally analyzed the world correctly and figured out the truth at the heart of the matter.
Oh my god, that's fucking great. You know, if I notwithstanding the whole thing about like all of us being anime girls, if I were to make like an anime out of us, you would be the main character and I would be the like the shadowy glasses wearing like stats guy, you know? The one who's like running the like making sure everyone like you're hot-headed. You're the fucking hero. You're the one like you have fire powers, you know, you run out there with a sword, you slash up enemies. You're like
I'm fat Kamina.
I'm the fucking fat Kamina. I'm the archer. You know in Bleach the archer guy? You know who I'm talking about?
Uryu.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Uryu. You're Ichigo. I'm Uryu. You know, I'm back there like making sure all this shit's stable and like, you know, I can get passionate sometimes. I've got my own arcs, but you know, I'm the cool collective one in the background with the glasses.
Can I do like an anime analysis video that I've had in the back burner that I'll probably never get around to making? I wanna make a point about Ichigo because I realized I was doing some thinking in my brain one night, and I realized that Ichigo is the best anime protagonist ever, and he doesn't get credit for it because this is my Bleach analysis that I might make someday of why Ichigo is the best character of all time in shonen anime. Everyone says that Ichigo is the worst protagonist of the three big shonens, right? They say that people always say that Ichigo's motivation is boring. Like he just wants to protect his family and his friends and
I think
whatever. And
he's
it's
cool though. I
well,
don't.
I hear that a lot. I hear that like Ichigo, his goals never change. He never has any ambition or whatever.
Sure.
He's always the same in every arc.
None of their
But
goals ever change. Like they all.
well,
They all have very
I
clear.
feel the opposite. I feel like Ichigo is the best because his goal is just like
He's
I think the
He's
reason
reactive. He's a reactive
people
character.
don't. I think that his goals are more mature than like a Monkey D. Luffy or a Naruto, and I think that the reason that a lot of fans don't get that out of it is because shonen fans are young, and a character like Naruto, he wants to be the best ninja. A character like Luffy, he wants like the most adventure. He wants to be king of the pirates. Those are big,
Yeah.
lofty goals that young people can relate to. Like young people want to be the best, and Ichigo has a much more mature mindset. He just wants a normal, happy life with his friends and family. That's all he gives a shit about. And I think that anime fans or shonen fans, they don't get that because they just want. That's my anime analysis for the week.
It's an interesting thought. Yeah, like there's something that gets a lot of shit, and I don't entirely get why. Is this idea of like that proactive characters are interesting and reactive characters aren't?
Yeah, I agree with
And
that.
I mean,
that's wrong. That's gay.
yeah, I mean, I get where the argument's coming from, but I think it's like obviously misguided. Like, yeah, clearly you can have an interesting reactive character. Like,
Max Landis just did a video on that topic.
yeah, a great one about the end of the Star Wars movie and how like yeah, go watch that. If you don't watch Max Landis's vlogs, he did I gotta find out what that was called because that was a great fucking video. Basically, his point was that at the end of the third Star Wars movie, like Luke has kind of no agency in the situation. Like whatever decision he would make would benefit the Emperor. It's Darth Vader's decision that that makes it all possible, you know. And it's like, yeah, the hero didn't make the big decision. Still a great ending, you know. Still really interesting, and I completely agree. Like I think Ichigo works as a reactive protagonist. He's not always interesting, and I mean Bleach.
Yeah.
Bleach goes downhill in every way as it goes.
Bleach
along.
is not always interesting,
No.
to be fair.
Oh, I'm seeing a bunch of Fs. Did we die? Are we back?
Oh yeah, the stream died for like 1 second, but it came back.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of
Hey.
Fs for 1 second.
What are your opinions on Shia LaBeouf's "He Will Not Divide Us"? I think that Shia LaBeouf is a huge fucking dork and a geek and a fag.
I love that shit, man. I love all the stupid performance art shit.
I just
think
I
it's
just
awesome.
hate the whole narrative that Trump was ever trying to divide anyone. Like Trump isn't what divided you. You were already fucking divided.
Yeah.
The culture was already fucking irreparably broken somewhere deep inside. Trump didn't fucking do anything. So like Shia LaBeouf screaming at a wall for 4 years, "He will not divide us." That's doing more to fucking divide people than anything Trump could do. Fucking the protests and the riots at college campuses and punching people because you decide they're Nazis. That's fucking dividing people. I'm back on the politics thing again. It'll never stop. This fucking train is out of the station.
Will List Bro ever be utilized again? Probably not. I made the List Bro channel sort of as a weird. It was like a weird experiment where the idea was, can I make a channel grow entirely on top 10 lists? Like the concept was, I love making top 10 lists. I can make them about everything. What if I made a whole channel of it and I got a video out like every week? And will this channel just automatically grow to success even without me mentioning it on my main channel? And then I only made 2 videos, and so it was completely pointless. And so I just imported those videos to the main channel and went, well, List Bro's fucking stupid. That was a dumb idea. So no, it will probably never be utilized again.
This guy says, "How do I have as much self-confidence as Jesse?" You just have to become completely broken inside and dead inside and have no more faith in anything. Once you have no faith
Broken brilliance.
Yeah, it's the broken brilliance.
I'm kind of like a superhero with all the powers of Brother Nero. Got that broken brilliance. Once you die inside, then it all starts to make sense.
You haven't heard mine yet, but we both, on our own, without consulting each other, made rap songs called Broken Brilliance.
Yeah. Jesse's is to the beat that was used in Seethe.
Yeah. And I should release it one of these days.
Yeah. Kaze says, I'm definitely crushing on Jesse. What should I do? Hit him up on Snapchat if you want to see his dick. That's how most people do it.
I think Kaze might be one of the people that I did
Send your dick to.
during my fucking Adderall fueled fucking nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on his Snapchat, you've already won. Just send him your address or something, or come to his house. It's not hard. You show up at Jesse's doorstep, he's not going to turn you away. I mean, you might have to deal with the fact that his fucking room is literally a nuclear fallout zone at the moment. But it's not hard to get his attention.
Fucking, you have to come in a hazmat suit.
Yeah.
You have to be like fucking Rogue from the X-Men in a skin-tight fucking...
I was mid-sentence, like constructing this fantasy of just showing up at your house when I remembered what that would entail, and the fact that you're like as I'm saying it, you're like coughing because you're actually dying from being in your house.
This person wants to know, did Jess get sued? Did I mention that? I guess I must have mentioned it. Yes, I also got sued.
I don't remember you mentioning it in here, but yeah, I want to know about that.
That was one of the many other things that befell me in the last month or so that I don't even remember all the horrible things that happened to me. People have to remind me.
What the fuck's the deal with that? Why are you getting sued?
In addition to the flood, I also came home to a lawsuit from some school that I went to over, I don't know, some shit over loans. I didn't read it. I didn't pay attention to it. I'm not going to. I don't fucking give a shit.
Coming from the man who refers to those gimmicks in the mail called bills.
Yeah, exactly.
And hasn't paid taxes in 3 years.
Yeah, like, that's just one of those things where, like, me and the world don't see eye to eye on, and we never will. Like, I think that some shit is just boring and fake and gay, and I won't pay attention to it.
Like, I completely agree with you that it's boring and fake and gay.
Yeah,
but I have that element of fear that keeps me in check. You know,
I feel like real stuff, like tigers and shit. I don't fear a bunch of words on a paper that some asshole gives me at my doorstep. You know, oh, like, what, are you gonna sue me? Ooh, you put my name on a piece of paper. You want me to read it? Ooh, you're gonna fucking diddle around and twiddle your bureaucratic dick for 5 years and then take it to a judge, and then he's gonna fucking diddle his dick for 5 fucking years, and then I'm gonna have to give someone $1,000 when I'm 40. Big fucking deal. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
Do whatever you want. Sue me as much as you gives a shit. It's not real.
What
it's fucking
can they
fake.
take from you? What can
Nothing. No one can do a goddamn thing.
Like, what do you have to have taken from you?
You know, it's just like in Rocky V. At the end of Rocky V, when the evil boxing promoter, you know, he goes, hey man, touch me and I'll sue. Touch me and I'll sue. And Rocky fucking uppercuts him and goes, hey, sue me for what? Because at that point, Rocky had lost all of his money. That was
right. Like,
everything in my life is a Rocky analogy, and it always will be.
Well, someone says you might go to prison. That's certainly a reason to be afraid. But
my world is prison.
Yeah, you might be happy. At least prison, it won't be fucking full of mold and mildew.
They fucking take care of you in prison. You can get a wife in prison. You can get conjugal visits. You can still get laid. They feed you 3 times a day. My fucking sister was in jail for months. She said they have vending machines. They give you money. They give you like an allowance.
Lettuce Jones is in jail getting sent books and shit on the Dick Show, so, you know.
What's bad about being in prison? You don't have friends anymore? Please, all my friends only care about fucking politics now anyways. I'd probably have more friends on the inside. That's probably where all the normal people are now. All the people who aren't fucking political losers on Facebook are in prison now for not being boring enough. That's what they do to you. If society finds out that you're a deviant, by which I mean not boring enough, they put you in prison with all the other fun people. So that's a win-win for me. I get to be away from all the boring people and with all the fun people. Put me in prison. I've been in prison my whole fucking life. I was born. You're merely adopted prison. I was born in it. Molded by it. I was molded by the mold and the mildew. I didn't breathe clean air until I was already a man.
This guy asked me Reese's Puffs or Golden Grams. Gotta be Reese's Puffs. I don't know if I've even had Golden Grams. had that. Yeah, man, like, because your strategy, I don't know if you're still doing this, but your mom takes all your money, right? So you just spend it before she can get her hands on it.
That's what you do. You gotta spend it before people can take it. That's what
Yeah.
that's my
I
goal.
mean,
That's my method for keeping money,
even
for
if
saving
they,
money.
yeah, like how can anyone stop you from doing that? Like if you can spend the money as
Yeah.
fast as you can make it, how could they possibly get it from you? You know, it's an interesting question. I mean, it leaves you with the circumstance of never having saved money, but you didn't have that already, so.
Hey, you're gonna fucking die one day anyways. You know, easy come, easy go. No one gets to keep that money forever.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I mean. Like you have the Dick Masterson, I'm just indestructible, so don't fucking worry about me. None of it fucking matters, you know? Like
Nobody is going to do anything to me that I haven't already done to myself.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna mess up my life worse than I can.
yeah. Someone says, don't know who that guy you're talking with is, but he's literally retarded. Seriously, get him to a mental hospital. It's endless chess, you motherfucker.
I was born in the. You merely adopted the mental hospital. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't feel sanity until I was already a man.
Someone asked me tits or ass. Tits all day. I think ass has weirdly gotten overrated. You know why?
No, I'm definitely an ass man. I'm a butt man.
Well, here's the thing, because I mean, tits. Everyone knows that tits are like the obvious answer, right? And then there became such a reputation of the idea that tits are overrated and that ass is the best, that now that is like this weird, like pseudo pretentious thing where like everyone's like proud of themselves for being an ass man because like, oh yeah, well, you know, everyone likes tits, but I'm into ass. And I'm just like, yeah, just, you know, why do you got to be weird about it? Just like what you like. I like tits. You can like ass, you know, but everyone's like, oh, they got this weird sense of pride. That's why I love it that in Space Dandy he keeps changing it, you know? Like,
yeah.
Because he gives the pretentious ass is better than tits speech in the first episode, and then by the end he's all about thighs. You know?
All right, because he restarted the whole universe,
Yeah.
and the only difference in the new universe was that he was now a thigh man instead of an ass man.
Yeah.
That's gonna be how I fucking go out. I'm gonna start a new universe where I'm not an ass man anymore.
I feel like every time I think about Space Dandy, I realize it might be the greatest show ever made.
It definitely is. Yeah.
Like the only problem with the only conceivable problem with Space Dandy is that like a third of the episodes are completely fucking retarded. But other than that, it's the greatest show ever made.
There are definitely some episodes that I dozed off for or like wasn't into, but like all the episodes that are good are the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of season 2 is just utterly incredible.
This guy is asking me, where can I buy these IRL stories in ebook format? Hey man, someday, you know, like I see myself as like a Bukowski, right? Like someday I just that's like a dream of mine.
Bukowski who? I'm not following.
Charles Bukowski. He was a great novelist. He wrote novels and they were like fiction, but they were all very clearly about him and like his actual life. So like they were under the veil of fiction, but like they were real stories about him. So he was like he spent his whole career basically like writing one continuous autobiography in the form of novels. That's what I see myself doing. Like I just want to write novels about my life and times and my like true stories from my actual life. So I might actually do that one day. There might actually someday be a book that you can buy of my stories of my life and times.
I just had that fucking moment when you remember that you bought fucking Reese's eggs at Wawa like 10 hours ago and you haven't eaten them yet. I feel real excited. Sorry for interrupting your Bukowski story.
I think I was done with it, but if I fucking survive, that's always up in the air.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't think, you know, a question I get a lot because of the fact that I put out content so often. People are always worried about me burning out or like running out of ideas, and I'm like, you guys don't realize how many fucking ideas I have. Like me and you have so much going on that we will never get to all of it.
I can't even get to my ideas because the world keeps supplying me with more ideas
Yeah.
every day.
That's this live stream. I mean, like, I just decided to do this at random, and I'm having too much of a good time, and it's like there's a million other things I should or could be doing right now, and I'm not. But yeah, it's a like, okay. The reason I don't do a lot of collabs is because I have so many ideas on my own, and like if you bring in another person, then it's just like a whole other universe of possibilities. Like, and I'm thinking of this because I'm looking over at these fucking games that we bought, like close to the end of you being here, and I fucking bought Turok 2 so that we could do a let's play of it, and I'm like, we still got to do that. You know, like as soon as when's Radcon 3 so we can play Turok 2 and
oh my god, please no. Redcon 3 can't be for fucking 5 years. I need 5 years of decompression. I need to get my life back together before there can be a Redcon 3.
Yeah, I think honestly when we do, like, when I drew up the plans for the Plebe and the Weeb, like, you know, like the Kickstarter got plane tickets for everybody for season 1, but it was only meant to really be you for the season 2. Like, you know, we don't. Yeah. It's hard to do this shit with 9 people here, man. It was rough.
Yeah.
Like when we do season 2, you don't need to be here for 2 weeks. We don't need 9 people. It'll just be you and me, 1 week, get it all done. You know.
This girl says, so Jesse hates gays? No, I don't hate gays. I only hate lesbians because of my fragile male ego.
When did that even come? Did she remember
very important clarification. I don't need women. I don't need any more women thinking I'm a hate monger.
Are you like way back in the chat, or is she?
I'm way back in the chat. I'm making sure that nobody gets left behind.
You've been streaming for a long time. Aren't you tired? I don't know, a little. I don't know if I'm tired or if I'm just getting drunk. I mean, I said this earlier. I woke up at like 6 p.m. I think I started this stream close to... Oh my god, is it going on 4 hours? I don't know. Ever since Jesse came on, it's just we've been having...
I'm at the point in the chat where I started talking about lesbians because every comment where I'm at is like, oh god, are we really on a bunch of anti-lesbian shit right now? Get this Trumper out of here. Get this fucking misogynist Trumper out of my fucking live stream.
That's, you know, it's
I'm
really...
sorry, guys. I wore a Trump hat one time as a joke, and it just made me, you know, a bigot for the rest of my life.
It's weird to me. I don't know if it's the culture we're in or if it's just people, that some people don't, like, get satire. That, like, you can joke about something and not like, you know, feel that strongly. Like, it's not like you're gonna go out and fuck... Like, you're the conceit of your joke was that you become a religious extremist at the thought of lesbianity. Like, surely everyone knows that this is a joke, right? Like, someone who is pretty staunchly nihilistic and an atheist is talking about how he becomes a Christian extreme when he thinks about lesbians. Like, I hope that's obviously satire, but I don't know.
Maybe I guess most people feel about jokes the way I feel about lesbians. They just don't like them. They don't understand them. They can't figure them out.
Oh, God. I've put too much of a Reese's in my mouth and I can't talk. I forgot what these do to you.
Oh, fucking...
Lesbomancy. Someone asked, a Trumper, is that like a clannad?
Did you say Yes, the Trumper is the only thing that can defeat the clannad.
Yeah, one of the comments just says lesbomancy. I don't know why.
Like I am the lesbomancer. Like I control, like I rise lesbians from their graves and I send them out to take down the White House. Dude, that explains the Women's March. It was just the fucking lesbomancer taking control of the women's minds and sending them to take down Washington. There's some fucking guy in like a cloak with like a fucking flavor saver, like a little chin strap beard. It's fucking Ted Nugent. Ted Nugent, the lesbomancer, with like a fucking deer antler hat and a cloak.
I got to address this because someone said there's no, you know, a lot of After Dark doesn't cross over with PCP, and someone says you know, someone always doesn't realize it's a joke, and I gotta think, like, I don't think it's that people don't recognize jokes is that they're so afraid it's not a joke. You know, it's like that, like, you know about Poe's
Yeah.
law, right? Like Poe's law that any extreme position is indistinguishable, like whether it's real or not. But like, I just don't like, regardless of knowing who you are, the way you phrased the argument against lesbians is so ridiculous. Like, it's so
Yeah.
out there that
Like,
to
you'd have to
me,
be dumb to think that I'm taking myself seriously if
yeah,
I'm.
like, and I mean, I'm sure there's some people who just like, who are so like afraid that someone might really feel that way that they can't help but be scared. But I'm like, how can you not realize? That's what,
Eh,
like, I got some flack for this when I made my my Kill La Kill video, where I was defending Kill La Kill's animation because a lot of it's obviously humorous. Like, there's moments where the animation looks dumb on purpose as a joke. And the sentence I say in the video is, if you can't tell that this scene of Sanagayama falling off of this thing is supposed to be funny, then you are a human idiot. And a lot of people got upset about it because they were like, well, some people don't
How
recognize...
dare you call me human?
Yeah, exactly. Like, not only am I making fun of you for not being able to recognize a joke, but now you've gone on to not recognize that that's a joke, even though I used the weirdest phrasing in the world. You are a human idiot. Like who would say that if it wasn't supposed to be a joke? And I mean, I guess some people just don't get jokes, but you know, for me, it's just like, how can you not get that that's a joke when it's so absurd? When, like, it's so, like, the scene of the guy falling. I don't know if you know the scene I'm talking about, but in Kill La Kill, there's a part where, like, the green-haired dude, Sanagayama, he's just like a still image sliding across the screen, and he, like, hits a rock and falls off a cliff, and it's really goofy looking. And Demolition D, when he did a video about Kill La Kill, he was like shit-talking the animation consistency and shows that scene as if, like, look how bad the animation is sometimes. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's clearly a joke. That's one of the funniest scenes in the show. Because the joke is that it's not animated. It's just a fucking still image falling off the screen. It's hilarious. I don't understand how you can not recognize that as a joke. You know, but different sense of humors, I guess.
Endless jest. Being that you like Asuka, do you enjoy tsunderes? Or is it just Asuka? I have been called many times a tsundere. I've been described as such, and it's very true in every way, including the bad ways. It's more true than anyone knows. It's a sad existence. So I wouldn't say that I enjoy tsunderes, as I don't think that it should be a thing.
I don't think
Like
Asuka's a
I
tsundere.
think I think the fact that it's like a genre of character is really limiting and shitty and stupid, and it shouldn't be. Because she's not Asuka's not a fucking template. She's a character. She's a really well written three-dimensional character, and I hate seeing
people saying she's a tsundere is really weird because she doesn't fit any definition of it. Like, the original idea of the tsundere was that it was someone who starts off hating you and then eventually loves you. And, like,
yeah.
she...
Well, you know, the Rebuild
Little.
Asuka was that in
Yeah.
the second Rebuild movie.
Yeah, for sure.
Which
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
was one of Demo's big points when he was criticizing them, was that they made Asuka into what fans perceived
Right.
of her.
Yeah, she's much more. And that's like, and that was the type 1. Like, because there's 2 types of tsunderes. Like, back when the term was first created, it was characters who start off tsun, which means they're like abrasive, and they become dere, which means they're loving. And then later in like the late 2000s, it became girls who just switch back and forth between the two constantly, which is a far more obnoxious kind of character. But like because the original tsundere archetype kind of is a character arc, you know. I mean, it's a generic one that, you know, became a stereotype, but like the other one's just a weird flip-flop thing, and that's kind of what's more normal. But Asuka's not either of those. She's not a tsundere in the original show. She's, if anything, she's just tsun. She just kind of hates Shinji. Like, you know, I don't think she really feels romantically for him at all in the original show. She has a it's not that she like outright hates him in every way, but I don't think she's in love with him, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's implied that, I mean, not necessarily that she's in love with him, but just that he is a boy and she wants male attention.
Yeah, but she mostly
And
wants it from
plus,
Kaji, you know, for like the whole
yeah,
show. She sees it, and I think her biggest problem with Shinji is that he represents a lot of things she doesn't like about herself, or doesn't like about people. You know, he represents too much of what she sees as weak. She thinks that you're supposed to act a certain way, and he acts the opposite, and she's disgusted with it. And the fact that he can do what she wants to be able to do even better than she can, in spite of having these qualities that she doesn't respect, fucking pisses her off. She can't stand it. She hates, like, it's not just that she hates Shinji, but she hates what Shinji says about her, you know?
yeah.
So it's like a double dose.
I mean, that's the one of the many great things about Ava. God, I just love Ava so much. But you know,
It's fucking great.
it's just that the fucking like Shinji and Asuka, they're exactly the fucking same.
Yeah.
And they should be best friends. And the tragedy at the heart of the story is that they never get a chance to realize that.
Yeah.
And that's why
Until potentially the end of Ava.
For all of its death and destruction,
yeah.
the uplifting part of the ending is that maybe they will finally get a chance to realize that they're supposed to be friends, that they're very, very similar.
Yeah, man. What a fucking God, what an ending. I just want to jack my dick to end of Ava.
I just want to jack my dick to You know, people say, what's the best Ava girl? You know, I jack my dick to the show itself. I get all my DVDs on the floor and I just...
Yeah, man. Oh, what a classic. Ask us more questions, chat. We're running. I don't know how long I can keep doing this. I'm getting tired.
Boozy's in the chat and she's getting into it with this fucking person who's shitting all over me. Some person says,
You're like
hey,
1,000 years back in the chat. I am. I'm at the current.
Hey, Digibro, I'll watch next time this asshole is not talking. And then, like,
what have you even said to make yourself an asshole? What have you done?
I don't know. And then fucking, you know, a little ways down, Boozy Floosy shows up like, whoa, what's your malfunction, you bitch? Hey, look, I mean, that's just how people react to me. I don't know. People are insane and stupid. It's been a problem my whole life. Everyone is a moron. That's just how it goes. Nobody's on my level. Nobody has the right concoction of pills, the right mixture that I do. Nobody's been to Cernovich's magical pill factory like I have found the perfect cereal concoction.
You know, it's baffled me for a long time to see the way people react to you, man. Because, like, nothing you say to me doesn't make sense. But maybe I've just been I mean, I remember when I first met you thinking a lot of the stuff you said was like, I don't know, I guess I didn't recognize the lines as well, so maybe I just know you too well. Maybe I can't put myself in the shoes of someone who's never seen you before. I don't know.
I don't know. Like, I know that I'm the only sane person left, so, like, I can't put myself in the shoes of someone who is so fucking, like, retarded that they can't understand what I'm saying.
All right, this guy asks, what do your parents think of your hobby? Do your parents even, like, know anything about what you do online?
No, the less my parents know, the better. I don't talk to either of them, and I never will.
Yeah, my parents share my stuff on Facebook, man. They're way into it. My dad knows my subscriber count better than I do half the time. He's like way into following my shit. He doesn't watch any main channel videos. Neither one of them do because they don't know anything about anime.
Oh, she came back. The girl came back. She said anti-lesbian bullshit is my problem. So this girl was really fucking triggered by my funny jokes and my wacky witticisms. She just couldn't take it.
How do you not recognize that as a joke? I don't get it. I don't get the extremity of the idea that you became a religious fundamentalist at the thought of lesbianism.
Oh man, the world is hopeless. It's all hopeless. The humanity is doomed because everyone's an idiot.
This guy says, ask Jess to do more kayfabe Commander. It's all great. I agree.
I am not in charge of the kayfabe Commander. No one commands the commander. I don't know when he'll show up or what carnage he'll bring in his wake.
This guy's asking, when you say you listen to The Deer Hunter, do you mean Deer Hunter? No, I mean The Deer Hunter. DEAR. It's a different band, and they're a bigger fan. And Jess, what are some changes you'd like made to the anime industry? Jesse, what changes do you want to see made to the anime industry?
I don't know what is an anime industry to answer that question.
I think you'd answer the same way I would, which is less fucking generic bullshit. I've seen the way you react to, like, it's funny too because I've seen every anime in the world, and so when I watch some generic bullshit anime, it's like I feel the weight of everything I've ever seen on me. But you, in spite of not having seen nearly as many, can recognize it just as instantly and be every bit as disgusted with it. Like when we watched ReZero and you kept talking about how it's like this is just the template, like this is the most generic mediocre thing, and I was like, it's amazing that even you feel that way when you haven't even watched that many of these generic shows, you know. But it shines through.
I just wish that like Americans were allowed to make anime so that I could make one.
This guy says, I just woke up. What should I make for breakfast? Some toast with butter and put it in your mouth as you run to school in the morning. How do you plan to increase your Patreon? By making more videos. I mean,
by begging, constant begging.
The way that my Patreon goes up is always in the wake of some really good video I made. You know, if enough people like the new video, they patron, and so that's. Hopefully, I make a good video. Hopefully, a video that people want to patron for. I bet you're apathetic, but what do you think about rhythm games? I am indeed apathetic. I don't know. I like Guitar Hero back in.
There's a lot of rhythm games that I like, but I still don't know if I would, put the genre itself on a pedestal.
Yeah. It said people who think are the sanest, who you think are the sanest, are the craziest. It's true.
That's definitely true because people are fake. Everyone's a fucking phony. You see people on Facebook who, make these pandering fucking statuses and they joke and they laugh with everyone. These extroverted motherfuckers who are always fucking smiling and, everybody loves them, but they're always the biggest fucking psychos. Always, 100% of the time.
Do you go to conventions still? Yes, and the next PCP episode, which we already recorded, is about conventions, in fact. Who's your favorite girl from Nanoha? My favorite is Einhart Stratos. Jesse has not seen Nanoha. This guy says
I don't know if you answered my question because I kind of space out, but how much to get you out of there, and do you want to get out of there? I don't know. Like, I always used to joke that, like, my goal was to have $10,000.
You say always, but you still say that all the time. You're always talking about $10,000.
That's still my goal. I just don't know if it's actually enough to do anything.
Yeah.
I think I'm a little bit woke to the reality.
It's enough to get you, like, a down payment on a place, I think.
Yeah, and do I want to get out of there? I mean, that's a good question. I don't want to leave Michigan exactly. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have a lot of roots here. As much as I'd like to consider myself as a guy who would go around and be like a fucking vagabond, I don't know. I have a deep fear of being away from my people.
I'd love to get the fuck out of here. Any connection I have to Virginia Beach feels strenuous at this point. And Ben hates it here. The thing about Jesse is that you have to be able to read in between the lines of what he's saying, and he normally says exactly what he means, but you still got to read in between. Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Everything is a joke to me, especially the things that are not a joke to me.
Yeah. Is it bad that you're my role model? Asking of me. I don't know. Like, what aspects of me are you copying? Like, if you just take the aspects of me that are like a successful YouTuber living his dreams or whatever, then great role model. If you're copying a guy who is awake at 9:30 in the morning doing a live stream on his like 5th beer, bad role model. Probably. I don't know. Maybe you like doing this. I have no idea. What the fuck is a good role model? I people often say, like, when I try to describe like what I think makes like good parenting or something like that, I'll say something like, well, my parents did that and I turned out okay. It's like, wait, did I turn out okay? Like, you don't want me, right? So I don't know, were my parents doing a great job or an absolutely terrible one? That's really in the eye of the beholder. It's hard for me to say. I don't know if I'm doing better or worse than most people. Um, how do you feel about the idea of gay fans of yours being into you? It's been the case forever. I get way more gay attention than I do female attention. That's always been the case.
You know what pisses me off the most though is like the hitting on me joking from men.
Yeah.
Like if you're gay and you think I'm cute, that's flattering. But if you're just like some fucking straight faggot and you want to like, if you think you're being funny by like pretending to like want to do me, that just
Yeah.
it's annoying. It's
I
fucking.
can tell the
Don't.
difference. You know.
Yeah.
I can definitely tell when they're serious. This was a question for you. What video that you made affected you personally the most? I imagine Horseshoe Finale, right? Like, it's fucking a year in the making.
Probably like Pussy Gangsters.
Right.
Actually, you know what? It wouldn't be far off to say Puppy Dog Boy affected me pretty a lot more deeply than you would assume by how fucking stupid it is.
What? Why? What about it? What happened?
I don't. It's just like the whole song is a freestyle that I spat out in like the darkest depths of like depression, being alone in like my lowest moments. Like it was like none of it was planned.
Yeah.
But like the way that it like the lyrics that came out of me were like coming out of my soul. And even though it's about on the surface about like a puppy dog boy getting neutered and like getting his dick cut off and getting in fights with other dogs at the scrapyard.
Is that midsection of the song not written at all? Because there's a really strong delivery and rhyme scheme at that. Like the flow's really strong. You did multi-track it though, right?
Well, sometimes like I freestyle and like I'll mess a part up in the middle of the freestyle, but I'll remember it and then I can freestyle more and add on to it. And that's kind of how they like I generally don't write anything down. It's just multiple takes of a freestyle that ends up building on itself.
It's incredible.
But yeah, like it's like there's a surface level to it, but like genuinely like the sentiment behind the song is something that I was really feeling and am still feeling and feel a lot of just being a fucking puppy dog boy who doesn't fit in with society and just wants to be loved. And society's constantly trying to capture you and neuter you and telling you how to live. And you gotta fucking fight to survive. God damn it. You're fighting the other motherfuckers in the scrapyard. Scrappy Doo, kick your ass ain't that hard.
Yeah, that's great. This guy's asking.
It's the dumbest song that was ever recorded, but it probably did affect me personally on the same level that some of my other videos did.
This guy asked me, what's the name and model of the chair of mine that I'm always talking about so well? I don't know. You can see it right here. It is literally the most expensive chair at Office Max or Office Depot, whichever I went to. I went there, I sat in all the chairs, and I just bought the most expensive one. And that's because it's the only one that says you can sit in this chair for 12 hours, no problem. And I was like,
oh my God, this girl says, I want to bitch slap Jesse in his idiotic, retarded face. And this is the same girl who a little bit back in the chat was saying she wants to make sex with me and wrestle me under the covers. What changed? What changed? What did I say? What did I do?
Maybe she wants to do that sexually to you.
Oh God, how do you go from wanting to wrestle me under the covers to wanting to bitch slap me in my idiotic retarded face? What horrible sin did I commit? I always say the wrong thing.
This guy keeps asking me, what do I think about the drawing style of the new Berserk manga?
I just love that I seduced and blew it with the girl in the course of one live stream.
Yeah.
Without even ever talking to her.
Why do I hate Dark Souls 2? I've got a bunch of videos about that. You should know by now. Well, they're all on Digibros, though, so maybe you don't follow that.
This person wants info about Gay and Dead. Is there any hot goss about that?
Anything you could possibly know about Gay and Dead will be on SoundCloud. Every time a song gets made, it gets posted. I do not hold on to stuff. Like I'm not like with Bedroom Bedrock, every song from that album was out before that album was out because the second the song gets made, I post it on SoundCloud. There's some that were in the works for a long time. It took fucking months to get, the ones with features done, but the second they were done, they were out. So you can easily watch Gay and Dead be made in real time. It's just a matter of when is Shade just posted a song today. Totally not a rap beat, so not something I can really use. I don't know if I'm going to use other beats. I don't know if I'm going to make my own. Skywatcher just made a beat that I really like, and I might rap over it, but I don't know if it'll be on the album. So, yeah. Have I seen any of Little Witch Academia? I saw the original OVA, and it was phenomenal. I haven't seen anything
This
else.
guy says, Jesus, Jesse is unfunny. Oh, man. How do we break it to this guy that he's wrong?
This guy says, "What's your favorite type of beer?" My outright favorite beer is Three Philosophers Ale, which is from the Omegang Brewing Company. 9.5% alcohol, and yet somehow still kind of light. Really delicious. Also love Golden Monkey. Not quite as much, but it's also extremely strong. Both 9.5. And but lately I've been drinking mostly mid-level beers, like Red Stripe and Stella and stuff like that. I'm currently working my way through a Beers of Mexico pack, a 12-pack of beers from Mexico. Dos Equis, which is Sol, which is and Tecate, which is So yeah, that's about how it's going right now. This guy says, I grew up in Michigan and want to go back. I live in Virginia now and it sucks. Oh, interesting dichotomy. You live in Michigan, I live in Virginia. This guy says that Michigan's better. What do you think?
Between Michigan and Virginia?
Yeah.
Well, I like Michigan, I guess. I don't know.
I
I only like Michigan because it's where my friends are. If it wasn't for that, I would probably think it's a shithole.
During RadCon 1, you kind of indicated that Virginia Beach was like a wonderland compared to Lapeer, where you live.
Yeah. Well, Virginia Beach is a big bustling city full of people.
Comparatively, it's.
I mean,
it's not.
I mean,
I live.
I live between two dead cities. I live like between Flint and Detroit. So like Virginia Beach is like a big bustling like a white utopia for me. It's like
yeah, I mean it's just a suburb. It's just a gigantic suburb. But like Ben meanwhile moved down here from, outside Boston, and he thinks this place is a ghost town. Like to him this place is literally nothing. Cuz he's used to a town that has a train that he can take to go places. This town is like no public transportation. It's gigantic. So it's all a matter of perspective. It's interesting this guy wants to go back to Michigan. I don't know where he's from in Michigan. But, too far behind in the chat to ask. My goal in life is to get paid to be as much as a lazy degenerate as you. I wish I was a lazy degenerate, dude. Like, I could be. If I wanted to, I could do this job in a way that requires far less fucking work from me. But I work literally constantly. I fucking work from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed. Lazy degeneracy would be a fucking dream, but I can't pull it off. Are you guys both American? Yeah. You can't tell by our voices. Opinions on the Montreal screw job. Don't know what that is. Sounds delicious. What show have you seen that suffered from had a good concept and suffered from poor execution? I feel like there's a lot of those. I can't think off the top of my head. Jesse, you still alive?
Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm reading the chat.
This guy's asking, do you mind if I make a 4-page comic with a character based on you, Jesse?
No, I don't mind. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
I want to be in more. It's my new idea for the panel cast, actually. I said this in a panel cast that I recorded recently but haven't released yet. Like, I want to encourage people to draw fan art of the wacky tirades I talk about on the podcast, and then I want to like combine them into little comics of my adventures with my superheroes.
That'd be great. This guy has a favorite mixed drink. Mine is the mimosa. Very big fan of mimosas. Generally, any mixed drink, that or the Cure Royale. Anything that involves champagne. I love champagne, and any mix with champagne is great. So, yeah. Big time champagne drinker. I can put down 4 or 5 bottles, as you may have, if you've ever seen Endless Jess's video, the top 10 games of 2014. That was a video where I'm at the end of the 4th bottle of champagne and absolutely losing my fucking mind, screaming about Metroid. It's awesome.
Oh man, I found the part in the chat where I started talking about Puppy Dog Boy because every comment for a while is just growling.
Oh man, have you read Lucifer and the Biscuit Hammer? No, I have not. Or From Death to Until Death Do Us Part? No, I have not. Which series achieved its goal better, ReZero or Konosuba? Obviously Konosuba. Konosuba is amazing, and ReZero is fucking garbage. How many people would you kill maximum for $100,000? Jesse would do it for free, I think.
Wait, what would I do?
How many people would you kill maximum for $100,000?
If I could get away with it, there would be no people left.
Yeah. Yeah, like that's the question, really. Like what are the circumstances here? Am I getting away with this? Like,
yeah, there would be no one left to give me any money for that job.
The question is, who do I have to kill? Because if all I have to do is pull the plug on a vegetative person, it's done. You know, if I've got to like shoot my brother, then I'm not gonna do it. But it's all about who the person is. We need context. How do I stop dreaming about being your secret girlfriend to me?
Ooh.
If you're a girl, then stop dreaming about it and make it a reality. You know what I'm saying? Endless Jess, I'm going to draw some shit. Any requests?
Yeah. Wait, is this a... What's going on?
Do you have any requests for this guy to draw some shit?
Yeah. Okay. Draw me as Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame, and I'm making out with Boozy Floozy, who is Esmeralda. Colt Corona is Quasimodo, and the 3 obnoxious gargoyles that everyone hates are Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, and Donald Trump. Draw that. And I'm Frollo, and I'm making out with Esmeralda, and I'm shooting my hellfire. I'm fucking killing the gargoyles with my hellfire, saving the world from politics.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, this guy asked an interesting question I don't think I've ever gotten before. What does your work really consist of? Like, what is your day? My day. Oh, okay. What does my work consist of? I mean... most of my day is just spent on the computer in between different things. Like it's a difficult question because I work different amounts every day and on different stuff every day. There's a lot of editing. There's a lot of moving files. There's a lot of waiting for things to render. There's a lot of, putting a camera in front of my face and fucking talking at it and then uploading that. There's a lot of watching my own stuff back. There's a lot of watching anime involved. If I'm working, like, for the last couple weeks, I've mostly been watching a shitload of anime. Like, if you've seen all those finish or fail videos, like, consider how many shows I talk about in one of those, and then consider that I put one out, like, every day. And that's how much anime I was watching. I mean, granted, I dropped most of them in, like, an episode or two. But, like, yeah, it's been, like, nonstop watching anime, turning on camera, filming myself, uploading, like, compiling all that footage, watching it back, editing it down, and posting it to YouTube. So... just tons and tons of that. And when I'm not doing that, all I really do is fucking look at Twitter and YouTube and watch other people's videos and, catch up on the Dig Show. So, like, or go out to eat. So, yeah, I feel like I'm always fucking working. I don't feel like I do anything else.
This versus says, what do you guys consider your magnum opus? Probably my magnum dog.
As opposed to your Android dong.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have any plans for your future? Yeah, I want to make a lot of money, move to a fucking town. I really want to go to the big city, man. My current goal is by the end of this fucking year, I want to be making like 30% more than I am and live in a bigger city in my own place. I want Devu to be able to afford his own place. I don't know what Ben's gonna do. He can come with me if he wants. I don't care. And you know, be somewhere cooler than this. Virginia Beach sucks. And that's my short-term goal. My long-term goal is learn Japanese, move to Japan when I'm 30. That's my long-term goal. By the time I'm 30, then I won't even like any of these people I'm friends with anymore. Like, I'll be a complete fucking hermit who hates everyone and just wants to leave my country and disassociate myself with everyone I've ever known and go live in Japan and completely fall in with the new society. Oh, do you plan to continue, finish, or fail into 2017? Yes, but I don't know if it'll always be the same kind of thing. This is a legitimate problem I have, though. I dream about being your side chick and arguing about anime. Also, gender is a tricky top, but yes, I'm sort of a girl. I don't know what that means, buddy.
No!
I don't know what that means. Don't know how sort of is sort of. Sort of a girl. I don't.
You can't say that, Digi. You can't say that. You can't say that anymore. You have to accept it. Sort of is completely now.
I mean, well, look, I can accept that you're a girl until the question is, am I going to date you? And then the question is, how many parts do you have that are girl parts? You know? I don't care what you used to be. I just care about what is currently operating.
No.
You know?
This person says, did you like the new Gorillaz single? I'm not that into it.
It's alright. It's interesting. It's a weird first track to release from the album, for sure.
Yeah. It sounds like a late album track.
Yeah. It really sounds like something towards the end of Plastic Beach. What show gave me the greatest sense of betrayal? Oh, man. Zenko no Terror. So hype at the start of that show. I was ridiculously hype, and I ended up fucking hating it. And it's Shinichiro Watanabe. Can't believe it. Can't believe he made a bad show.
This person wants to know what our favorite mixed drinks are.
I already answered that.
Oh, well, there you go.
You
already answered it. I don't know. I drink White Russians a lot. That's all that I really drink. That's all I order. Because it's all that I feel comfortable ordering. Like, learning about a new drink and feeling comfortable ordering it would take like 10 years of psyching myself up. So I just drink White Russians because I'm used to saying it.
Is that just because of the dude?
That's probably where I got it. I'm not even sure.
That's like a famous movie
Yeah.
thing. Digi, will you send me a link to all your private pony videos? I missed them. They're all in the playlist on my channel. The Thoroughly Analyzing My Little Pony playlist. They're not private. They're just unlisted. This guy says, I'm actually going to go get work done instead of lying around watching you and Jess. What do you want me to shitpost at you and Jess on Snapchat? But if he already left, how are we going to tell him? How will he hear? Send tits if you have them, and if not, just take pictures of other girls' tits, I guess. I don't know. Endless Jess, how do you deal with listening to your voice on playback? I've tried recording my own analysis and just hate everything about the end result. How do you feel about that, Jesse? What do you think when you have to listen to your own voice?
I don't know. I'm pretty used to it. I'm pretty acclimated to how I sound.
I have gotten to the point that I cannot live my life without hearing my voice anymore. It's literally everywhere. Because not only do I hear it all the time when I'm recording, but then I listen to all my own shit back. Then I go downstairs and Devu is editing my voice on the fucking computer in the middle of the house. And then I go into Victor's room and he's making a rap video with me in it. And so I cannot fucking escape my voice. It's literally everywhere I go, and it's fucking maddening. I don't even dislike my voice at all. It's just a fact of hearing it so much, you know, even out of my own face. I mean, I've been doing this for 6 hours. I'm hearing myself. It's fucking insane. Isn't the pistol from Psychopaths a plot hole because it explodes people, which would upset people and goes directly against what the civil system wants? Yes, it's a fucking plot hole. It's really stupid, but it's awesome. So, you know, who cares? How capable are you in Japanese? Not very. I can watch children's shows without subtitles. That's the best I can do. You're never going to learn Japanese. If you'd had an interest in learning Japanese and still haven't learned anything, you're probably not going to learn Japanese. That's not true. I know a considerable amount of Japanese, you motherfucker. I took 3 years of it in high school. I know the basics, and I've kept learning. Watching enough anime teaches you stuff. Just gotta buckle down and fucking get it done. It's just a matter of time. Like, I had Kanji Senpai on my phone for a while, and I was teaching myself kanji, but then it's like, you're supposed to do it once every day, and sometimes a day goes by and I don't find time to do it. So, just gotta find a period in my life where I don't work every fucking hour of the day. You should do JonTron style videos where you talk about the JonTron staff like JonTron talks about the Sonic team. That actually would be funny, but I don't think I'm funny enough for it. Have you ever browsed /MLP? Yes, back in the day. It was the worst board on 4chan. Like, not even joking. Other than, like, B. Hey, after how many subscribers did you feel like it was safe to make a living off of YouTube? How many subscribers do you think it'd take to make a normal living off of it? Subscribers don't matter. It's the views that matter. If you're trying to get, it's either views or patrons. Like, subscribers don't make you money. Views make you money because every view is, an ad watched, and patrons are just loyal people. Like, for a very long time, I had more than 10 times the subscribers Jesse had, and we made the same on Patreon. Like, that was true for years. Because Jesse's subscribers are more dedicated. So, yeah, it's not about that. It's about how much you engage your audience and how many views you get, which are closely related. But, I left YouTube when I was making enough money to do so, not when I had enough subs. When is The Plebe and the Weeb gonna reboot? Soon. We already recorded it. Elmal, born female but gender fluid. Okay. That's more kind of a girl than I was expecting or hoping for. So, if you're a girl who, as long as it's all about the parts, like you could act like a guy. I don't care. I just need the parts to be the parts that I want. Digi, 2 years ago, you were very enthusiastic about your future in Virginia Beach. It seemed as if you thought it was the perfect place to live. What changed? There's nothing to do here. I looked at everything. I went to all the places. All the places I was curious about before, I went to them, and now I'm not curious about them anymore. And I've realized that everything's too spread out, and there's not enough actual shit to do. All there is to do here is drink. That's all anyone does. And drinking's expensive, and I can do it at home and have a better time. So, futa or trap? I'd go futa because a lot of the times they still have a vagina. They said the new Gorillaz song won't be on the album, or at least they said it wasn't on the album. It wasn't the album single. Interesting. Do you think enjoying someone's work is required for you to be friends with them on YouTube? No. I have friends who are YouTubers who I'm not like a huge fan of. I don't know. I don't think there's no one I'm friends with who I like outright hate their videos, but I don't think that would be impossible. What do you think, Jesse? Could you be friends with someone if their videos were absolute shit?
Huh? What?
Could you be friends with a YouTuber if their videos were absolute shit?
I don't know.
Like if you didn't respect their content.
I'm trying to think if there's anyone that I'm friends with who I don't like their videos. I guess not. I don't think. No, you know what? Yeah, because YouTube isn't real, and I don't respect it anyways. And I don't think that YouTube videos are what people should be judged on.
This guy says, can you enjoy So Bad It's Good shows like Mayoiga? If so, which one's your favorite? Mayoiga is not a So Bad It's Good show. That show is, everything that show does is completely intentional. But yes, Garzy's Wing is one of my favorite anime, because it's so bad that it's absolutely amazing. So after your crisis of realization with the UFO, are you finishing season 2 or not? I don't know yet. I want to talk more about that. I want to do a comment response video thing. That would have been a good idea for this live stream probably, but this is an experiment. Did I hate my voice when I first heard it? Not really. I was actually kind of surprised that my voice was better than I expected it to be. To Endless Jest, thank you for #garbage.
Yeah, that's what I do. I am a garbage man.
This guy, it's all written in Japanese. It says, Naraba kono gekusuto, no, tekusuto? Something in kanji, menai ka? I think he's asking, can I read this? Like, can you read this test? Like he's trying to test me on if I can read Japanese. It looks like it's supposed to say tesuto, but it says tekusuto. Oh, text. Not about kono text menai ka. Yeah, he's asking, can I read this text? The answer is yes, I can read that text. Half of it I had to use context clues, but I could read it. What's the point in life for you guys? I asked a question in the most serious manner possible. Oh, this guy's getting straight existential. Jesse, you have an answer to this?
Yeah. Remember the people that you love and who love you, and be good to them, and that's it.
Oh, my answer. What's the point in life for me? Have fun and make money. That's probably what I'd answer.
Yeah. I posted the meaning of life. I made it my pinned tweet on my Twitter. Reject politics, embrace irreverence, love your friends, and be funny. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
Get money, fuck bitches, smoke trees. That's the classic one. I don't smoke trees.
God damn it. This motherfucker. I have to go off on a rant about this motherfucker in the chat. I tried to hold it down. The hatred for these fucking people. But one of them finally went too far. So fucking Boozy Floozy is in the chat. And this guy is saying at her, yo, are you guys in an open relationship? What do you think about Jess sending dick pics and getting other puss? First of all, in no fucking universe would that ever be any business of yours, motherfucker. What kind of do you have no understanding of like social boundaries at all, you fucking autist? Nothing about my relationship with anyone is anyone's goddamn business on the fucking internet. You don't get to ask questions like that to her or me, and you can suck a dick and you can fucking kill yourself, okay? So Boozy responds to him, and Boozy goes, so Boozy says to him, oh, I'm just one of those girls that shakes the foundation of his fragile male ego by accidentally getting all the girls. A joking reply playing off what I said earlier in the live stream.
Right.
Just joking with him, giving him like a funny reply to sidestep this weirdly personal fucking question, to try to play it off like a joke. And then he responds, where is he? Where's that motherfucker? Where's his fucking response? He responds to her, suddenly everything makes sense. Thank you.
What does that mean?
This is okay. I banned this motherfucker a long time ago for exactly this reason, because he's a raging fucking autist, and everything to him he takes completely seriously and files away to use as ammo to try and psychoanalyze me at some other point. This is what these kind of people do. They don't understand humor. They don't understand the conceit of a fucking joke. So everything to them is just ammo to try and psychoanalyze people. That's why I fucking banned you a year ago, and that's why I still fucking hate you, you stupid piece of shit. You don't get to fucking ask personal questions like that in the chat, and you don't get to fucking, go fucking kill yourself, die, you fucker!
Well, anyways, this guy asked me if I have plans to go to Anime Expo this year. I do, because I'm going to try to room with Munchie. I will room with Munchie if I go, because Munchie goes every year. He lives down there, and apparently might turn into a party. Nate said he might go. I don't know about you, Jesse.
Everything makes sense now. Suck my fucking dick, you cocksucking
You're still
idiot.
hung up on it, of course.
What does that even mean? Everything makes sense suddenly. God, die!
That's just it's a stock thing that guys say when to anything. Like if I were to go like, like, yeah, I sure do enjoy having a beer every now and then. And they'd be like, oh, suddenly everything makes sense. Like, because I mean, that could be an answer to anything. You could literally explain any behavior you don't understand by way of, well, he drinks, you know? It's like the second they have anything that corroborates the idea that, like, there's any reason that you might act strangely by their definition, then it all makes sense the second they hear it, you know?
Oh God, the fucking arrogance of these people. To think that you have a right to fucking say to a fucking woman that I'm involved with, like, what do you think of this? Are you in a fucking open to fucking ask questions like that at all to someone you don't know is so goddamn autistic.
I got
Blows my
helicopters
fucking
flying
mind.
around my house. This guy says, what are the podcasts you regularly listen to?
I'm gonna come up to this guy's house in a helicopter and I'm gonna blow him away with a fucking Gatling gun.
I think we both regularly listen to The Dick Show. You're caught up on that, right?
Yeah.
I am as well, as of today. It took all fucking week to catch up. Digibro and Endless Jess, boobs or butt, skinny or chubby, tsundere or yandere, 3D or 2D, dominant or
Oh God, this girl says you're just giving the troll what he wants. No, he's not a troll. He's just an idiot.
Yeah,
I hate that method
like
of thinking
to
so
me.
much. I hate that line of thinking of like, don't respond because they're trolls and that's what they want. No, the average person is not a troll. This troll epidemic is not as widespread as people think. They're not trolls. They're idiots, and they need to be responded to. They need to be told why they're stupid so they can someday become better people. They're not trying to be bad people. They just are because they're ignorant.
Someone sent me a picture of someone else's tits because I asked for that earlier on Snapchat. To go through all those questions, I picked boobs over butt, skinny over chubby, yandere over tsundere, 2D over 3D, undecided between dominant and submissive in a BDSM relationship.
This guy says Jess just
submissive.
identified as an attack helicopter. Yes, that's that's what I fucking identify as. I am an attack helicopter. That's who I am. And this guy, this guy down here says, shut the fuck up, Jess. Well, guess what, dumbass? I'm going to keep talking more just for you. I'm going to talk louder and more feverishly and more fervently just for you. And I'll never stop talking. You better fucking leave this chat. You better leave this live stream because from now on, I'm going to never stop talking for the rest of time, motherfucker. Just for you. Every word out of my mouth from now on until the day I die is just for you.
I had to cut you off, Jesse, because this guy asked a great question, which is, what is the best Steely Dan album/song for you? And the answer to that is that for album, it's a tie between Aja and Can't Buy a Thrill, because they're both fantastic albums. But for the song, it's really tough. Probably Deacon Blues. That song's the classic. It's the feels. It's like 8 minutes long, and it's awesome. So that's probably my answer. I don't know why I was so excited about that question. But, this guy keeps asking for my opinion on Milo Yiannopoulos. I don't know anything about him. I've heard he's a fucking fuckboy idiot, so why would I disagree? Why would I think any different? What 3 animes and 3 movies would you recommend to someone who's not quite familiar with anime? As in 3 anime shows and 3 movies, I would pick Wolf Children and The Girl Who Leapt Through Time and what's the other good normie movie? I don't know, Spirited Away for films, and Princess Mononoke, even better. So yeah, Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, Girl Who Leapt Through Time, and Wolf Children for films. And for TV shows, I don't know. Don't show them TV shows. Those are too long. Oh, I guess Attack on Titan and I don't know. Attack on Titan's a good entry level show, I think. Oh, Death Note. And I don't know what else. Do you have any experience with drugs? Not really. I've just done a little smoked weed a couple of times. What's the worst thing you've ever seen? Not just anime, just any piece of media in general. The worst thing I've ever seen. I don't know. Don't know. That's a really rough question. Number one favorite piece of anime merch that I own. Oh god, I've got so much fucking shit. How the fuck could I possibly pick as a favorite? I really love my Ghost in the Shell poster that I brag about all the time in videos. Like every time it's in the background, I always make sure to tell everybody how cool my Ghost in the Shell poster is. I don't know if it's my favorite piece of anime merch, but it's within my line of sight. It's the one that I have the most mimetic attraction to. All right, I'm getting tired. I think I'm going to wrap this up. Jesse, it's nice having you on.
You can go to sleep. This is my stream now. I'll just keep going.
Unfortunately, I had to hit stop streaming, so this fucking thing can rest. Because you won't be
Oh,
able to. There's no way for you to stop it.
Mumkey just got in here. Mumkey was asking some questions.
Where's he at? I gotta answer Mumkey.
Well, he's somewhere. I saw him. There he is.
How many hours behind in the chat is he? Not as much as you'd think.
Here's a Mumkey. Mumkey says, "Does Jess want to record Spyro with me?" Spyro the Dragon? Well, yeah. I don't know how.
Apparently he's starting up some kind of Spyro series that he wants us all to be involved with, especially you.
Yeah!
He was asking us, like, is Jesse able to record currently? Because I want him in
My answer to that is yeah!
All right, well, I guess I'll end this stream and you can go fucking do Spyro with Mumkey.
Yeah! Well, what was it?
What? All right. I'm taking off. See you later, everybody. Bye. Everybody say goodbye.
Yeah.
And that's the end.